Chapter 1899, Qin Bailey and Jin Gu both had the aura of a king. They weren't the aggressive type that bares their fangs. Nevertheless, each of their words was resounding and powerful in an awe-inspiring manner. They were flawless in both attitude and style. It was hard for people to criticize them. It would be difficult for men like them to not become famous. That's how a hero should be. Members of all races had this thought. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile. How interesting. Very well, I'll entertain the two of you and see how long you can last. With that, he entered the golden shrine. The princess didn't follow since she wasn't part of the bet. This was Li Qiye's business. He entered the shrine and sat straight down as if he didn't see the piles of treasures at all. They were mere trash, unable to move his Tao heart. Fellow Taoist Li, how do you want to do this? Qin Bailey asked. Li Qiye smiled in response, I'm down with whatever rules you two want. Just tell me. We're only testing our Tao heart today, not our battle prowess. Whoever can resist temptation the best will be the winner, what do you think? Jin Gu said. That's fine since you two are wanting to do that. Li Qiye looked at the two of them and said, when you think you can't handle it anymore, quickly run. I don't want your lives today and will give you a chance. The contest has yet to begin, but Li Qiye was already so domineering in tone. It made the spectators outside glance at each other. Those who were fans of Bailey and Jin Gu became quite unhappy. Humph, he's boasting already. We'll see who wins in the end. A heavener scowled. On the other hand, Jin Gu and Bailey didn't become angry at all. Bailey said, in that case, we'll thank you then for sparing us. Even if I lose, I won't have any complaints since it'll just show that my Tao heart is still lacking. I'll lose gracefully as well. There are many invincible and profound laws in this world, but only the Tao heart alone can reach them all. Jin Gu said, one can be crafty with the grand Tao and explain the mysteries, only the Tao heart requires step-by-step cultivation. If I lose to you in this regards, it'll be a clear defeat. True, the thing you're missing now is the heaven's will. If it wasn't for the ambush, you would have become a grand emperor. Li Qiye looked at Jin Gu and said. Thanks for the kind words, I will keep on trying. Jin Gu was straightforward without being overly humble. This was outside of everyone's expectation. They thought that Jin Gu and Li Qiye would fight to the death for sure. But now, the two were just chatting it up without hostility, or if they were old friends. We can't understand the world of geniuses. A young expert smiled wryly. If it was me, I would have rushed over to fight fiercest already due to his disdain for our race. Qin Bailey said, how about each of us pick a treasure, the best one wins just like before. I have no objection. Jin Gu replied, like fellow Taoist Li said, if we might not be able to stabilize our Tao heart upon a close inspection, leave instantly. Deciding a winner is good enough, no need to take it too far. Li Qiye looked at the two and smiled, if you two don't mind, I can also pick a treasure for each of you. Of course, you can also select one yourself. That's fine too. Jin Gu looked back and said, the only thing that matters in the golden shrine is the Tao heart. You are an apex genius, I'm sure you won't take advantage of this. Foe or friend, I'm sure fellow Taoist Li will be righteous in this place. I won't speak for brother Jin Gu, but I don't mind at all. You can pick one for me. Qin Bailey said with a smile. Jin Gu added, I have no objection either, you can pick one for me. Everyone was astonished after hearing this. They would think that these two have become crazy, but this certainly wasn't the case. The bet wasn't only about their Tao heart but also the quality of the treasures. They must pick something better than Li Qiye's choice. That's the path to victory. Thus, this was a test of one's Tao heart, knowledge, decisiveness, and vision. In this situation, letting the opponent pick the treasure was the same as leaving one's life in their hand. Only a fool or a madman would do such a thing. Jin Gu and Qin Bailey were neither, but they still gave Li Qie the initiative. Ultimately, they all had a righteous Tao heart and believed that Li Qie wouldn't take advantage of them. This seemed like a foolish choice, but it was about character and trust. Very well. Li Qie said, since I'm picking yours, you two can pick mine as well. The other two exchanged a glance. Qin Bailey nodded, good, if you trust us, we will listen to your idea. You can pick one for us first then. Li Qie leisurely said, even ordinary imperial treasures won't be able to tempt the two of you since you are no stranger to them. At your level, I must find artifacts that are the most suitable. Having said that, he stared at Qin Bailey and said, you come from the Canlong branch with a focus on auspicious energy and simplicity, a natural Tao path. I just happen to know of a treasure beneath that cauldron. He pointed at a large cauldron in the corner of a room. What kind of treasure is it? Bailey was surprised to see Li Qie's quick selection. This is a divine crest, worn by a god in a distant epoch. It surpassed the myriad realms and laws across the years. It carried a natural presence with auspicious energy. One strand of this energy can create countless things. Time is not a limiting factor for it. Li Qie elaborated. That's a good treasure then. Bailey had to praise since his cultivation required such a treasure. Are you sure you will be able to resist? Get ready, it is even more tempting than my description, enough for you to salivate. Li Qie slightly smirked. In fact, many people were already full of anticipation even before seeing it. Bailey took a deep breath and calmed his Tao heart. He nodded solemnly, I will bring it over for everyone to have a look. With that, he walked over to the room and lifted up the cauldron. Sure enough, there was a crest inside. When he took it out, an auspicious energy erupted, seemingly turning into a supreme grand Tao. Bailey was instantly engulfed by this energy, it seemed too familiar with him. His expression became quite serious, but he still chose to wear it on his head. With this, the energy instantly converged and turned into strands pouring down. Just like Li Qie had said, these strands had boundless potential. His aura changed completely, he was now a god that could travel through the myriad ages. Yes, it's incredible. Wearing this crest takes him to the next level. An imperial ancestor had saliva dripping out of his mouth. Everyone stared intensely at him. Not to mention Bailey, even these spectators felt that this treasure was too amazing. If he couldn't calm his Tao heart, death was waiting for him. Alas, this was a truly difficult task. As everyone held their breath, he walked up to the table and put the crest down on the table for the other two to see. Chapter 1900, What a Crest. Even Jin Gu, who originated from the War Monarch clan, was impressed. He admitted that this was a tempting treasure. Bailey took a seat and smiled wryly, it's more than just that. This is a divine artifact. If this wasn't the Golden Shrine, then I would try to have it at all costs since it is quite useful to me, as if it is personally tailored for me. It can increase my battle potential by one level. It's not easy to find a suitable treasure. Jin Gu nodded. At their level, they didn't necessarily need the strongest weapon. More often than not, they wanted something suitable. Not bad. Li Qie chuckled, it's not easy to control your Tao heart at the right moment. I must maintain my Tao heart because my life is hanging on a thread. I wouldn't be able to do so at a different location. Bailey said. Outside of the shrine was a covetous horde, even though this crest wasn't suitable for them. It still made their heart beat faster. But it did seem tailored for Qin Bailey. At the very last second, he managed to calm his Tao heart and stopped any thought of greed. What will you pick for me, fellow Taoist Li? Jin Gu was fired up and ready to try. It wasn't that he must win this in order to defeat Li Qie. The only thing he wanted to do now was challenging himself. In his mind, facing a suitable treasure while maintaining a calm Tao heart just like Qin Bailey was defeating the self. He wondered if he could replicate Bailey's performance, so he was ready to give it a shot. Li Qiye looked at him and said, "Your War Monarch clan has 5 emperors with countless imperial arts. However, your origin is from celestial court, thus your heavenly marking is different from others, a yellow hue with a glow. This is evidence that you have learned the cultivation techniques of the palace." Everyone was startled after hearing this and quickly looked at Jin Ji's forehead. "Yes, there are tiny moving lights, I didn't notice it before." Many whispered quietly and found Li Qiye's comment to be correct. "Fellow Daoist Li is indeed amazing, no wonder why people call you devilish. You're the first outsider who can see through my origin." Jin Gu was shocked as well. Jin Gu was utterly convinced by his enemy's capabilities. Outside of their War Monarch's top ancestors and the supreme existences from the celestial court, no one else knew about this. But now, Li Qiye was able to discern it so easily. Just how acute was his insight? Jin Ji's admittance shocked the crowd too. Everyone knew that he had inherited the legacy of the War Monarch clan and the imperial arts. No one thought that his true root was actually from the celestial court. They shuddered once more. This meant that his clan also had the backing of the heavenly race. Of course, after thinking about it again, it wasn't that surprising. The clan always had a good relationship with the celestial court, especially War Monarch Heaven Emperor. He was virtually inseparable from this other power. The secret arts from the palace might elude others but not me. Li Qiye said leisurely, "Your grand Tao is pure, capable of shouldering the heaven and earth on top of possessing a tyrannical strength. This foundation is capable of both offense and defense. I know that over in that corner is an imperial gauntlet, extremely suitable for you. It alone is enough to sweep through the world." He pointed at the right corner of another room. "All right, I'll take a look." Jin Gu didn't hesitate and went for the room. Clank, clank. He pushed the piles of treasures away and took out a gauntlet. Keep in mind that these were amazing artifacts, but Jin Gu wasn't moved at all. He only took the gauntlet away. A brilliance oozed out with its appearance. It seemed to be cast from gold with many scales. Each scale had little dots, each dot looked just like a sun. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly marking on his forehead seemed to be quaking from an influx of power. It lit up with haste. Such incredible power. Jin Gu instantly closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm his mind. This imperial gauntlet possessed an immense strength that permeated through him, granting him a great transformation. This was a moment of life and death for him. "Open!" He shouted and channeled his own vitality into the gauntlet. Boom! The gauntlet poured out even more golden light. It shot to the sky and illuminated this entire region. People had a hard time keeping their eyes open from this blinding brightness. Amitba. The chant echoed as a Buddhist kingdom emerged on his right hand. Numerous sacred Buddhas appeared along with a divine beast. It was a Chilan drowned in Buddhist light, everything here seemed to be created from it. Even the sacred Buddhas were formed from its breathing. The crowd all had an illusion that Jin Ji's right hand could drill through the world or shatter the sky vault right now. It had an unstoppable and endless power. Anything would instantly explode back to the origin from one punch. While wielding this gauntlet, Jin Gu changed completely, just like a supreme Buddhist emperor that could reign for an era. That's something. Jin Gu gently rubbed the gauntlet before a clank sounded. He actually took it off and placed it on the table. The mass was astonished. Jin Gu was able to protect his Tao heart from greed even before this amazing treasure. It was completely unreasonable to not be tempted by a treasure of this level. The ground outside moistened from everyone's saliva. If I was in your shoes, brother Jin Gu, I wouldn't have been able to stay calm before this gauntlet. Qin Bailey's expression changed and said emotionally. I'll be honest, brother Qin. I nearly lost it just now. I was mentally prepared first before testing the power of this gauntlet, or I would have lost it. Jin Gu frankly laughed without hiding. Brother Jin Gu, you have done it better than me. I calmed my Dao heart right after standing up, but you waited until after grabbing the treasure. I lost there. Qin Bailey admitted. For them, it was fine to gracefully accept defeat. It wasn't a humiliating matter at all to accept the disparity in skills. Brother Qin, you are being too humble. Jin Gu smiled back. Li Qiye also smiled and joined in. It is indeed brilliant to calm the Dao heart after grabbing this treasure. One would certainly be lying if they claim being unaffected by the gauntlet. It is capable of both offense and defense on top of penetrating all obstacles. To fellow Daoist Li, please stop. If you keep on praising it, I'm not confident I'll be able to stay calm for much longer. Jin Gu joked. The crowd remained impressed by their friendly exchanges despite being enemies. For many experts, just being able to meet an enemy like this was more than enough. Chapter 1901. Regardless of the result, the majority of spectators were convinced by both Qin Bailey and Jin Gu for being able to protect their Dao heart from temptation. Keep in mind that this was easier said than done. It required experience and numerous sharpening. The Dao heart wasn't an unreasonable entity, but it was quite hard to polish. More often than not, doing so was even harder than cultivating imperial arts. This was because the latter had methods and text to follow. This wasn't the case for the Dao heart since everyone was different. Plus, people had emotions and desires, complicating the process. So many geniuses were peerless in terms of cultivation. They became powerful and soared like the wind, smiling proudly under the sky. Alas, due to their weak Dao heart, they would drop one after another like flies. On the other hand, a few ordinary talents made it to the end to become emperors. Here, both Jin Gu and Qin Bailey had enough talents to cultivate on top of a firm Dao heart. This was an amazing foundation. It would be hard for them to not stand out. Everyone understood that Jin Gu was only missing the heaven's will. If he could stop the same ambush again, he would certainly become a grand emperor. The two of you have been able to maintain your Dao heart. It is my turn. Go ahead and pick the treasure. Li Qiye sat there and said flatly. The two darted a glance at each other. They eventually got up to carefully look at the treasures in the shrine. There were really too many here, causing people to go crazy. Plus, it was also a test for the two to find one for Li Qiye. A quick glance through these rare artifacts might not be enough, but when they were carefully searching and analyzing the treasures, this was a much more dangerous game. All eyes were on the two. Everyone understood that they had two options. First was to randomly pick a treasure for him. This would mean a quick victory for them. The second was to actually find the best treasure in order to test Li Qiye's Dao heart. Of course, the first choice was meaningless to these two. It would be an empty defeat. Li Qiye honorably picked the most suitable treasure for them, so they wouldn't pick a random one just to win this round. On the contrary, they wanted to find something that would stir him, to see if he could resist the temptation. This wasn't about winning the bet but rather to see who was the best at protecting their Dao heart. The crowd was too excited at this point. They wanted to see which treasure these two would be able to find. After a long search, the two convened and reached an agreement. Do you trust us, Brother Li? Qin Bailey smiled and said. Li Qiye looked at the two of them. Don't worry, I'm sure the two of you are placing your honor on this bet, there's nothing to be worried about. Very well, to have your trust is an honor. It is also a privilege to be your enemy. Qin Bailey cupped his fist and said. There was no doubt that the two have found a treasure for Li Qiye. Jin Gu walked forward and respectfully bowed towards a Buddha statue sitting inside a room. With that, he raised the wooden fish in front of the statue. He brought the wooden fish over and placed it in front of Li Qiye. Fellow Daoist Li, this is the statue Brother Qin and I picked for you. Everyone was stunned to see this unexpected choice. In this shrine were countless treasures, they were exceedingly rare as well. Anyone would be attracted by the piles of treasures, not the wooden fish in front of a statue. This wooden fish was not special at all since it could be found in any temple, completely not worth mentioning. However, the two of them chose it for Li Qiye to the disbelief of the crowd. Everyone thought that they would pick a supreme treasure or something of that sorts. Jin Gu and Qin Bailey aren't despicable like that. A spectator murmured. People didn't think that this was done on purpose so that they would win by selecting the crappiest treasure for Li Qiye. There must have been something else going on. A bit interesting. Li Qiye looked at it and smiled. Jin Gu explained slowly, "Fellow Taoist Li, you are more knowledgeable than us. We can't quite understand this wooden fish, but surely you want to challenge yourself by knocking on it and broaden our horizon." This made more sense for the spectators. It turned out that there was something to this wooden fish after all, that it was somehow special. In a short time, they realized the gap between them and the two. In their eyes, this block was very simple without anything special. Meanwhile, Jin Gu and Qin Bailey also didn't see through it, but they were aware that it was amazing. "Very well, I'll let you see the magicalness of this Buddhist treasure." Li Qiye smiled and placed his palms together while chanting, Amitabha. In the blink of an eye, this chant reverberated across the world. Li Qiye was engulfed in a Buddhist brilliance illuminating everything. He was now a sacred Buddha. He had a golden avatar for a body with each inch of his flesh seemingly made from gold. His robe became resplendent as well, this was now a priceless kasaya. A Buddhist disc emerged behind him. Numerous Buddhas were inside their kingdoms. Countless existences were chanting for him, this created an entirely different atmosphere. Click. He finally tapped the wooden fish. Next was a buzzing noise. The entire shrine poured out a golden ocean of light and drowned out everything. Everyone's Tao heart shuddered once as if a Buddha was reading a scripture. Click. Multiple golden avatars spanning for endless height appeared around the shrine. They could shoulder the worlds. Tao turned into laws and Buddhist affinity that could enlighten all beings. Thump. With the second knock, the majority of cultivators outside the shrine dropped to their knees. Click. The third knock resounded. The entire Buddhist plain was filled with this sacred affinity. The chanting of Buddhist scripture unceasingly echoed in everyone's mind. They found themselves lost in a Buddhist kingdom. All beings were bathing under a Buddhist light and prostrating before the sacred Buddha. Even Qin Bailey and Jin Gu became astounded. They fortified their Tao heart in order to avoid being affected by this Buddhist affinity. Powerful beings like them still felt a great pressure, robbing them of their breath. After 3 knocks, Li Qiye recalled his Buddhist affinity and dispersed the great brilliance. The power of Buddhism dissipated into smoke. It was as if nothing had happened. Li Qiye was still himself, sitting in the same spot. Same with the wooden fish. If it wasn't for the kneeling crowd around the shrine, people wouldn't believe that something like this had happened just now. Many were frightened by the transpired event. They couldn't handle a few knocking of this wooden fish. "We lost." Qin Bailey sighed and said, "You exceed us in both knowledge and Tao heart. I have no complaints about losing." Chapter 1902, Fellow Taoist Li is indeed above us. Jin Gu said slowly while staring at Li Qiye, "Your Tao heart is not just as hard as steel, you can freely use it however you want. A single thought to turn into a Buddha or a devil. It has nothing to do with cultivation any longer. With your Tao heart, there is no fear of not becoming an immortal monarch, surely capable of reaching 12 wills. Unfortunately, I have lost my first chance, or I wouldn't mind meeting you again at the apex, to see which of us is better then." He was full of regrets at this point. The discerning fella understood Li Qiye's worth. At the same time, he was still fierce enough. Despite knowing his inferiority, he still wanted to compete without any fear. This was the reason why he was the top candidate to become a Grand Emperor. Jingu shocked the crowd with that statement. He was considered the greatest genius with few rivals in both cultivation and innate talents. But now, he dared to claim that Li Qie was capable of becoming a 12-will immortal monarch. This was an acceptance of Li Qie's status. Remember that in the contemporary, the 100 races only have one emperor with 12 wills, immortal monarch Yi. If Li Qie were to reach this level, it would completely change the current landscape. The 100 races would have 2 top emperors then, quite a shocking development. Fiercest will be the first human with 12 wills. The humans here felt their blood boiling. Immortal monarch Yi was ultimately a half-human, half-charming spirit. In fact, rumor has it that his human bloodline is very faint. Because of this, on a stricter level, he wasn't counted as an immortal monarch of the human race. It was just that many humans preferred to view him as such to elevate their own race. Li Qie only smiled and didn't reply to Jin Ji's evaluation. Fellow Daoist Li has won this match completely. Brother Jingu, do you think we should continue? Personally, I think conceding is the right choice now. Bailey shook his head and said. Previously, Bailey and Jingu were quite evenly matched in their bet with 3 wins each. The gap between them in regards to Dao heart and knowledge was minuscule. Their cultivation was one thing, but their origin, foundation, and knowledge were evenly matched. They were indeed worthy rivals. But now, they were instantly crushed by Li Qie. Even if they had an advantage in cultivation, there was no way for them to beat him in this shrine. Because of this, Bailey frankly accepted his defeat. It wasn't shameful at all in his eyes. The guy had earned his victory. Fellow Daoist Li is at the next level for his Dao heart. One would only continue the bet with him here out of ignorance and baseless confidence. Jingu replied, no need to continue, I accept my loss. Their straightforward and graceful acceptance of defeat was well received by the crowd. Li Qie smiled and said, not bad. Very well, we'll end this here then. In fact, he quite enjoyed both Bailey and Jingu. Enemies or not, they were enjoyable to deal with. What a shame about these treasures, such a waste of heavenly gifts. Qin Bailey looked at the divine crest and imperial gauntlet. The two returned these treasures back to their original position. They weren't the only ones who had this thought. Many people outside the shrine felt the same way, that it would be so nice to bring these treasures to the outside world. If it was possible, then a great character would instantly teleport the shrine back to his own treasury. Unfortunately, no one had ever been able to do it before. That statement is a bit too strong for this kind of treasures. Li Qie said with a tinge of playfulness. Fellow Daoist Li, you mean there are other things even more precious here? Bailey was shocked. Not just more precious. There is another thing here that can easily be considered the shrine's defining artifact. Li Qie said flatly. Defining artifact? Qin Bailey became interested right away. What is it and what can it do? Do tell. He assumed a respectful posture towards Li Qie, eager to learn. Jingu also gave his full attention since he was quite curious as well. After all, a defining artifact in a place this great would undoubtedly be incredible. In fact, the crowd's ears perked up in order to listen. How could people not be excited about the shrine's defining treasure? Li Qie gently shook his head. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I want to avoid being criticized for scheming to kill the two of you. I'm not looking down on anyone, but the moment this treasure comes out, the two of you won't be able to calm your Dao heart. The duo looked at each other with a slight astonishment. They have seen too many treasures and couldn't possibly imagine something that could move them completely. Jingu cupped his fist and said, I truly want to listen even more now. Don't worry, we'll immediately leave at the first sign of trouble. We are ready to listen, fellow Daoist Li. Please. Brother Jingu is right. You are not to blame even if we were to die here. That would be the fault of our lacking Dao heart. Qin Bailey chimed in. After seeing their eagerness, Li Chia smiled, "Very well, then I shall let you know so that you can prepare." The two of them took a deep breath and solemnly nodded, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Li." The rest of the spectators outside watched with bated breath, all wanting to know what kind of treasure it was. "Its name is Heaven Reckon," Li Chia revealed. "This ruler was born naturally from the world. It might not be an ultimate artifact, but it is still a top treasure of an epoch. After it appeared, everyone vied for it for many generations, countless died as a result. Even the gods and Buddhas joined in. It wasn't a combat artifact, its true strength lies in its ability to measure the heaven, the world, and the myriad ages. Divination, in essence. Not good." Jean Gu and Qin Bailey immediately backed off with unreal speed. Their shadow was still back in the shrine but their body was already outside. The crowd was stunned. This meant that the two had difficulty controlling their Tao heart. The world really has a treasure like this? Capable of auguring even the heaven? Bailey was in disbelief. Same with Jean Gu. Many experts here didn't understand the gravity of Li Chia's description, unlike these two. If there was no embellishment, then the treasure was quite frightening. There are many strange and magical things in the world, so why not this ruler? Li Chia said with a faint smile. Jean Gu asked with a changing expression, "This ruler is still in the golden shrine?" Li Chia looked at him and said, "Your old man, war monarch, found an immortal remains back at Hope. If it wasn't for that, he would still be thinking about this ruler. Alas, he didn't want to be involved in its karma. The result would either be a heavenly execution or a disaster for the clan. It is a grand karma of Buddhism, even the top-level emperors must tread carefully." The crowd quickly turned to see Jean Ji's expression after hearing this. Jean Gu was dumbfounded as well. He knew very little about this particular secret, only that their clan had records of an amazing treasure situated in Buddhist plain. In the beginning, he assumed that this particular item was located on the other shore. But now, he felt like the text was referring to Heaven Reckon. In a short time, the crowd swallowed their saliva. This was a treasure coveted even by war monarch Heaven Emperor. It must be so heaven-defying. Qin Bailey murmured, "Heaven Reckon, capable of measuring all things. What a shame that I can't see it for myself." He knew full well that he wouldn't dare to search even if the ruler was in there right now because he wasn't confident about maintaining his Tao heart upon its sight. If he couldn't, he would be buried in this place. Chapter 1903, It's Not Hard to Take a Look. Li Chia smiled and said, "Since everyone is here already, might as well let you all see it." Li Chia's words excited the crowd. Their eyes flashed with anticipation while staring at him. Qin Bailey and Jean Gu were shocked as well. They also wanted to see this so-called Heaven Reckon. "Then please, fellow Taoist Li." Qin Bailey was also excited while cupping his fist, "Broaden our horizon so that our trip will not be wasted." Li Chia placed both palms together and began to chant, Amitabha. With that, a Buddhist brilliance erupted as he took on the mantle of a Buddha once more. One thought to become a Buddha. Jean Gu gently sighed again at this sight. He knew that there was no chance for him to catch up to Li Chia in terms of Tao heart. His only hope was to compete with his cultivation. Many thought that his transformation was the most bizarre thing in the world. Such a Tao heart was too heaven-defying. Who else would be able to do this? Perhaps only the Holy Emperor, praised for having the most resilient Tao heart. Li Chia went to the central area of the shrine and stomped down. With cracking noises, the earth seemed to be shattering, but this wasn't the case. Buddhist laws were forming beneath his feet in the form of rotating text. They then covered the entire shrine. Rumble. With a quake, the area slowly split apart and an altar rose from below. There was an ancient ruler on this altar with a radiance gathered around it like the spirits of myriad eras. The individual shimmering strands were generations of time. Just looking at this ruler would make the mind tremble because it could shoulder an eternity and calculate everything possible. Heaven reckon, Jean Gu and Qin Bailey found it hard to resist since they understood the possibilities of the artifact. Li Qiye grabbed it with a serious gaze. All things change, except for this. Everything can be measured by it. Jean Gu felt a bit helpless and commented, the ruler isn't the only amazing thing. Fellow Taoist Li, you are unbelievable yourself. One Tao to reach the myriad Tao. You are actually capable of using the arts of Buddhism. It looks like there's nothing you can't cultivate in this world. This imperial candidate could see through the underlying fabrics. Li Qiye wasn't only turning into a Buddha for a temporary time. He was also gifted in Buddhist arts and techniques. Only a minor art. Li Qiye chuckled, so many people including emperors have come here, pondering. Your old man, war monarch, had also opened this altar. Unfortunately, he didn't want the associate karma so he returned the ruler after grabbing it. This naturally shocked the crowd. So war monarch Heaven Emperor had taken the ruler before but chose to return it? They realized that top-level emperors could still take away the treasures in the golden shrine, but removing the karma was a hassle in and of itself. This could incite the wrath of the heavenly execution. Thus, the ruler was indeed tempting, but the execution was too frightening. Li Qiye stared at the ruler in his hand before shifting his sight towards the Ganges River. Finally, he turned at the Buddhist statues inside the shrine. This ruler is connected by fate with me, I shall take it this time. Li Qiye said slowly. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, his radiance began to shred off, one string at a time just like a young bird shedding its feathers. These strings of light fell and seeped into the ground, resulting in a very strange spectacle. At this time, he walked out of the falling radiance. It looked as if he had just taken off his outfit that was also falling down. He was leaving a Buddhist embryo, including the doctrine's associated laws. This allowed him to jump out of the karmic and reincarnation cycles. With this, he was able to take Heaven Reckon out of the shrine in a leisure manner. That's impossible. Even characters of the ancestor level shouted. This was an unprecedented feat, but he had actually taken out the best treasure. In a short time, everyone's mouth nearly dropped to the floor. Escaping the Buddhist embryo, this is a peerless karmic fortune. Fellow Taoist Li, if you were born in a Buddhist kingdom, you would have surely become a Buddhist lord. Your very presence would turn the surrounding into a Buddhist holy land and convert countless beings while spreading your eternal Tao. Jean Gu was completely convinced by Li Qiye's abilities. The fact that he could take out the ruler had nothing to do with his personal strength. It was due to his fate with Buddhism. His escaping his Buddhist embryo was jumping out of a karmic cycle. It meant that Buddhism had always been inside his heart. Or rather, he himself was already a Buddha. It is only due to fate that I'm able to shed my Buddhist embryo. Li Qiye said with a smile. He was able to do so because he had a Buddhist seed. If another sacred Buddha wanted to remove their Buddhist embryo, they would need to experience 81 tribulations first. Due to the seed, he was able to escape the karmic ties in Buddhist plane, allowing him to take Heaven Reckon from the golden shrine without resistance. I am at a loss for words. Qin Bailey smiled wryly, able to become a Buddha at will then shed the avatar. The myriad laws are already in your control, so cultivation is meaningless. Your thoughts essentially can become reality. An immortal emperor once told me that everything is possible for someone with a peerless Tao heart. I didn't understand or believe it back then, until today. Just cultivating the Tao heart instead of cultivation and laws will be present everywhere. No wonder why Holy Emperor was so respected by his peers. It is not only because of his perseverance, his Tao heart is simply too precious. Looks like you'll be someone like him in the future. Your Tao heart will overshadow all the laws in this world. They might be colorful and amazing but not to the level of a simple Tao heart. Qin Bailey was quite emotional because he had met emperors before. This gave him a deeper understanding of the Tao heart and his inferiority compared to Li Chia. Fellow Taoist Li, the Tao path is long, so we'll certainly meet again. I'll be taking my leave now. Qin Bailey cupped his fist towards Li Chia and left in a cool manner. Jin Go also stared at Li Chia and performed the same gesture with a serious expression. Fellow Taoist Li, we will still be enemy the next time we meet, but I am glad to have someone like you as a foe. Your Tao heart isn't something we can reach. When we fight in the future, I'll have to rely on supreme arts and weapons. Jin Go realized that a superior firepower was the only way for him to beat Li Chia. Li Chia smiled freely in response, works for me. Enmity ends with revenge, this is the natural course of life. Even without our feud, I would still want to fight against you. During my youth, I have met Tao Dragon and fought against Ren Sheng, but after today, you're still the one that makes my blood boil the most. Jin Go laughed in response. Tao Dragon here was naturally Tao Dragon Heaven Emperor. If it wasn't for the ambush by Ren Sheng, perhaps he would be the emperor in the previous generation, not Tao Dragon. Alas, time didn't wait for him. I'm looking forward to our battle. Jin Go laughed loudly before leaving with a surging battle intent. Many were relatively pensive after Bailey and Jin Go left. It could be considered a type of happiness to have rivals like them in life because one wouldn't need to worry about despicable foul plays. Let us return to the ship. Li Chia chuckled and told the princess. People had no choice but to make way for him despite their desire for his heaven reckon. They weren't qualified to attack someone who is on the same level as geniuses like the two that had just left. Rumble. Suddenly, a group quickly rushed over. It's the Tame Dragon Squadron. Someone shouted. The frightened crowd immediately jumped to the side. Many believed that this squadron was here to rob Li Chia's heaven reckon. Chapter 1904, The squadron's sudden appearance frightened the crowd. In a short time, all eyes were on Li Chia. Some became bewildered while others were secretly gloating while hoping that the squadron would successfully rob Fiercest. Meanwhile, another small group was angrily staring at him, wanting to tear him to pieces as if there was an irreconcilable feud. Tame Dragon Child jumped down from his horse and excitedly laughed while cupping his fist. Congratulations, brotherly, for returning from the other shore. No one before and after will ever be able to replicate your achievement. Li Chia only gave him a cold stare. Guys, bring my brother's treasures up here. Tame Dragon Child shouted at the members behind him. They brought up chests to the front and opened them. A shimmering light from treasures emitted with all kind of dazzling colors. There were weapons, artifacts, chaos stones, and rare metals. All eyes turned towards Li Chia, some became quite unfriendly. This was because this squadron was a group of bandits. One could easily guess where these treasures came from. But now, they were giving it all to Li Chia. The princess frowned at this sight, understanding the implications. Tame Dragon Child smiled and said, just a little gift, not enough to show our appreciation. Working for you is our honor and glory. With you as our commander, we'll be able to seize all the treasures in the 13 continents. As long as you want something, just say the word and we'll take it for you. We are your brave soldiers. The spectators' stare turned even worse. It looked like Li Chia was the commander of these bandits. Albeit, it was quite fitting for someone as lawless as him to do something like this. Li Chia. You have gone too far. A supreme beauty and her disciples came over. She coldly shouted, You have ordered the Tame Dragon Squadron to ambush our disciples and stole our treasures, explain yourself. This enchanting and mature woman was the master of Sunset Glow Valley, Yin Huali. Jilin Princess quickly stopped her and explained, Valley Lord, I'm afraid there is a misunderstanding. Princess, there's no misunderstanding, the proof is right there. Our treasures are in those chests. Huali spoke with an oppressive aura. That golden cup is ours. A young disciple behind her was courageous enough to shout. That squadron also killed our senior brother and stole a diamond-inlaid banner from us. A middle-aged man shouted. Our Vine Cloud Pavilion also had 8 disciples killed and their treasures were taken. Another old man said coldly. In a short time, many experts stepped up and accused the squadron of heinous deeds. At this moment, the princess finally understood the unfriendly gaze people were giving Li Qiye earlier. She had heard of the squadron's conducts in the past. They would never leave survivors to tell the tales. But now, they committed such blatant robberies yet left so many survivors. Their intention was clear. Tame Dragon Child wanted to drag Li Qiye down the mud, turning the world against him. Tame Dragon sneered and declared, just these little treasures are nothing. You should be honored that Brother Li even wants your treasures, plus, he even spared your life. Thank him for showing mercy already. The victims were ready to tear Li Qiye to pieces in order to avenge their fallen sect members. They considered Tame Dragon Child's comment to be evidence of Li Qiye's involvement behind the scene. Li Qiye, you might be powerful but you have crossed the line. Give us a reasonable explanation or this won't end. Huali glared at him and said. An explanation? Li Qiye looked at the crowd then Tame Dragon Child. He smirked and said, I don't need to explain myself to anyone. That's right, our brother Li is a deity among men, the future immortal monarch with 12 wills, why does he need to answer to you? Tame Dragon Child shouted, wanting to invoke even more chaos. These two infuriated the crowd even more with their disdainful tone. They had a burning fury in their eyes while gritting their teeth. Li Qiye, so you are saying you want to be enemy with the Sunset Glow Valley? Huali also became angry. She had no choice but to take action in order to maintain her sect's prestige. Humph, you think you're unstoppable. You alone can fight against the rest of the world. Such an arrogant viewpoint. Another victim said with hatred. We can't just let this go. The others chimed in. Li Qiye ignored their shouting and smiled at Tame Dragon Child, so you all wish to work for me? Tame Dragon Child laughed loudly, yes, Brother Li is the best and we are the biggest fans of your unstoppable style. It is our honor to work for the future immortal monarch. Just say the word and we'll even jump into the boiling water or courageously flatten a path for you. He was especially loud so that everyone could hear him. Earlier, he was afraid that Li Qiye would defend his innocence but Li Qiye didn't even bother to do so. This was going even smoother than he had anticipated. No need to jump into the boiling water. Li Qiye leisurely said, go, the Ganges River is right there, just jump into that. Tame Dragon Child was caught off guard and coughed awkwardly, you sure know how to joke, Brother Li. I've never been a joker. Jump now, I'm losing my patience. Li Qiye waved his sleeve dismissively. Tame Dragon Child wasn't the only one shocked now. The entire audience was staring at the two in a daze. Brother Li, this joke isn't funny anymore. Tame Dragon Child still tried to maintain an amicable appearance. Who says I'm joking? If you all wish to work for me, then the least you can do is obey my order. Li Qiye continued. Tame Dragon Child finally turned cold, Brother Li, we're willing to contribute to your cause, not minding antagonizing the rest of the world so that we can offer you all the treasures you want. But I'm afraid we won't obey such a suicidal order. That's not up to you. If you want to be my lackeys, then learn how to act like one. Obey your master now. Li Qiye chuckled. You. Tame Dragon Child's expression became extremely unsightly. The members of the squadron angrily glared at him too. They were merciless robbers but now, Li Qiye called them lackeys. This was hard to swallow. What are you looking at? Kneel and acknowledge your mistake then jump into the Ganges. This is my order to you, dogs. Li Qiye coldly stared at him and proclaimed. In a short time, the members of the squadron became furious. They were only doing a play in order to frame Li Qiye. They didn't expect him to actually treat them in this manner. Now, they were riding a tiger and couldn't get down easily. No one expected this development. The atmosphere became tense with the focus completely on Wuxia and Tame Dragon Child. 1. The word for lackey here has the character dog. It is normally a derogatory term, referring to evil assistants, a person who helps someone harm people. In essence, anything with the word dog is normally a big insult. I thought about using just dog or hound, but it would have sounded a bit weird, if you want to be my dogs. 2. Dog works better in this line versus lackeys. Chapter 1905, the atmosphere became somber instantly. Those who were furious with Wuxia felt their anger subsiding after seeing this. People calmed down and regained their wits, realizing that this might not be what it seemed on the surface. Brotherly, I guess we don't have the same idea then. Tame Dragon Child cupped his fist and said, we brothers are full of sincerity, wanting to work for you and make something out of ourselves, but you view us as hounds. That's quite disappointing. You think too highly of yourselves. Just your group is qualified to be my hounds. Wuxia said flatly, at your level, it is already a reach to clean my shoes for me, that's why, don't stand here and dirty my view. Suicide into the Ganges, right now. I can't take this anymore. One member in the squadron furiously shouted. Their name alone had frightened the soul out of people, their presence could make knees weak, being the notorious bandits that they are. How could they handle the contempt going on here? If it wasn't for Tame Dragon Child stopping them, these members would have rushed over to try and kill Wuxia. Brotherly, I guess we don't share the same view then. Goodbye. Tame Dragon Child knew that this play was over, so he coldly said while cupping his fist. But as the group was turning to leave, Wuxia suddenly appeared before them. Brotherly, what do you want? Tame Dragon Child's expression turned cold. Nothing, just for you all to jump into the Ganges. Wuxia leisurely said. Brotherly, don't push us too far, we have gotten so many treasures for you, our effort ought to mean something. How can you be so ungrateful? Tame Dragon Child assumed a stance of indignation. Wuxia didn't bother to look at the treasures on the ground and said flatly, don't cover yourself up with gold foil. These are treasures. Only a bunch of scrap metals, I wouldn't pick them up even if they were lying around on my path. Only a bunch of fools like you would consider trash as treasures and dare to claim some merits in front of me for them. Senior brother, let's take him down. Another furious member clamored. Tame Dragon Child uttered, brotherly, you are way out of line. We can only blame ourselves for being blind and will drop this matter. From now on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. It's not your turn to give orders here. Wuxia chuckled, since you dared earlier to plead loyalty to me, your dog lives are in my hand. Thus, disobeying my order will only end with one thing, death. Brat, you're pushing it, you think our Tame Dragon Squadron is afraid of you? These disciples were annoyed enough earlier already, so they instantly jumped to the front. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by the squadron. These members wanted nothing more than to take him down. Such a development caught the crowd off guard. In a short time, people glanced at each other. Of course, many were willing to watch since this was like a dogfight to them. They didn't like either side. You think your group alone can take me down? Wuxia smirked without any trace of anger while staring at the squadron. Brat, we'll cut you to pieces. One of the members loudly threatened. Clank. The members unsheathed their weapons, ready for combat. Outside of their notoriety, they were also battle-hardened and ferocious. A murderous aura permeated the air after they took out their weapons. One could smell a thick stench of blood. No mercy. Wuxia's eyes suddenly flashed as his Dao heart circulated. Kill him. The members of the squadron crazily shouted with reddened eyes. Ah! Suddenly, heads fell to the ground one by one with blood spurting out. A shocking scene appeared before everyone. The squadron members were actually killing each other. In a flash, one in the back stabbed a member in the front through his chest, but the latter had also already swung his sword back at the former's head. Decapitation and dismemberment became a common sight, with screams and blood staining everywhere. "Have you guys gone mad?" Tame Dragon Child was overwhelmed with shock and cried out, but it was too late. All the members were already dead, killed by each other. In a short time, the entire scene came to a horrifying silence. All eyes were wide open. The crowd couldn't calm down at all, since this was completely outside of their expectation. Of course, Tame Dragon Child was more shocked than anyone after seeing his members who were as close as brothers killing each other. One thought manipulation. This was one of the 6 thoughts in the scriptures, capable of turning someone into a Buddha or a devil with a single thought. Of course, it could also turn others crazy or force them to become murderers. This particular transformation was completely different from Wuxia turning into a Buddha with his Tao heart. The former also allowed for him to control the enemy's emotions. Thus, when he used this particular technique, he could either pacify them or turn them into tools of murder. The Tao heart from these squadron members wasn't that strong in the first place. Furthermore, their heart was filled with cruelty and killing. This made it easy for him to control and make them kill each other. They had no chance of resisting his supreme will. Tame Dragon Child was a brutal person who never knew what fear felt like. Alas, he was experiencing it now, not wanting to become a puppet like his fallen brethren. When people calmed down, they started staring at Wuxia. Some even started backing off to a safe distance with a pale complexion. Wuxia could make these brothers kill each other, so he could also control them all the same. They would instantly become his murderous puppets. Thus, their eyes on him instantly changed into a shade of fear. Ultimately, one could gauge and even resist a powerful cultivator. But as for a devilish art like Wuxia, they didn't even know where to begin. "It's not too late to jump, or you'll die a much, much worse death," Wuxia said with a smile. Tame Dragon Child faltered backward and pointed at Wuxia. His finger was shaking as he shouted, "Wuxia! You, don't push it. My master is an 11 totem high god, and I have 8 martial uncles as well, all high gods. If you dare to kill me, they will seek retribution. At that point, even if you have an imperial lineage as your backing, they can still annihilate all of you." The severity of the message couldn't mask the guy's weakness. Nevertheless, this threat was still enough to frighten some of the crowd. Tame Dragon High God had 11 totems, quite a dreadful existence. More importantly, he also had 8 other high gods on his side. Antagonizing this group was quite frightening. This was the reason why ordinary imperial lineages didn't want to mess with them. This made it possible for Tame Dragon Child and his group to do whatever they wanted, since their masters would back them up. An 11 totem high god. Only a nobody can't reach the apex. Let them come, since I'm in the mood for a refreshing cup of high god's blood. Wuxia happily responded. The crowd was speechless to hear this. How many in this world would look down on an 11 totem high god like this? A low-level emperor would still need to be very careful, because some have died to high gods before. But now, Wuxia's arrogance, evident by his comment, was simply impossible for anyone to replicate. Chapter 1906. It didn't take long before all experts here were staring at Wuxia. Fierce wasn't enough to describe someone who publicly denounced an 11 totem high god. Such a big tone. Suddenly, a voice detonated like the thunder across the sky, "Insulting my master will end in death." With that, a chilling aura froze everything and turned the world into one of ice. All the cultivators present shuddered. The weaker ones felt themselves turning into an ice sculpture. The most terrorizing thing about this aura was the murderous intent within. It acted like a sharp knife scraping everyone's bones. The pain forced everyone back, unable to withstand this murderous intent. An old man descended from the sky and stood in front of tame dragon child. He wore a treasure robe and had a crest with the symbol of a cloud, looking like he could hold the world in disdain. He exuded the power of a high god. As strands of laws poured out like waterfalls, they wove together and formed a pair of holy wings. One flap from them could break through all obstacles. First brother. Tame dragon child was ecstatic to see the old man. Sima Yun. An ancestor from a big power recognized him and shouted in horror. Sima Yun. Many trembled in fear after hearing this name. Even sect masters were frightened. This butcher is here too. In a short time, the crowd receded like the tide and stood even further away. Sima Yun was the oldest disciple of Tame Dragon High God and the creator of the Tame Dragon Squadron. He was a high god with 2 totems but was well known for being a butcher because he had killed too many people. There were quite a few high gods in Pure, a land of experts. However, after reaching a certain level, most high gods would focus on improving themselves, rarely bothering with those below their ranks. This wasn't the case for Sima Yun. There was an adage, a dragon birth a dragon, a phoenix birth a phoenix, the offspring of a rat knows how to dig caves. The master was a bandit, so the disciple was naturally one as well. After becoming a high god, Sima Yun didn't lose his old habits. Moreover, he was even more rampant than his master. His master had no need of robbing lower-level characters. But as for Sima Yun, it didn't matter whether his victims were strong or weak. As long as he was tempted, he would rob and silence all of his victims. Some believed that he had even killed more people than his master, hence his title. Tame Dragon Child thought that since his first brother was a 2-totem high god, Li Qie was dead for sure, regardless of how powerful he was. Little animal, your end is here. He cruelly glared at Li Qie and told Sima Yun, senior brother, this little animal is the one who killed our brothers with some devious art. Clank. Sima Yun's eyes turned into a sharp sword. Those lacking courage were paralyzed on the ground. Daring to oppose me? You won't die so easily. I'll let you taste a fate worse than death. Sima Yun said with a sinister tone. Where did this dog come from, barking in front of me? Slap. Li Qie didn't even bother to look at Sima Yun. Boom. In a split second, a Buddhist palm came out of nowhere and rushed for Sima Yun. Scram! Sima Yun roared. The 2 wings made out of laws instantly spread, causing a loud gust that destroyed space. They slammed on the Buddhist palm. Boom! The palm crossed the myriad realms. Even if the wings were stronger, they wouldn't have been able to stop the palm. It pierced through the 2 wings and ruthlessly slapped Sima Yun's face. Bang! He spat out a mouthful of blood after the slap. Keep in mind that as a high god, his body was as tough as steel but blood still gushed like crazy. A tooth fell out as well. The crowd was silent at the outcome of this first exchange. A high god with 2 totems was at a disadvantage and suffered a great humiliation. Little animal, you're dead. Sima Yun couldn't stay calm. This was the most humiliating moment since his debut, being slapped like this. If he couldn't take down Li Qie now, there was no need for him to show his face in public in the future. Boom! A mountain seal exploded in his hand. Next, an evil mountain descended from the sky, wishing to flatten Li Qie. But the Buddhist palm with runes rotating around it stopped the mountain. It looked like an eternal attack. Activate. Sima Yun's mountain seal became dazzlingly resplendent, illuminating the entire world. The aura of a high god ravaged the entire area like a devastating primal tsunami. Roar! Evil dragons rushed out of the mountain, making the seal seem like a dragon nest. Bang! 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 Evil dragons rushed for the Buddhist palm. Under their assault, the light of the palm weakened as if it could be shattered at any moment. Little animal, I'm going to taste your blood. With a cruel expression, Sima Yun's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty glint. As long as he captured Li Qie, the worst of torture would ensue. A high god with 2 totems is truly strong. Many turned pale, wondering if Li Qie could handle it or not. Bang! The palm eventually crumbled. Roar! Several hundred evil dragons howled after they left the nest and went straight for Li Qie in order to eviscerate him. Little animal, you're finished. Sima Yun shouted in a frenzy. I am Buddha. Li Qie only chuckled and chanted a resonating phrase. With a loud explosion, an immeasurable foot of a Buddha stomped down from above. One could see a sun, moon, and other celestials hovering around it. Galaxies were hanging above and flowing like waterfalls. Boundless runes covered this foot like an ocean, capable of drowning the entire Buddhist plain. Boom! The dragons were instantly crushed like insignificant little worms. Ah! Next, Sima Yun was trampled on the ground with his blood spurting out. Crack! The bones in his body broke one by one. This foot acted as a monstrous world pushing down on him. He was powerless to resist in this scenario. This scene shocked everyone more than anything they have seen earlier. A 2-totem high god was completely defeated and trampled by this foot. They would never believe this tale if they didn't witness it with their own eyes. Even the emperors inside Imperial Change were startled by the gigantic foot from the sky. They looked at it in silence. Despite not knowing who it was, these emperors understood that an overlord had taken action. This had to be a supreme Buddha, a master of the Tao of Buddhism. It was quite unwise to oppose such a being inside Buddhist realm. At this time, someone looked up at the foot. There was no end in sight, as if there was indeed a Buddha situated in the crevice of the sky. It was as large as the heaven and earth, mountains and rivers were so tiny in comparison. Chapter 1907, a 2-totem high god was trampled beneath that foot like an ant. It made everyone feel that he was completely trivial. The crowd gasped after seeing this. Just how powerful was this foot to be able to accomplish this task? Li Qie glanced at Sima Yun and said flatly, a 2-totem high god can't even be an appetizer for me. In the Buddhist plane, even an ancient god needs to tuck their tail between their legs before me. He had the Buddhist seed right now so he could control the entire plane. The strength of an entire epoch was in his possession. Even though it was only the remnant of an epoch, it still allowed him to be invincible. Not to mention the surroundings, even the entire plane was silent. It wasn't a personal power at this moment but the congregation of the might of the plane itself. Brat, you, Sima Yun cried out while feeling both anger and fear. Ah! With a cracking sound, the foot pushed down, rendering him into a bloody meat paste. He didn't even have the chance to act livid, let alone resist. He was fighting against an epoch, so he was completely insignificant in comparison, despite being a high god. When the foot disappeared, only a flattened meat paste was left. A sanguine stench touched everyone's tip of the nose. Ugh! Some couldn't help but vomit, not because of the particular stench, but because they were scared out of their mind. Back on Eternal, Qin Bailey saw the whole thing and shook his head. Ignorant fool, Li Qie is capable of becoming a Buddha with a single thought and could even leave the embryo. He has no opponent in the Buddhist plane. This is the holy birthplace of Buddhism, going against someone who has total control of this Tao is so unwise. Not to mention a minor god, even an emperor would need to evaluate their strength first. Qin Bailey was still the ruler of an imperial lineage. His knowledge was far beyond an ordinary expert. After seeing Li Qie left the Buddhist embryo at the Golden Shrine, he was aware that Li Qie could use any of the Buddhist techniques. Keep in mind that there were other Buddhist lineages in the 13 continents. However, the true origin of this doctrine was from this place. Many monks became enlightened here and eventually started their own temples. Thus, opposing a supreme Buddha like Li Qie in this place was truly foolish. A Buddha like this had an absolute advantage on his home territory. The entire scene was trembling. The more timid members were sitting flat on their butts. Li Chia simply smiled and started walking towards Tame Dragon Child, who was completely pale with weakened knees. "You, don't come over here, don't come over here." The man acted as if he was looking at a ghost. He was truly aghast at this second. Li Chia chuckled, "Anyone else? Tell them to come out so I can deal with them all at once, no need to waste time. Don't be so contemptuous. My master is Tame Dragon High God." The man was crawling away. "I know, your master is Tame Dragon High God, no need to repeat it." Li Chia gently waved his sleeve, "Tell your master and uncles to come, I'll flatten them all to rid the world of evil." "You!" Tame Dragon Child was speechless. He realized that the fame of his master was not enough to deter Li Chia. Some spectators felt quite good to see this guy pissing in his pants, especially those who have suffered in his hand. They felt that Li Chia was ridding them of indignation. "If your worthless master isn't coming, then I'll break your bones and peel your skin. Oh, I'll hang your skin outside of Imperial Change so that your master can go pick up your corpse later." Li Chia smirked at the frightened man. "Little animal. I'm going to take you down." Tame Dragon Child was pushed to the edge and crazily screamed. With a cracking noise, his forehead actually broke to pieces and strings of light rushed out. Buzz. These were strings of bright blood. They seemed to be weightless and were floating in front of Tame Dragon Child. As more blood came out, they gathered together to form a single drop. It was sparkling and translucent, quite a beautiful drop of blood. It seemed to have experienced countless refinements. "Blood of the heart, this is the essence of the essence, he doesn't want to live." Someone cried out. It was the most precious drop of blood from Tame Dragon Child. Once it was gone, not only would his body be gone too, but his true fate would also be damaged. This was a perilous endeavor. Bang! This blood jewel suddenly collapsed. Rumble. The might of high gods ravaged the four directions like a tsunami engulfing everything. The entire earth quaked in response. Buzz. A portal opened and 9 stately figures instantly appeared before Tame Dragon Child. Black flames engulfed the sky and ferociously swept through everything. Just this brutal aura alone could scare the soul out of cultivators. "It's the Tame Dragon Cavalry." A sect master blanched at their arrival. In a short time, so many retreated, some even ran for dear life. This infamous cavalry had a terrible reputation. Just its name alone was enough to frighten people. No, these are just Tao avatars with the wills of the high gods. An ancestor saw through the 9 figures. Alas, these Tao avatars empowered with their wills were still extremely powerful. This was different from a remnant intent. It was nearly the same as if the high gods were here with their real body. Normally, the descendants would only be able to summon Tao avatars from living emperors and high gods. The dead ones could only leave behind their will and intent, not the Tao avatar. Because of this, Tao avatar summoning was much more powerful than the simpler version. Nevertheless, their aura was still enough to crush the firmaments and make the realms tremble due to their sheer number. Are they trying to utterly crush him? The crowd felt their scalp tingling from horror. This cavalry hasn't appeared for a long time now, so their re-emergence was naturally shocking. "Master, he's the one who killed first brother. You must avenge him." Tame Dragon Child grew bolder after seeing these Tao avatars. In the blink of an eye, the avatars stared at Li Chia. Their glare was quite frightening, capable of penetrating all things in this world. "Brat, will you commit suicide or do we have to do it for you?" The largest figure among the 9 asked. "That's Tame Dragon High God." An ancestor immediately recognized the voice and knew who it was despite the figures being unrecognizable. He turned pale even though he was a character of the ancestor level. Tame Dragon High God was quite brutal and had a penchant for torture. Because of this, people were afraid of just hearing his name, let alone his actual voice. Only a bunch of nobodies. Li Qie glanced at the High God and said, "Even if your real body was here, you're only ants in my eyes, yet you dare to hoot in front of me? I should be the one asking, will you all commit suicide or do I have to do it?" Such a matchless domineering style, looking down on even the gods. One with 11 totems was actually called a nobody by Li Qie. Chapter 1908, You Court Death. The 11 totem High God roared, shocking the myriad realms and breaking the stars. The laws of the world wailed, all were nothing before his voice. The experts and beings were quivering. Boom! The 9 high gods attacked together, seemingly part of one being. Their divine flames blotted out the momentum of all creations. In this split moment, all spatial realms and domains were sealed by their flames. Oh Mother! The cataclysmic flames coming out of nowhere scared the hell out of the visitors in Buddhist plane. Personal strength no longer mattered since all would be swept by its might. The strong dropped to the ground while the weak soiled their pants. Boom! The divine flames crazily shrank and gathered in a single spot. A black hole came into being, capable of sucking and devouring all things. Stars were victims as well. They instantly crumbled after being sucked inside and turned to ashes. There was no point in trying to escape. This power was enough to swallow the entire plane. Amitabha. In the blink of an eye, Li Qie placed both palms together for a mudra. There was no overly dazzling Buddhist light and affinity this time around. It was only a faint glow around his body. But he seemed to be crossing through eternity and the river of time itself. This was a being from an old epoch traveling to this world, no longer restrained by the yin-yang in temporal sphere. He still had the same physical appearance with a faint glow. Alas, he had become an everlasting grand Tao, capable of persevering through the epochs to the present day and even the future. He was the start of an epoch, one of Buddhism, that will continue to flow towards the unknown. Buzz. Multiple kingdoms appeared around the plane. Each of these Buddhist kingdoms was massive. One of them was even larger than Pure. Multiple sacred Buddhas were present in each kingdom, spanning from one era to another. They seemed to have come here from the past just to greet Li Qie. Furthermore, trillions and trillions of beings in these kingdoms were quite different from each other with the exception of one thing, their faith in Buddhism. Amitabha. The all-too-familiar chant echoed across exploration grounds. A Buddhist affinity finally permeated throughout the entire area. The Buddhist plane had become dazzling with this light, just like the rebirth of an epoch. In the perilous locations of exploration grounds, many pairs of eyes lit up and turned towards the light. The citizens from the countless eras and the Buddhas were all bowing at Li Qie. The faith of an entire epoch was gathering on him. At this moment, Li Qie, who was still himself, became the creator of an epoch, the master of Buddhist plane. The cultivators instantly kneeled. Li Qie didn't have a divinity suppressing them at all, but they instinctively did so, not wanting to stand up. A grand Buddha with a golden avatar. The princess was aware of the significance. Boom! Li Qie slightly raised his fist and a Buddhist palm descended. It instantly crushed the black hole and went straight for the 9 high gods. You dare! Tame Dragon High God furiously shouted, but the palm was already before them. Boom! Their struggle was meaningless since they were instantly rendered to ashes without the chance to scream. This shocking scene made other high gods and even emperors who were watching tremble in fear. Even though it wasn't their real body, this was still a formidable force, yet it was annihilated with a single palm. These members of the Tame Dragon Squadron were mere ants before him, not enough to do anything. Buddhist plane fell into a silence again. Cultivators were prostrating on the ground without moving in the slightest. They didn't even dare to look up at all. Too weak. Li Qie said leisurely, maybe a 12-will emperor will be able to put up a good fight. Such a nonchalant comment was quite frightening. An 11-totem high god was too weak. The latter part of that sentence was even more domineering. After the Buddhist seed showed its power, some emperors inside imperial change gently sighed. They had nothing to say since they were aware of this thing in Li Qia's possession. The seed allowed him to be invincible in this area since he could control the plane. What was left of an epoch was under his grasp. In fact, when they built imperial change outside of Buddhist plane, they were already thinking about the seed. In the end, none was able to obtain it. This wasn't to say that these emperors were too weak. First, they didn't have the right Buddhist fate. Second, they didn't wish to be involved in the associated karma due to the threat of the heavenly annihilation. At that point, even hiding in exploration grounds would be pointless. The execution would come down and destroy them. This was because the karma of the Buddhist seed was too great. Plus, they were already powerful beings. These emperors wondered about Li Qia's origin to be able to obtain the seed. This turned him into a grand Buddha with a golden avatar in the plane. In the long Buddhist epoch, there were only 9 golden Buddhas. Meanwhile, the plane was still considered part of this epoch. Thus, how strong was a golden Buddha walking in his own epoch? Like Li Qia had said, he would be able to fight against a 12-will emperor. Therefore, both high gods and emperors didn't want to provoke Li Qia, a golden Buddha, in his own territory. Number was no longer a factor, all would be annihilated in a battle with him. Li Qia dispersed the Buddhist light. He was still the same guy as before, as if nothing had transpired. He walked towards Tame Dragon Child, who was paralyzed on the ground. His fear had rendered him unable to crawl and escape. There was no strength left in his body. Naturally, one could also smell urine coming from his trousers. Anything else? Li Qia chuckled and said, "I'm afraid your master and uncle won't be coming here any longer." Tame Dragon Child opened his mouth, but no words came out, for he was stricken with fear. Scheming in front of me? Even the greatest of machination is only a mere speck of dust before me. Just a simple wave of the hand and it will cease from being. Li Qia continued. This was indeed the truth. Most schemes were useless before absolute power. It was akin to a mortal scheming before an immortal emperor, quite a naive and foolish endeavor. Chapter 1909, If there's nothing else, then I'll bid you goodbye. Li Qia chuckled and casually pointed forward. Tame Dragon Child was instantly crushed into a mist of blood. He thought he was smart and had been coming up with schemes ever since Li Qia got the treasure from Hope. He decided to carry out the plan at the Buddhist plane. In his mind, as long as his plan was successful, Li Qia would be public enemy number 1. At that point, Li Qia would need to rely on their master in order to survive. Thus, his treasures would no longer belong to him. But the plan he was so proud of was only a joke in Li Qia's eyes. It was meaningless before absolute power, just like a speck of dust. Li Qia withdrew his gaze and glanced at the chests of treasures on the ground. Take back what belongs to you. They are only scraps, not enough to get in my sight. Any treasure from the Golden Shrine is superior than these things here. No one dared to retort to the rather rude comment. Even Yin Huali was completely silent. They understood that it was only a scheme from Tame Dragon Child earlier. Plus, someone of Li Qia's level had no need for their treasure. As he said, he could randomly pick anything out of the Golden Shrine and it would still be much superior. After Li Qia and the princess left, they quickly took back their treasures. No one dared to grab anything that didn't belong to them because Li Qia's authoritative comment was still lingering in their mind. If Li Qia were to find out of any wrongdoing, they would be dead for sure. Thus, a nonchalant comment from him became the inviolable words of laws. When the two passed by the location of the Buddhist bell, Li Qia gave it another look. It was still hanging in the sky with experts still hiding in the broken space. They were biding their time for the right moment to take it. Li Qiye simply reached out for the bell. Clank! The bell ringed, but it didn't attack Li Qiye. It emitted a Buddhist light with an indescribable sense of harmonization. He easily obtained the bell after the ring like the plucking of a fruit. This astounded the hiding experts and high gods nearby. Everyone knew that the bell was quite powerful, not inferior to any imperial Dao weapon. That's the reason why so many coveted it. Alas, all failed, including low-level high gods, hence the astonishment of the crowd. That's the man who turned into a Buddha. Anyone else taking the bell would instantly be surrounded by the experts here. However, after noticing that it was Li Qiye, they could only bemoan their own fortune. Some even waited for several thousand years here, only for this to happen. This was because they saw the scene at Buddhist Plain earlier when Li Qiye killed gods like crushing ants. Messing with him was simply suicidal. Eventually, these experts dispersed since there was no more chance of taking this bell. Li Qiye gently flicked the bell to remove the associated karma and gave it to Jilin Princess. He said insipidly, "You have a fateful connection with Buddhism, so keep this with you. It will be beneficial." "What about the karma?" the princess blurted out. Even though Li Qiye had removed it, the karma wouldn't disappear just like that and had entered his karmic fate. "The karma I shoulder is beyond your imagination, this little bit can't reach the apex," Li Qiye said, "plus, I can also leave the Buddhist embryo whenever." There was no karma greater than the one in the Buddhist seed in the entire plane, same with the karma of this bell. "Thank you, young noble." The princess regained her wits and accepted the bell. She bowed deeply towards him without refusing the gift. "Ha ha ha, virtuous niece, I didn't expect to see you here at Buddhist Plain." At this time, a boisterous laughter came about. A burly old man landed from above. His eyes were large like a spirit bull, beard long like a horse's mane, but made from steel. This resulted in a mighty package. His gray hair indicated his old age, but he was still as vigorous like a tiger. This was definitely a fierce cultivator. "Uncle Lin." The princess was surprised to see a senior at the plane. "You're here as well." "Ha, little lass. I haven't seen you in a couple of years, but you're so big now. I'll go have a drink at your house later." The old man laughed and said. "Why are you here, uncle?" she asked. "Sigh, don't ask." The old man looked at Li Qiye and smacked his lips. "For a few years now, I've been wanting this Buddhist bell because I do lack a suitable weapon. Unfortunately, I couldn't take it at all. Looks like a waste of time now." The princess understood right away. So it turned out that the guy was hiding in the sky and waiting for the bell. "Young noble, this is my Uncle Lin, a high god." The princess introduced the two of them. "Little lass, don't call me a god. A minor one like me can't get into this Dao brother's sight." The old man laughed and cupped his fist towards Li Qiye. "This little old man is Shi Hunlin, born impure. To be able to meet you in the fortune accumulated from 3 lifetimes." The princess chortled after hearing the old man's humble tone, but she wasn't surprised. Shi Hunlin wasn't much in the presence of an overlord like Li Qiye. Shi Hunlin was a friend of the Jilin clan and was especially close to the princess' father since they got along at first meeting just like old drinking buddies. He was very strong with a set of 3 totems. He was an unreachable existence in the eyes of others. However, he was still humble as ever when talking to Li Qiye despite his old age and great power. He even referred to Li Qiye as Dao brother while calling himself little old man. He had seen Li Qiye's Buddhist transformation process with his own eyes. This was a being capable of meeting God, slaying God. He wasn't much compared to the group of tame dragon high god, who himself had 11 totems. Their avatars got instantly annihilated. Thus, Hunlin didn't dare to be disrespectful with his verbal formalities. Li Qiye only glanced at him and slightly nodded. Others might view this as a lack of courtesy, but Shi Hunlin didn't think so. Someone who was capable of turning into a grand Buddha with a golden avatar was qualified to act so imperiously. Virtuous niece, where are you two heading off to? Shi Hunlin smiled and said. Remote wildland. She answered. His eyes lit up in response, I just happen to have nothing to do anyway, mind if I tag along? Despite asking the princess, his eyes were still on Li Qie because he knew that Li Qie was the decider. The princess also looked at Li Qie, not daring to respond. That's fine. Li Qie chuckled and continued forward. Shi Hunlin immediately got closer, acting like a young servant instead of a high god. He laughed and said, someone like me is not enough to be an appetizer to a ferocious place like remote wildland. To be able to follow brother to this place to broaden my horizon is truly a blessing. The comment was slightly exaggerated, but the wildland was indeed quite perilous. Even high gods wouldn't dare to go there recklessly. Once, a grand emperor with 11 wills had fallen in that place. The group didn't take long before returning to Eternal. The ship captain was standing there and waiting for Li Qie. Go now. After seeing his expression, Li Qie gently waved his sleeve and the princess took her leave. Sir, this is the VIP guest list. When they were finally alone, the captain bowed deeply before handing Li Qie a list. Li Qie flipped the pages and smiled, looks like quite a few of these monstrosities are coming to go all out at remote wildland. They're taking a coffin with them, but I don't dare to guess what is inside. The captain respectfully said. It's useless, whatever they're taking along. Li Qie freely said, the things in the wildland can't be obtained by the likes of them. If they keep on thinking that they'll be able to get stuff from there just because of a little connection due to their origin, they'll die so fast. The captain stood there without daring to ask more. Despite being quite mighty himself, this matter far exceeded him. It was at the level of emperors. Chapter 1910, Li Qie closed the list and gave it back to the captain while commenting, certain things shouldn't exist in this world, but of course, not a few aberrants could do anything to change it. The captain accepted the list without daring to reply. Li Qie said flatly, anything else? The captain quietly said after a brief rumination, the Majesties asks if you need any help in remote wildland, sir. These emperors behind Eternal were naturally awe-inspiring. They could sweep through the 10 realms, never facing defeat. But now, even they had to ask if they could be of service. In this world, people would need to beg for the help of emperors. But now, these emperors were doing the opposite and offering their service to Li Qie. Is this a probe? Li Qie chuckled while staring at the captain, if I say I need help, they'll be able to guess my intention better. No, of course not. The captain quickly waved both hands, sir, please don't misunderstand, this is not our intention at all. Our lords only wish to lend their assistance. The captain was right to be nervous. Even his emperors were very careful, let alone a minor character like him before an overlord. No need to be so anxious. Li Qie waved his sleeve, if I was offended by Qi Gong's group, you wouldn't be standing here in front of me right now. The captain heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. He has been quite afraid, despite not completely knowing Li Qie's true origin. Nevertheless, the upper echelon showed great prudence and this, in turn, scared him as well. Li Qie gazed towards the horizon and said, in the 13 continents, only Qi Gong's group know of my arrival. As for old geezer Qian's group, they wouldn't talk about me with others. Heavenly authority has always been imperious, old geezer Qian is even more unfathomable. The captain nodded in agreement. Heavenly authority was rumored to be one of the strongest organizations, made up of several strongest grand emperors. Many emperors from the heaven race weren't qualified to join it either. Some even said that 10 will emperors in that organization weren't exposed to the real issues either. Only World Emperor and his peers were privy to the top information. Li Qie withdrew his gaze and slowly said, if Qi Gong is aware of my identity, then they should know that I have plans for coming to remote wildland, and of course, they also know that very few things could attract my attention. This lowly one knows nothing about this. The majesties are only worrying that other emperors might join in too, so they ordered me to ask. The other emperors? Li Qiye said, the items in remote wildland are indeed tempting even for emperors. Inevitability is the nature of the world, some things can't be hidden forever. Plus, emperors have divination capabilities. The captain agreed. In exploration grounds, the remote wildland had certain things that even the emperors coveted. Old geezer Qian was aware of his coming, but he wouldn't tell the others. He wasn't a talkative one, and his organization didn't like sharing information either. The ones that knew about his arrival were the emperors that had some relations with him in the past. A few of them probably heard something from the imperial cabinet. The ones behind Eternal knew of Li Qiye's identity, but they were speculating the purpose of his trip. Even though they have met him before, they weren't his confidants, unlike Immortal Emperor Min Ren and the others. Thus, they didn't dare to take action without asking. You can tell our masters that when I need them, I will let them know. But they should know of my personality, I don't like people spying on me. Li Qiye eventually said. Sir, I will definitely send the message. The captain hurriedly responded. As for the other emperors that might come, don't worry about that. If they think about interfering for a cup of soup, then let them come. Li Qiye said, remote wildland is a good place, it needs a few emperors as an offering. High gods alone aren't enough, only emperors are this valuable. With that, he revealed a deep and mysterious smile. The captain shuddered in response. Emperors were usually a taboo topic for others, but as he was listening and looking at Li Qiye, he saw an outrageous illusion. He felt as if emperors were only praise at this moment. Li Qiye was an overlord hiding in the shadows, waiting for emperors to come knocking on his door. Then he would open his massive jaws to devour them. Let's go. Li Qiye told the captain, I never mistreat those who follow me. If there is a big harvest at remote wildland, your masters will also receive their just rewards. This lowly one understands. The captain bowed and said, I will repeat every word. Next, he asked, and about the passengers on the ship, sir, how do you want to deal with them? Let them be. There is an adage for this, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Only at the last second will we know who really is the prey. Affirmative, sir. The captain bowed once more before quietly leaving. Li Qiye contemplated in silence for a while before murmuring with a faint smile, maybe it really is time to offer some imperial blood. Don't blame me for your blindness leading to death. He returned to his room and sealed the space around him. He took out Heaven Reckon and carefully inspected it. This was an extremely heaven-defying treasure, the apex creation of an epoch. Not offensive focus but still amazing enough. He evaluated, it doesn't affect the outcome of a war too much. When one breaks out, others will find more relevant artifacts. This ruler wasn't meant for battle, only a supporting type. Because of this, others didn't try to obtain it despite its nature of being an apex treasure. If it was a paragon artifact meant for war, the emperors would have paid any price to grab it. I guess we'll wait and see the harvest at remote wildland. Li Qiye thought to himself. The trip to Buddhist Plain this time was only out of convenience since it was on the way. Same with Heaven Reckon, his real goal was the wildland. When the darkness comes, the paragon artifacts will surely appear. His eyes were gazing into the distance. He eventually sighed and said, saving the world is not just about wiping away the darkness. No one will be able to do so forever because the darkness in the heart is indestructible. He didn't want to be a savior, but when the time comes, he had no choice but to take a stand. There was no other choice, he wasn't one to sit idly by and watch. Hopefully, a conclusion will come soon. He continued his reflection, at the final moment, we'll find out who are good and bad guys of this world. The world has no idea right now. Good and bad, guardians and saviors, wise sages and devils. The inhabitants of this world simply had no clue. Perhaps the wise sages in their eyes were actually monsters. At the same time, the ones they denounced as butchers were actually the real guardians. But ultimately, morality and judgment weren't something he cared for. He was thinking about how to flatten some problematic people and tying up some loose ends. There were existences slumbering in the darkness, ones far beyond the imagination of men. But he didn't care for them. He'll sweep through everything all the same in this generation. Chapter 1911. After finishing the supply run, Eternal started again on the path to remote Wildland. The Wildland was the last stop of exploration grounds and also its most deserted region. This was naturally due to its notorious perils. Not to mention ordinary experts, even gods and emperors could die in there. During the long journey, Eternal became serene because very few passengers were heading for the Wildland. Even those rich enough wouldn't dare to take this fatal risk. Li Qie cultivated along the way without coming out. Wu Fengying had come to find him several times but was turned away by the princess. He gave an order of not seeing any guest on top of sealing the space around him. Strange enough, Wu Fengying didn't cause trouble either and waited quietly. The princess continued doing her duty well while inside the room was completely silent. This made the princess think that Li Qie was focused on cultivating and understanding the Supreme Grand Tao. Little did she know that the room was actually empty. He wasn't in the room at all and only sealed the space there. In fact, he wasn't even inside Eternal. No one knew when he had left since his whereabouts was untraceable even for 12 Will Emperors. The truth was that even going to remote Wildland was only an excuse. His real goal was to meet a particular person. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was his purpose in Pure. This was a top-secret meeting, no one else was allowed to know about it. In a spatial location unbeknownst to everything was being concealed. Other existences have no way of calculating the things going on in this place, not even overlords and top emperors. It was a secretive location outside of the heaven's eyes. He sat there quietly, seemingly becoming one with this mystical space. Secretive wasn't enough to describe this place. Only two people were aware of its location. One was Li Qie, the other was the person he was waiting for. Even immortal Emperor Min Ren back then didn't know of it. There was a tale inside, one that could never be revealed. Eventually, space fluctuated and the person he was waiting on had finally arrived. This person was just as mysterious as this location. His figure, symbol, identity, and name were completely concealed. No one could ever divine any of it. "You're late," Li Qie said with a smile. He was the only person who knew of this person's identity. "The way is long, it's not that easy to get here. Plus, too many eyes, so leaving home is hard." The person smiled back. "It's time for this generation to come and go," Li Qie said. "Even if it doesn't come, it is still time to end this since you have decided to depart." The person replied. "Indeed." Li Qie smiled. "After sweeping through all the bothersome fellas is when I have to leave so that I can start the final battle without any worries. Are you confident?" The person seriously said, "If you could come back triumphantly, then the problems here are simply trivial, you can dust the away like cobwebs. Who can be completely confident on this path? Too many have tried before but none has been successful. It's not as simple as starting an entirely new epoch." Li Qie replied. The person contemplated in silence and found himself agreeing. No one knew what would be after the final battle even with a victory. "This is my insurance," Li Qie said. "After finishing the problematic ones here, I can continue on with peace of mind. More importantly, even if I can't come back alive, the current darkness won't be around in this place since they would already be taken care of. So, the fate of the world will be up to you in the future in that case. Let's see you and the others can lead the world through it or not." I'm also not a world savior, this path is not for me to protect. The person smiled and shook his head. Who knows? Li Qiye responded, I'm a butcher in everyone's mind. As for emperors like yourself, I'm here the dark hand behind the curtain. You always refuse this notion, but you have always been the one unable to let go. Why not let the world know? The person said. Don't you have a secret identity too? How many are actually aware of it? Li Qiye said, you could have chosen a different path, but you continued on this one. Why is that? My reputation is meaningless to me, it's fine that nothing is left of me in this epoch too. I'm just doing what I want, that's all, not trying to be a savior or a guardian. The person stopped bringing this up because it was indeed their choice. One wrong move and they would be denounced by the world for an eternity. If they were to fail, then they would be branded as evil monsters. Nevertheless, they stuck with their path because without doing so, darkness would descend even before the inevitable destruction in the future. What about those old geezers? They finally got to the point. This was a heaven-shaking plan they have been brewing for a long time now. Hiding quite well. The person replied, they know very well that some emperors won't give up and Jiao Heng's group won't stop either. There is no new information on them and Jiao Heng's group. Don't worry, Jiao Heng won't die so easily. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile, given his personality, as long as it is within his grasp, he'll keep on fighting to the end. These emperors have paid a great price on their path. Their contribution won't be inferior to immortal Emperor Min Ren and those who have embarked on the ultimate expedition. Other invincible immortal emperors such as Jiao Heng chose a different path from the ultimate expedition. This was related to an eternal yet secretive war. Maybe you should find Pure Wood, he'll have even more information. The person said. It's not that easy to meet Pure Wood. He'll appear when the time is right since he has his own plans and calculations. The guy knows his stuff after living for so long. Li Qiye stated. Purewood Divine Emperor was the first Grand Emperor of the 13 continents and also the most mysterious one. No one knew anything about him or even whether he was alive or not. Ultimately, even if they don't want to come out, we'll bait the snakes into living their nest by tempting them with something. Li Qiye said. We'll need to get rid of some emperors first. The person added, whether it be you or me, when the war begins, I can't be sure that everyone will be on our side. Plus, some emperors have made their stance clear. At that point, we might be besieged on both sides. Certainly. Li Qiye smiled, we'll cut off their wings so they can't fly. Remove their fangs as well because if it keeps on growing, we won't be able to lead them out of hiding. We'll lose our chance then. Who do we start with? The person asked. We can't be too obvious in this, right? Li Qiye said, it's fine for us to have a mental list. Kill who deserves death, whether they be a grand emperor or an immortal monarch. Do not allow them to stand on the other side. Chapter 1912, The duo planned many things in their secret meeting place. They discussed the unseen tales relating to the emperors, the important ones with 10 wills and up. The low-level ones weren't qualified to be part of their conversation. The content would shock the entire 13 continents since it involved the great characters from the previous generations. They also talked about the current state of these emperors and their recent movements. For example, which one was creating a supreme weapon? Another was wanting to sneak into an ominous ground. A different one wanting a rebirth. The top emperors must make their stance clear. Li Qiye said solemnly. I agree. The person became serious as well. In the contemporary, the 13 continents only had 4 surviving emperors with 12 wills, Purewood Divine Emperor, World Emperor, Profound Emperor, and Immortal Monarch Yi. Purewood was a dragon whose tail couldn't be seen. He has always been elusive, everything about him remained shrouded with mysteries. As for World Emperor, he has been the Dark Crow's rival for generations. Many emperors were aware of this lifelong rivalry. It might not be that easy. The person said slowly, after Crimson Emperor got rid of one will, it's virtually impossible to find him now. Won't be easy to figure out his stance. One more person should be included when talking about top emperors. Crimson Emperor was the 6th Grand Emperor with 12 wills. He was from the Devil race and took the title of Crimson in order to honor Flame Emperor. For some unknown reasons, he decided to remove one will and became an 11-will emperor. Nevertheless, people remained prudent when dealing with him, not only because he once had 12 wills but also due to his frightening bestowment bloodline. Bestowment was the Devil race's immortal blood. The combination of having 11 wills and this bloodline allowed him to become a dreadful existence, feared by other emperors. Moreover, there was a rumor stating that he had inherited the true immortal armament of Flame Emperor. Flame Emperor was the 3rd to have 12 wills. He was also from the Devil race and had one of the 5 true immortal armaments once. Unfortunately, his life ended due to the heavenly execution. His armament became missing from then on. It wasn't until the emergence of Crimson Emperor there were rumors of him possessing Flame Emperor's old armament. Just imagine, his personal power combined with a true immortal armament. The world believed he was still on the same level with the other 12-will emperors. He was a unique 11-will emperor in this regard. No one would dare to question his capabilities since he had 12 wills once in the first place. Yes, Crimson Emperor has been very elusive. Li Chia nodded, don't worry, I'll find him. If he truly wants to walk the path of Flame Emperor, he'll know the right choice to make. Not sure about Profound Emperor. The person said, his attitude is very unclear about the future and even towards his own divine race and the others. It's not as clear as Heaven Authority, so I'm quite wary about him. Heaven Authority was an organization of Grand Emperors led by World Emperor. Their stance was very clear, to support and prosper the Heaven race. Li Chia said, it is a bit dangerous. 12-will emperors are always being watched attentively. Both we and the enemies want them on our side. If Profound Emperor won't make a choice, then we must kill him. It's a double-edged knife, able of stabbing the enemy's weak spot but also ours. These top emperors had immense destructive power and could change the overall situation quite a bit once they took action. Thus, they were an important topic in this conversation. That's true. We might need to be more forceful because if you were to backstab us when the darkness comes, it'll incite chaos. More prudence is required. The person said. Yes, we're actually quite good on the ancient gods front right now, just need to worry about Profound Emperor. Li Chia commended. I'll be watching each of his actions. The person said, as for Immortal Monarch Yi, no need for me to waste time. I'm sure you know the monarch's stance the best. I can make a decision for Yi. Li Chia nodded, so right now, keep a tight eye on Profound Emperor. If he were to show any sign of joining the enemy, focus all of our firepower to annihilate him. It'll be much more problematic, letting him have a chance when the war breaks out. So be it. The person nodded. They were planning the most shocking battle in this world, relating to the old origin of this epoch. Victory was a necessity, and not a barely won one either. They must completely dominate in the future or they would be powerless to start an ultimate expedition in the future. After numerous discussions, the person finally half-jokingly said, though you are quite heaven-defying and borderline being invincible, it's easy to dodge the spear in the open, hard to avoid a stab in the dark. You need to create an unsurpassable defensive artifact. If someone in the shadows wants to ambush you, ordinary weapons won't do. But who knows if they have a paragon artifact? Even if you could survive, the injuries will still be grievous. At that point, all the emperors might laugh at you, the teacher of Immortal Emperor, for all of his calculating prowess, still got played by someone. Despite the playful tone, there was still a hint of truth. They were aware of the enemy's capabilities. Perhaps it's the right time to create a paragon artifact then. Li Qie chuckled while slightly shifting his gaze. If possible, a true immortal armament will do too. The person said seriously. To which Li Qie responded, now might not be the time, but that's also another possibility. Back then, Min Ren wanted to leave behind his but I refused. We'll talk about this later. If all the conditions are right, the monarch set can work too. There were a total of 5 immortal armaments in the world. Purewood Divine Emperor, World Emperor, and Crimson Emperor all had one. Meanwhile, Immortal Emperor Min Ren took his to the ultimate expedition. The last one belonged to the 6 Dao monarch, but it went missing after his death to the heavenly execution. Many emperors have searched for it before. After all, possessing one would be an immense boost in power. Alas, despite their effort, the set's location remained a mystery. The person nodded. 6 Dao monarch set. We can give that a try. If all options are exhausted later, we'll make the decision then. Isn't this trip to remote wildland an experiment too? Li Qie said with a smile, it doesn't have to be a true immortal armament, the wildland has some good stuff that isn't inferior. We'll see if fortune is on my side this time around. The two continued on for a bit before hitting the next topic. It would be great if we can find Jiao Heng's group for this war. The person said, since we need to be decisive and end the war as fast as possible, with the help of Jiao Heng's group and our own forces right now, we'll have about a 90% chance of victory. Li Qie replied, it's been a long time so that's hard to say but I'm more excited about Geezer Purewood. That old man is more wily than a demon. He'll be the one to do what no one else can. Anyway, I still have hopes that a new 12-will emperor will come out in this generation. Someone you brought here? The person's eyes became serious. Who knows? Maybe someone from the 13 continents too. Li Qie said. The person disagreed, unlikely. Ren Sheng and Jin Ge were good candidates but they have given up one chance. But even if a 12-will emperor were to come out, they would be too inexperienced and unpredictable, unable to resist all the temptations. You know, since that time is coming, the other side is prone to take actions too. It won't be good if this new emperor joins the other side. That's why we need to be able to control who will become the next 12-will emperor. If we can't, then we won't allow for one to appear. Li Qie concluded. Chapter 1913, the two continued to debate and came up with decisions for multiple matters. They left after everything was concluded and used the most secretive method to return to their location. There was no trace left of their journey since they have erased all clues from the temporal spatial sphere. No one had a chance to see or calculate it. Outside of the duo, no one else was aware that this meeting had decided the fate of many on top of deciding the future direction. Even emperors were included in these secret plans. Back at Eternal, Jilin Princess did not allow anyone to get close to Li Qie's room. There were other people waiting in the courtyard as well, one man and one woman. Both were quite young, the woman was Wu Fengying who has been waiting for several days now. Creak. The door opened with Li Qie stepping out. Young noble. The princess heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, she didn't think anything would happen to him but anxiety was still there after the several days of silence. Are we at the wildland yet? Li Qie smiled and stretched as if he had just woken up or got done with a cultivation session. He looked a bit fatigued. However, his fatigue wasn't an act. He had crossed through time and space without leaving any trace behind, this naturally did a number on him. Not yet, still a few more days. The princess hurriedly responded. Li Qie gently nodded in response, good, let me know if you need me. With that, he leisurely turned to go back inside the room. He had already accomplished his goal of meeting that person this time, the remote wildland was only out of convenience. That's why he was in a very relaxed situation. Li, no, young noble Li. Suddenly, Wu Fengying called him back. Li Qiye turned around and looked at Feng Ying, then the man next to her. She looked different today. Normally, she had an armor and looked just like an indomitable warrior, not letting the opposite sex get the better of her. But now, she wore a pink dress that was fluttering in the air and looked quite beautiful. By all means, she was originally beautiful. Alas, violence and domineering were also her ever-present company, so people forgot about how pretty she was. So now, when she wore a regular dress, using kingdom toppling wasn't an exaggeration to describe her. People would definitely fall in love with her at first sight. Her personality seemed to have changed completely today. Each step was graceful, just like her current gentle demeanor. Young noble Li. I was naive and didn't understand the immensity of heaven and earth. I have offended, she bowed and apologized. Li Qiye took a second look at her. This was indeed hard to believe unless one were to see it in person. This woman didn't resemble the old Wu Fengying at all. The princess wanted to laugh but had to hold it in, so she whispered to Li Qiye, "Citadel Lord Wu has been waiting for you for several days now. She is sincerely apologizing." The princess could only put in some good words for Fengying. As for whether their relationship would improve or not, that was outside of her control. Li Qiye looked at the feminine woman and teased, "Am I seeing things? Is the sun rising from the west now? You're like an entirely different person." "Shut up. Don't be so outrageous." Fengying couldn't restrain herself and revealed her true fierce nature. "Image, remember, keep your image in mind. You need to be gentle and soft like water." The man tagging along immediately appeased her. He was quite young and handsome. However, his gestures and demeanor were a bit sloppy and improper. This was clearly not a gentleman. "Gentle my ass." Fengying furiously shouted, "Little Qi, this is your dumb idea's fault. I'm gonna make mincemeat out of you. Sis, everything is hard in the beginning." The youth cheerfully persuaded her in a playful manner, as the saying goes, if you work at it hard enough, you can grind an iron bar into a fine needle. If you want to accomplish your goal, sis, you need to change yourself or there'll be no chance. Look at the princess, she's feminine and pretty, definitely adored by men, am I wrong here? Who knows if this brat was actually trying to help Wu Fengying or was only here to watch the fun show and cause even more trouble. In short, his sloppy appearance gave off an undependable feeling. The princess covered her mouth after hearing the brother-sister duo, not daring to audibly laugh. After hearing the man, Fengying became less angry but was still annoyed. "Li Qiye, it was my mistake last time. Our feud is over, the water in the well won't touch the water in the river from now on." "Sis, wrong again, what is this about water in the well and river? Doesn't that mean the two of you will never meet again?" The youth immediately corrected her, "You should be saying, young noble Li, a gentleman like you should be more forgiving towards a lady like me, what are you two doing?" Li Qiye was a bit helpless watching these two. He smiled and asked, "Is this a play?" "A play my ass." Fengying was flushed red with both anger and embarrassment. Okay, sis. Calm down, you're a lady, you know." Her little brother quickly tugged her arm and consoled. "It's just your stupid plan. I don't want to be a lady." She angrily pulled on her pink outfit. Li Qiye shook his head and interjected, "If you want to undress, I think it is best to go home, then do it. This isn't the place to strip down." She suddenly froze. When she regained her wits, an overwhelming bashfulness struck her. She wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and jump down. "Li, I'll strip if I want to, none of your concern." In the end, her embarrassment turned to anger. "You think you're so cool because you are strong? Fine, we'll fight again. I'll forfeit my life to you if I lose again." She ultimately reverted back to her violent self but didn't lunge at him. Her arrogance was much weaker this time since she was only posturing. It wasn't because Li Qiye was stronger or that she had lost before. There was another reason. Li Qiye chuckled and said, what am I going to do with your life? I'm not the emissary of death. Humph. You just might be. Feng naturally wouldn't attack Li Qie, so she snorted, not knowing how to elegantly resolve this situation while still winning some face back. Li Qie smiled and said, "Fine, let bygones be bygones, I'm not a petty person. Just don't cause trouble later." If he wanted to deal with her, she wouldn't be alive right now. He didn't care for such a trivial matter. At this moment, her brother gave her the thumbs up and gestured for her to try harder. Good, so I'm forgiven. She became braver with her brother's support. Nevertheless, she still didn't dare to look at Li Qie in the eye. Li Qie was quite amused at her demeanor. Is this how someone apologizes? Try harder. This is still not enough of an apology. What more do you want? She shouted in order to hide her nervous state. An apology should be gentler. How can your aggressive tone be considered an apology? Li Qie teased her again. You. She glared back with blushed cheeks. At this moment, the other two thought that Feng Ying would still be furious. However, she hesitated for a moment but still walked forward and let go of her pride. Yes, I was wrong. She finally mustered enough force to say this. It certainly wasn't easy for someone as stubborn as her, since she would rather die than to bow her head and yield before someone. Li Qie sighed in his mind after seeing her lowering her head and said, I already forgot about it and was only messing with you earlier. No need to bend down to achieve something. Be who you are. 1. Mind our own business, but needed to be literal for this next line too. Raw text is Heibai Wuchang, or Hak Bak Mo Song, literally, black and white impermanence, are two deities in Chinese folk religion in charge of escorting the spirits of the dead to the underworld. Leaving this in the raw form doesn't flow as well. Grim Reaper or Reaper was my first choice, but it evokes a Western image. Emissary of Death works, but maybe just leaving it as the black and white impermanence works too. This character does show up in a lot of Chinese literature. Chapter 1914, Li Qie's comment caught Wu Fengying off guard. She stood there awkwardly, not knowing the right words to say. You go, sis, this is good. The younger brother immediately applauded with a smile while quietly speaking, grabbed the opportunity to win the guy over now. Wu Qi. She turned red and turned into a raging dragon again, rushing closer to beat her brother up. The guy immediately squatted down while covering his head to withstand the barrage. Nevertheless, he was still running his mouth fearlessly in order to tease her. Sis, you're too heartless. I'm clearly teaching you how to win a man over, but now, you're hitting me. I won't help you any more then. Shut your mouth. Fengying was in a tough spot. All was well, but now she had acted so weirdly in front of Li Qie, all because of this damn brat. Thus, only more fists raining down on him would make her feel better. Alright, I'll shut up. Wu Qi was still running his mouth despite claiming otherwise. Sis, even if you make me shut up, it doesn't change the fact that you're mistreating your own brother so badly after finding a crush. I'm still your brother. In a short time, the sister continued to punch while the brother grabbed his head for self-defense while endlessly teasing. The princess didn't know what to do besides covering her mouth. This duo can be such clowns sometimes. Fengying eventually got tired and stopped. Meanwhile, despite the battering earlier, Wu Qi was still fine and well. It looked like he had been used as a punching bag for a while now, so he got used to it. After stopping, she noticed that Li Qie was smiling to the side. It made her too embarrassed to look at him, so she glared at her brother again. On the other hand, Wu Qi didn't mind at all and stood there not giving a damn. He patted the dust off his body and stood up. With a relaxed attitude, he came over and bowed deeply at Li Qie. My name is Wu Qi, the seventh in the family. Nice to meet you, brother-in-law. Surprisingly, his gesture was very elegant and appropriate to the occasion, just like a child from a great clan, outside of the last part. The sudden shift in attitude would sometimes make others think that he was putting on an act. Alas, this was just his frivolous style. Idiot! Feng Ying angrily shouted at him while avoiding Li Qiye. Wu Qi immediately got behind Li Qiye, then peeked out his head and smiled at Feng Ying. Sis, remember, be ladylike. If you keep on howling like a lioness all day, you'll disappoint brother-in-law. Feng Ying had the urge to vomit blood, but she didn't dare to give him another lesson since he was behind Li Qiye. Li Qiye smiled and dragged Wu Qi out before giving him the side eye. A powerful bloodline of the citadel, looks like your sect is treating you as the orthodox successor. Wu Qi laughed and said, Ah, brother-in-law, my sister is the main branch. She'll be in charge of the sect, I'm just a nobody. If you're not the main line, then why would they give you their important artifact? Li Qiye leisurely said. Just a coincidence, just a coincidence. Wu Qi smiled wryly and became slightly nervous. He felt naked before Li Qiye's nonchalant gaze. Even his biggest secret had been revealed by Li Qiye. This was truly scary. Humph, you're saying that my Citadel Lord position is unjustified and undeserving? Feng Ying didn't like how he was praising her brother. He looked at her and chuckled, you cultivate the fiendish manifestation so you are qualified to become the Citadel Lord. However, he's definitely the main successor. This is how the Citadel has always been. She snorted and didn't retort. Of course, she was also avoiding direct eye contact the entire time. Brother-in-law, what is this about being the orthodox successor? You're putting it too elegantly. Frankly, I'm just a stallion. If I had the choice, I wouldn't want to be one. Li Qiye ignored this complaint and said, if the two of you keep on messing around, I'll throw you off eternal next time. With that, he turned away. Feng Ying's mouth was open since she wanted to say something as he was walking back into his room, but she didn't have the courage. Once he made it to the door, he suddenly stopped and turned his head. The truth is, that pink outfit is very nice on you, kingdom toppling indeed. With that, he disappeared into the room. His sudden praise left her in a daze. When she regained her wits, she naturally covered her face. Who knows if it was from being shy or happy. She felt that she had lost all face today, not expecting to win a praise at the very last moment from Li Qiye. This was happiness coming too sudden. He, sis, it's looking good. Wu Qi snuck next to her and said, as the saying goes, when a man courts a woman, he must overcome a mountain. When a woman courts a man, there is only a piece of paper in between. I'm sure my sister is too charming. Just keep trying, you got him right where you want him. I'm not listening to you anymore, Wu Qi. Feng Ying gave him a fierce stare, but she was in quite a good mood. There was no ensuing punishment. Big sis Menjing, do you need me for anything here? How about I become your assistant? Feng Ying came over and held the princess' arm with a very obedient and familiar attitude. The princess smiled wryly. She didn't say anything, but she knew full well that nothing would come from this due to Li Qiye's identity. It wasn't as simple as it seemed. Wu Qi saw his sister's action and quickly added, I'm her brother, but I've never seen her act so nice to me, but now, she's trying so hard for a stranger, someone that had even beat her up before. Sigh, women, nothing can save them from love. He seemed quite pleased with this development. Meanwhile, Eternal has been moving continuously and had finally reached remote Wildland. We have arrived at the Wildland. Everyone, get ready. We will be anchoring at the cliff nearby for 1 month before starting our return journey. Please be mindful of the time. The captain's voice echoed across the ship. We're here. A few people became excited and nervous at the same time, especially the first-timers. People rushed out of their room and stared at the land from the deck. Even Jilin Princess immediately stood up and looked around. Time for me to grab a supreme weapon and sweep through the world. Wu Qi started stretching as if he was about to go all out. No need to dream about a supreme weapon. Just seeing the wildland and broadening your horizon then coming back alive is already lucky enough. Only emperors or top-level gods can obtain treasures here. Only the luckiest among ordinary people could actually find something. Shi Hunlin sitting nearby smiled and shook his head. This high god was knowledgeable enough, far more than the juniors. He, with a high god senior like you tagging along, we can do whatever we want here. Wu Qi quickly flattered him. Hunlin said, no need for flattery, a minor god like me is nothing in the wildland. If we stay at the border, I can guarantee your safety to a certain extent, but if you want me to go deeper, that's a no-go. Even an emperor with 11 wills had died in there. My incapable self is not enough for anything. Despite being a high god, Hunlin was amicable enough to converse with other juniors. This was a rare thing. The young ones shuddered after hearing the high god. This wasn't just him scaring them. It's fine, I believe in senior's abilities. Wu Qi was still all smiles. If you want to travel around here, then follow young Noble Li. He's much more reliable than my old bones. In fact, I'm also just tagging along behind him and riding his coattails. Shi Hunlin said. 1. A CN version of hose before brothers. It is flexible enough to use it in any situation too. Qi means 7th. Chapter 1915, Eternal slowly steered for the dock. It was a gigantic cliff. Remember how large Eternal was? This cliff was even more massive, just like a divine wall spanning for billions of miles in this expanse, not allowing anyone to pass. This was the entrance to remote wildland and also the safest location due to this cliff. It could stop any attacking power, so all the ships decided to anchor here. The passengers were staring at the wildland from the observation deck only to see dust storms and fog in the far darkness. It looked as if a gigantic beast was squatting down across the boundless sky. Despite not having a panoramic view, just staring at a single corner was enough to stir the crowd. There were peaks towering to the sky with stars hovering around them. Their pinnacle was located among the depth of the galaxy. It was a majestic and moving scene. However, many of these peaks have been destroyed. Some were cut horizontally, other vertically. Another has been completely uprooted from the ground and was floating in space. Many boulders and debris were just floating around aimlessly. In the sky were many great stars. Upon closer inspection, there were actually galaxies being dragged to this place. Both the stars and the galaxies containing them were annihilated as well. Some stars were penetrated completely as if an ultimate finger strike happened here. Another was trampled from what seemed to be a giant walking across space. Little bits and pieces of remnant stars were everywhere, perhaps an attack had devastated these galaxies. Everyone gasped after seeing the magnificent spectacles in the wildland. They felt that this was worth the trip even without entering the place. Remote wildland, these images engraved into the spectator's mind. These experts exchanged a glance before hesitation struck them. A few first-timers had grand ambition for this place. They even declared that they wouldn't come back before finding something amazing. Alas, after actually seeing the place, they became nervous and feeble. What kind of monstrous power was required to destroy this world ahead? In the past, they have heard the tales of the wildland. It was known to be a perilous place that even emperors might not return from. But of course, experiencing it in person stirred them much more than words and robbed them of their confidence. Do we still want to go? A junior asked his senior. The senior didn't answer, unable to make a decision in a short time. Creak. Li Qiye opened the door and came out. Young noble. The princess quickly greeted him. Li Qiye nodded and looked at the group. Wu Fengying was smiling at him. Today, she had the old suit of armor on, but she was still different from normal. She clearly tidied up more and had a fitting hairstyle for the armor. This made she look much more feminine and even more beautiful. It wasn't a heroic temperament but a gentle one, especially when she revealed her soul-stealing smile. He, brother, are we entering? Wuxia cheerfully asked. Li Qiye glanced at him without answering before shifting his gaze towards the wildland. His place was one of the highest locations on Eternal, so he had quite a good view of the place. Eternal had anchored, but it had also released the stairs for anyone to leave. Nevertheless, no one had actually left the ship due to the dangerous nature of this place. Just the slightest mistake would end with death. Apprehension permeated the atmosphere, but a group suddenly appeared. They were the first to want to depart for the wildland. This wasn't the only thing that attracted attention because their mysterious aura was even more conspicuous. There were only a few dozen people wearing a loose, black robe. They didn't only cover their figure and face but also used a special method to hide everything. Even a heavenly gaze wouldn't be able to penetrate this to see their real appearance. They were lifting what seemed to be a wooden coffin. It was also covered in black cloths. Who are they? Many became curious about this mysterious group. Alas, no one could point out their identity because none of the members was seen previously on Eternal. Perhaps they have never shown their face ever since they boarded the ship, not until it had arrived at remote wildland. Of course, the captain naturally knew who they were, but due to his position, he didn't want to reveal information about his own passengers to others. There's an ominous aura to that group, how strange. Shi Hunlin, who was also standing on the high peak, immediately took interest in this group. He was powerful enough to notice something. Ominous aura? What do you mean? Wu Qi looked over and asked, mysterious indeed, very secretive. Are they doing something they don't want others to know? That's not something you can sense. Hunlin explained, they don't have life essence, not one of us at all. They don't belong to any race. They are members of the Forsaken Blood race. Li Qiye stared at the coffin and revealed without emotion. Forsaken Blood. Hunlin was startled, the race in the legends. They actually exist. They are ancient existences, old beyond your imagination. Li Qiye said. What is this race? Even someone as knowledgeable as Feng Ying hasn't heard of this race before. A very terrorizing race. Hunlin said, according to the old tales, they are a brutal race. Anything that comes close to their nest will certainly be killed. That's why their nests were so feared as places of doom. I have never seen these guys before either because they don't socialize with outsiders. They are an isolated race, very mysterious and bizarre. But some do say that they are bad luck, nothing good will come of their presence. His expression turned serious. Why do people say that? They carry some plague? Wu Qi was full of curiosity. Because they are cannibals. Li Qiye nonchalantly revealed to the excited youth, they eat people alive, not even leaving bones behind. Really? Wu Qi was slightly surprised, but that's not too bad. There are plenty of evil people in this world, there have been cannibalistic experts in the 13 continents before. Because they only eat people. Li Qiye looked at him and said, in order to reproduce, they must eat a different race or they'll go extinct. They have to eat both men and women. Wu Qi was scared out of his mind. They aren't really people, only a bunch of monsters, or dead creatures. Li Qiye said, they don't belong to this world, so reproduction is very difficult. Despite eating and reproducing, their number dwindles down more and more. There was a period when they crazily ate the experts from all the races. The stronger, the better, because they want to refine the essence blood of their food in order to increase the odds of reproducing. Alas, the probability is still very low, so they actually devoured the experts of 18 countries during this period. 18 countries, the princess and Feng Ying shuddered. Chapter 1916, Devouring 18 Countries. Just how many lives were lost from this? Anyone would naturally shudder in response. Even though some experts have killed countless, for murder was a common occurrence in the 13 continents, the immense scale of this was a whole different story. Just imagine, cultivators like them were only food for someone else. I have heard of this. Hun Lin said with a tinge of emotion. Numerous emperors became enraged and personally went on a hunt to kill them. From then on, these monsters had to run back to their nests and rarely appeared again. I didn't expect to see them here now. Li Qiye looked at the group and said flatly, they still haven't given up after so many years and want to try again. Sure, Hun Lin commented, rumor has it that they belong to the dead and are very scary. Those who have seen their real face would be extremely frightened. Can something be that hideous in this world? Hideous is not enough to describe them. Li Qiye answered, they're monsters not belonging to our epoch. It is their fortune that they weren't killed off in the past. A cold glint flashed in his eyes after finishing the last sentence. Really now? Wu Qi remained skeptical and laughed, I have seen ugly people but ugly enough to frighten someone to that level. That's too exaggerated. Try saying that again after you see their real face. Li Qiye replied. Before Wu Qi could answer, Li Qiye suddenly disappeared. In the next second, he was already before the group of Forsaken Bloods. Its fiercest. Since all eyes were on this particular group, someone instantly spotted Li Qiye. What does he want? The majority was still fearful of him after the display back at Buddhist Plain. The group of Forsaken Blood also stopped. They had an austere aura while staring at him but no one spoke up. Remove your veil and show yourself. Li Qiye casually pointed at one member and ordered. However, no one in the group reacted. They were still completely silent like a bunch of dead corpses staring at him. Fiercest is so fierce, not giving a crap about anyone. One spectator pointed out after seeing Li Qiye's domineering act. Looks like I have to do it myself. Li Qiye smirked and raised his finger forward. This strike aimed straight for one of the members. This person was very strong. The word heaven-defying wasn't enough to describe him but he couldn't dodge the particular strike. Li Qiye had locked the temporal spatial spheres in the area. Bah! The strike destroyed the black robe covering him, revealing his true form. The spectator's hair stood on end after seeing the person. This looked like a body with the form of a human but it wasn't made from regular skin and flesh. Bloody tendon strings wove and twisted together as the main structure. When these strings moved, they looked like monstrous insects creeping together. There was no skull. At the top was a bag of flesh resembling a sunflower. It spread to reveal 8 separate petal-like sections with countless thorns growing inside. Roar! The monster howled and tried to bite Li Qiye with its jaw-like head. Moreover, the fleshy thorns inside instantly grew longer like tentacles and formed a hook, wanting to latch onto Li Qiye. Humph! Li Qiye simply snorted with his eyes flashing. The monstrous creature suddenly retreated back to its spot after seeing his glare. It was as if it had met its nemesis and didn't dare to take half a step forward. This creature was blessed with a keen sense so it knew of its opponent's power. It covered itself with another concealing black robe. Ugh! Someone vomited at this time after seeing the monster's appearance. It was truly disgusting. Oh mother, what the hell is that thing? Numerous felt their legs trembling and turned pale from fear. The Forsaken Blood race. An ancestor from a bigger sect recognized the identity of the monster and became frightened. Sir, we are only here to offer our respect without any nefarious intention or anything out of line. If we have offended you in any way, please let us know. A different individual shrouded in the same style came out. Judging from its voice, one could tell that it was quite old. It's nothing, I only want the world to remember your real face. Li Qiye said. The guy pondered for a moment and eventually said, Sir, bothering you is not our intention. Please excuse us. It was hard to connect this humble tone to the creature's appearance. One would think that it was a gentleman speaking. I have never judged a book by its cover. Li Qiye replied, I only want the world to remember an old tragedy, that there are those with insatiable desire hiding in the darkness. The creature took a while before answering in the same polite tone, we do not dare to have evil thoughts, we only wish to live on in desolate places. Li Qiye smiled and stopped troubling them. He took one step and returned back to his peak. The group of Forsaken Bloods didn't dare to linger and quicken their pace. They disappeared into the wildland. People were watching them the whole time and were still afraid even after they were gone. What are those monsters? I've never heard of them before. One person asked. Does this race want to come out again? It'll be a disaster if this is the case. No, I must tell the ancestors. Looks like Fiercest has good intention, wanting to warn everyone about the return of this race. One ancestor found the whole thing dreadful. Did your legs tremble? Li Qiye looked at Wu Qi after returning. I'm still okay. Wu Qi smiled in response. Though his legs didn't tremble, it wasn't a good feeling, as if he had swallowed a fly on accident. Quite a nauseating experience. They haven't shown themselves in a long time. Why are they here? Shi Hunlin felt unease. This is, in a sense, returning to their root. Li Qiye looked at the wildland and answered, they came with a plan this time. If successful, it might be a disaster for Pure. Is this the legendary darkness? The princess' heart skipped a beat. Li Qiye had mentioned the darkness several times, so she thought of it after seeing this race. They're not qualified to be called darkness. Li Qiye said, when the darkness comes, they are only mere ants in comparison. The princess had no response. She knew nothing about the darkness, but one thing was for certain, this darkness was of an apocalyptic nature. Damn, such a race actually exists. Where did they come from? It took a while before Wu Qi finally relaxed. They aren't really considered a race, just near-dead monsters. Li Qiye revealed, their origin is over there. He pointed at the wildland. What? Isn't that impossible, from the wildland? Wild bloods are indeed around, but they can't leave this place. Hunlin was surprised. This is a remnant epoch, their time is long gone now. Nothing from this epoch can appear and walk on this world again. The moment they come out, billions of years would pass by, turning them to ashes instantly. Li Qiye paused for a bit before continuing, however, an ambitious group had an incredible idea. They wanted to bring wild bloods from this place to the outside world by using a heaven-defying method to breed the creatures here with living beings. This gave birth to a new existence, but it was still going against the heavenly Tao. The end result was this near-dead abomination with difficulties reproducing, the Forsaken Bloods. Chapter 1917, What did they want to do? Shi Hunlin shuddered and asked, was it an attempt to create an entirely new race and life? After speaking his mind, he quickly added, the heaven would never allow such a thing. Life creation would definitely incite a disaster, a tribulation not inferior to the heavenly execution. He thought about many things at this moment. After all, as a high god, he had contact with many things to broaden his knowledge, unlike weaker beings. Eventually, a dreadful legend came to his mind with questionable authenticity. However, he didn't dare to think or ask more about it since it pertained to too many things, such as the origin, wise sages, and all the races. No race was spared from being involved in this legend. Thus, he rather feigned ignorance instead of pursuing its validity. He wasn't the only one in history who chose to do so. Other high gods and even emperors didn't want to face it. As for the juniors present, they didn't come up with something of this level since it was beyond them at this moment. The Forsaken Bloods want to return to their root? What is their goal? He murmured again. Just ignore them. Li Qiye chuckled, a few things are beyond anyone's grasp, especially the monstrous things hiding in the dark. Rumble. Suddenly, a large fleet has arrived and also anchored by the cliff. The War Monarch's fleet, a full branch even, what do they want? Someone asked in astonishment. This great fleet was indeed from the War Monarch clan, evident by the insignias on the ships. Heavenly Phoenix Princess and Jean Gu were standing on one of them. The fleet also had an armored legion within. Each member had an opposing aura, resulting in a flood of steel that could sweep through the world. It was quite mighty. This is the great army of the War Monarch clan under the princess' control. Many were surprised to see this. Jean Ji's eyes were as bright as divine lamps. He stared straight at Li Qie. Fellow Taoist Li, I wish to fight you before becoming an emperor. It is time to settle our feud. Jean Gu declared. Everyone could clearly hear his challenge. All eyes were on the two since their feud was very well known. The spectators were eager to see a fight already. We can do that whenever, no rush. Li Qie leisurely said. I'm afraid that once I become a grand emperor, my victory will be a hollow one. Jean Gu said, you might have impeccable techniques, but once I'm a grand emperor, I'm sure I'll be able to dominate you outside of the Buddhist plane. You won't be able to take me on then. Don't be so sure. Li Qie smiled and said, since you are so confident, then go shoulder the heavens' wills, then come and challenge me. Right now, you won't be able to witness my true invincibility. I am giving you a chance to do so, become an emperor first. The crowd gasped after hearing this. Many believed that Jean Ji's ascension was inevitable. But now, Li Qie said that only by becoming an emperor would Jean Gu be able to challenge him. That's some confidence. Jean Gu fell into a silence as if pondering Li Qie's statement. The princess standing next to him grabbed his hand tightly and nodded her head. The two of them didn't need words, just their gestures alone spoke volume. Very well, if fellow Taoist believes so, then I won't dare to overestimate myself. Wait until I become an emperor, I will see your invincibility myself. I'll be waiting. Li Qie smiled. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to restrain themselves right now. They had a great army and an amazing backing. There was no need to fear anyone, including an emperor. Under this absolute advantage and seeing their father and brother's murderer, anyone else would have commanded the army to attack for vengeance. However, the princess didn't do so. Despite possessing the military authority, she set her personal hatred to the side and valued her husband's ascension more. Even if her husband wanted revenge, she wouldn't ask him to do so since it was a risk towards his imperial path. Her personal feud was not worth it, in her mind. Fellow Taoist, we'll meet again at the top. Jean Gu cupped his fist towards Li Qie and solemnly said. Li Qie simply nodded and didn't say anything else. Rumble. The legion on the fleet gathered together and followed Jean Gu into the wildland. What are they doing? Jean Gu want to reach the deeper areas. Some speculated. No one knew his purpose. Some guessed that he came to find treasures while others thought he wanted to fight. He wants to become an emperor. Li Qie said while looking at the army. What? I haven't seen the signs of the heavens' wills gathering. Wu Fengying said. She didn't notice that her tone had become much gentler. Here, one can directly open the heaven, no need for the gathering. Li Qie said. But it's so dangerous here, they might lose their entire army. The princess was puzzled. This army might seem monstrous, but it wasn't enough to do anything in the ferocious wildland. 2 reasons. Li Qie explained with a smile, because he had given up one chance, so the second time won't be easy. He is ambitious enough to want to shoulder 4 wills at a time. Thus, he requires the help of this place. Secondly, emperors do not want to come into being. He stared at the sky and said, they are all afraid of the heavenly execution, but that's not the case in this place. This is why so many emperors gather here. So Jean Gu actually managed to invite his clan's emperors to be his Tao protectors. That's quite incredible. He'll be able to do it for sure with their help. Wu Qi understood and said enviously. These emperors are going all out here in order to help Jin Go become an emperor. Li Qie chuckled. Given his strength and the protection of his emperors, it would be hard for him not to become one. Shi Hunlin nodded, looks like the only variable is how many wills he'll get. In the 13 continents, emperors had 3 chances of shouldering the heavens' wills. 4 was the max, this was dependent on their own strength. Due to the ambush last time robbing Jin Gu of his ascension, both he and the clan were much more prudent this time. Failure was not an option for them because after failing 2 times, there was essentially no chance for a third. Because of this, the clan mustered all of its effort to invite their surviving emperors to help Jin Gu. Even though he was a descendant, it wasn't that easy to ask an emperor to come out. In fact, this was a rare exception. One could only imagine the effort they have spent to do so. Chapter 1918, Li Qie smiled and said after the army had entered the wildland, "Let's go, time to broaden your horizon." He exited Eternal afterward. "Finally, I'm coming for the treasures and fortunes, all are mine." Wu Qi laughed heartily and ran out like the wind. The rest also followed Li Qie and were much calmer compared to Wu Qi. First, it was Jin Ji's army. Now, it was Li Qie's group. This emboldened the crowd, so many began to enter as well. The juniors in Li Qie's group took a deep breath. The air here gave them a different and unimaginable feeling. After inhaling, there seemed to be something burning, not in the lung but the soul. Something was cruelly heating their soul, causing a deep-rooted pain to emanate. All the visitors felt the same way, this ominous pain of the soul. "What's going on?" Wu Qi was scared out of his mind. "I feel like someone is ripping out my chest." Li Qie walked on the muddy ground and answered, "It is a wail of lament, cries of anguish bemoaning a fate worse than death from trillions of dead beings, never entering the reincarnation cycle or see the light of day. Even time can't get rid of them." Wail of lament. Wu Qi shuddered after hearing this because this was indeed the feeling going on in his mind. The wildland was both vast and magnificent. However, it was shrouded by dust storms and fog. The storm wasn't gray in color but black with a violet shade. Even the mud on the ground carried this peculiar hue, one resembling the color of dried blood. As one breathed in and sniffed carefully, they would also find a musky sensation with a faint stench. "There's a stench of blood." The princess quickly noticed, then took a look at the sky and ground. Indeed, a very old one that didn't go away. Li Qie nonchalantly said. She looked at the general color of this land and had a terrifying thought, this whole plain is stained with blood. Right, blood once stained this entire world. Li Qie said while looking at the distance. How can that be? This amount of blood would require a massive army attacking the wildland in the past. Wu Qi blurted out. Who says it is the blood of an expedition army? Li Qie replied, it is their own blood, the ones from the epic. Do elaborate. Wu Fengying said with surprise. It's very simple, just a harvest. His eyes became profound. It was a golden age with prosperity and peace, one worthy of praises. However, at the apex of that epoch, when everyone thought that it was the height of their civilization, in just one night, someone harvested the lives of countless experts, invincible gods, and all beings. A war broke out that ended with the destruction of the Golden Age and heralded a Stone Age. Very few lucky survivors remained. We don't really know what happened, but the survivors began to forget about this whole ordeal. He sighed after telling this story. Who was the Reaper, and why? Wu Qi asked. Why? Li Qie looked at him and explained, you're only seeing one era. When you take a look at an epoch as a whole, you will find that this was an ordinary harvest right on schedule. Wu Qi didn't expect this answer. Things like this happen again and again during an epoch. An age of prosperity is left with virtually nothing. They struggle to reach prosperity once more, but of course, as the saying goes, what goes up must come down. The harvest will return. Li Qiye smiled and said. A type of cycle? Feng Ying joined in. Shi Hunlin understood the mysteries behind the scene, just a farm, the golden era and everything else. An era, from weak to strong, it is like you are feeding some cows. When they grow fat and big, it is time to kill. Treating so many beings as livestock. The juniors were stunned in horror. It was quite terrifying and nauseating to imagine themselves in the same situation. A cycle of weak to strong to a harvest, until the end of that era. Li Qiye commented. Who harvested that era? A god or devil? The princess asked. No gods or devils in this world, it is all in the heart. They themselves did it. Li Qiye said emotionlessly. They harvested themselves. Everyone did that. How come no one tried to stop it? Feng Ying had to ask. There is no savior in this world. Li Qiye smiled. He had said this phrase too many times so it became second nature. Nevertheless, this nonchalant statement did carry underlying facts. Only the princess really took in the phrase because she had heard it multiple times. Feng Ying had a different reaction. She shuddered and felt her scalp tingling. There are no brave warriors. No saviors. Wuqi didn't accept it. After all, he came from an imperial lineage and believed that his ancestral emperors would come to save them in time of trouble. Warriors. Li Qiye was in the mood. Have you heard the story about a warrior turning into a dragon? What story? Wuqi didn't understand. There was an evil dragon, demanding a village to offer it a virgin every year. Brave warriors tried to kill it each year but all have died. In 1 year, a warrior walked on the path to slay the dragon again. However, a village quietly followed him this time. Inside the nest, the village saw countless treasures and that the warrior had killed the dragon with his sword. He then sat on the dragon's corpse and stared at all the dazzling treasures. Scales slowly grew on his body, then a tail, and he finally turned into an evil dragon. He went on to conclude, however, I do want to add that the warriors won't necessarily kill the dragon before becoming one themselves. Just looking at the treasures alone could turn them. Li Qiye gently sighed at this point. Shi Hunlin wistfully murmured, many cycles causing blood and anguish to blot out the sky. No wonder why this stinging pain exists in the wildland. The hatred and wails won't go away. The juniors wondered how long this harvest cycle had lasted and how much blood was required to stain this entire world. They naturally became creeped out and thought that this was even more terrorizing than hell. Wuqi shuddered and asked, what were they harvesting? Just riches and treasures. When you're standing at the apex, you think you will care for any treasure? It is all for survival. Li Qiye revealed. Survival? Wuqi couldn't connect the dots. No point in thinking about it now. When you reach that level, you will understand. Being aware of it will only stress you out. Just work hard and when that day comes, everything will be clear. Li Qiye looked at Wuqi who was lost in thoughts and leisurely said. Chapter 1919, even though the group continued on behind Li Qiye, the atmosphere has become quite heavy. No one said anything because his tales were still looming in their mind, though they did have a different opinion about it. One thing was for certain, the future was definitely ominous. There was a crowd building up in the wildland. Despite being aware of the dangers, no one would easily give up the chance for a visit. It had the best treasures that would benefit someone for a lifetime. Moreover, they didn't come alone. Strength in number gave them courage since some groups had high gods as well. They began searching for fortunes and treasures. To a certain extent, greed was completely understandable due to the level of treasures found here. Some of the items could even suppress imperial weapons. How could people not feel their heart beating faster from just thinking about them? It was beyond personal gains, even their sect would benefit from it. This was the reason why so many adventurers came to the wildland all along. Of course, they were true experts with no lack of high gods and emperors. There were already many people here already outside of the passengers from Eternal. A few true experts were guarding certain places because it wasn't their first time here. They knew where the treasures were from previous experiences. Ah! While Li Qia's group was crossing a sand dune, there was another squadron with several hundred people. The sand suddenly caved in and all of them got swallowed. Miserable screams echoed from the hole. With a buzzing noise, the sand came together again and the hole disappeared. It was a pitiful end for these experts. Damn! There's a monster down there. Wu Qi faltered several steps back and said in shock. If you keep on backing up to the left, then there will really be a monster. Li Qiye said flatly while the youth was afraid, we're walking on its spine right now. Keep walking left and another head will eat you alive. Wu Qi felt his legs giving in after hearing this. He shuddered and said, Big bro, that's not really funny. Who says I'm joking? Li Qiye answered flatly, this is a hibernating beast underground. You want me to wake it up for you to see? No, I'm just kidding, I believe you. Wu Qi immediately begged. As they crossed the desert, a buzzing noise came about and countless mist of blood spewed out from the ground. The adventurers here screamed from being melted after making contact with the mist. Their flesh peeled from their body and fell down, piece by piece. In the blink of an eye, they were liquefied and flowed into the ground with the bloody mist. What the hell is that? Jilin Princess, who was safe and sound next to a cliff, became afraid. No wonder why people said that the wildland is too dangerous. It looked like this was indeed the case. If it wasn't for Li Qiye, they could have died many times now. Of course, the wildland wasn't crushing all the intruders. Some came sweeping by with an unstoppable momentum. Rumble. A series of explosions blasted across the land. There was a fierce battle waging on a mountain piercing the sky. Two people were fighting there and rampaging across the stony peaks. The earth was being ravaged beneath their might. One was a human while the other was a being whose body was as red as blood. The old human was a high god with a set of 6 totems, allowing him to use the power of anima. With his great armor, he was able to control the momentum everywhere. Each of his techniques had immense power. The bloody being had a human form, but who knows what race it was from. There were bone spurs protruding from his back with a pair of wings. The wings have rotten already, but their flap could still engulf the world in fire. Its weapon of choice was a spear with great agility. It could pierce through the star and the earth with a single thrust. Nothing could stop its sharpness. There was a pagoda near their battlefield. This pagoda was also completely red, seemingly had blood dripping down on the outer walls. It emitted an eternal aura. The two might be fighting over this treasure. Its soaring stream high god, an amazing expert from the last generation. Shi Hunlin immediately recognized him and was surprised. This battle was at a stalemate and wouldn't end any time soon. Die. The high god took out a towering peak and slammed it on the humanoid being. Meanwhile, the being thrust up its spear towards the peak. Rumble. The spear shattered the peak and continued for the high god. The latter retaliated by forming a mudra with both hands before slamming it down. What is that creature? Wu Qi was surprised to see this being going evenly against a high god. A wild blood. Shi Hunlin explained, an indigenous race here. Rumor has it that they sleep underground and excavation might wake them up. Once awakened they will fight the adventurers to the death. Are there a lot of them? This prompted the next question from Wu Qi. Who knows? But luckily, they can't leave the wildland or it would be really scary because an 11-will Grand Emperor had been killed by them before. Shi Hunlin said. Li Qiye added, their only existence is left over from an old epoch from surviving the disaster. However, They have to live inside their own epoch, never coming out and often in hibernation. The accumulated time wouldn't be kind to them the moment they step out of this place. That's good then. Wu Qi heaved a sigh of relief. Speaking of that 11-will Grand Emperor, I'll take you all to see him. Li Qie smiled and stopped watching the contest between the wild blood and high god. The group became excited right away since they have heard of this shocking legend long ago. Finally, the group climbed an exceedingly high mountain. One could see the crevice of the sky and the galaxy on this pinnacle. The Grand Emperor fought over there. Li Qie pointed over yonder. The group followed his finger and saw a massive land ahead with a shattered landscape. It had been flattened completely. Even the orbiting celestials weren't spared. This battle had turned this location into ruins. Moreover, there was a terrible murderous aura permeating the place. Even after millions of years have passed, it was still lingering around and killing all intruders. Even a high god like Shi Hunlin wouldn't be able to withstand it and enter the battlefield. There were thick spears pinning on the ground. It looked like someone was throwing them down from above in order to nail a certain creature underground. Upon closer inspection, they weren't spear but rather large imperial laws. In the middle of the battlefield was an unbelievable ocean of blood. Who knows if the blood belonged to the emperor or the creature? Inside the ocean stood a towering skeleton. Its head was touching the sky while its feet ravaged the earth. Only bones were left due to the withering of time, but it still emitted an untouchable aura of a grand emperor. This emperor had a spear as white as jade. It ruthlessly pierced to the deepest part of the ground, wanting to reach the core itself. It emitted the destructive aura of an emperor with an all-destroying bloodthirst. Chapter 1920, The gods under the heaven would be instantly nailed to death by this jade spear. There was no questioning its murderous property. Even an expert like Jilin Princess or a high god like Shi Hunlin felt their legs weakening while staring at this spear. After seeing the spear, people finally realized where the murderous aura on this battlefield was coming from. The group took a deep breath. Though this emperor had died for who knows how long now, people still had to look up to him. An instinctive sense of respect would come right away and some would have the urge to prostrate. Cycleless Devil Emperor, Hunlin bowed deeply with great reverence, an invincible emperor, only to die away from home. The rest of the juniors followed suit and bowed emotionally as well. It was shocking for an invincible emperor to die here, but the even more astonishing thing was that he still maintained his battle stance. This pose seemed to be telling the world that he was fighting till the very last second. There weren't that many 11-will emperors in all of the 13 continents. Only the top emperors could take someone of this level down. However, his death was certainly proven despite how unbelievable it was. The princess became sentimental because the strongest in her clan, Nightfall Immortal Monarch, also had 11 wills. She was the pride of their clan. She had never seen Nightfall before, but today, the corpse of another 11-will emperor moved her. What the hell killed Cycleless Devil Emperor? Wu Qi said with trepidation. He found it hard to believe that anyone could take him down. A supreme overlord from the old epoch. Li Qie said, it could also be considered the ruler of the wild bloods. This battle was incredible and shook the heaven and earth. In the end, the overlord and the emperor took each other down in the last second. The final move of the emperor was to refine his 11 wills into this spear and completely annihilated this overlord, not allowing it to have a reincarnation cycle again. The group was stunned to hear this, as if they could imagine the wondrous battle again, especially the final move of the Devil Emperor. They were fixated on the jade spear. In the beginning, they thought that it was an imperial Dao weapon. Who would have thought that it was made from 11 wills? But in turn, this also showed the desperateness of the situation and the might of his foe, necessitating this final choice. These wild bloods are that strong. The competitive Wu Fengying was startled as well. So many people wanted to become a powerful emperor, but how many actually made it and gained 11 wills at that? This overlord isn't even the strongest one. Li Qiye said flatly. What? Wu Qi jumped from fright. Just what thing is stronger than this one? How much stronger can it be? That depends on which blood overlord. If it is the strongest of them all, even a 12-will emperor would want to stay away. Li Qiye revealed. The group was naturally astounded by this sentence. Even Hunlin found it astonishing. In their mind, the top emperors were certainly unbeatable, but there were beings that they didn't want to mess with. Just how monstrous were these overlords? Well, what are these overlords? Wu Qi spoke with trepidation. There are characters even stronger than 12-will emperors. Li Qiye didn't answer, his gaze wandered into the horizon as if he was piercing through time itself. After a long time, he said slowly after judging the surrounding area, "You all can take a look here. All the wild bloods are gone after the battle, so there is no danger here. Excavate or whatever and test your luck, see if you can find a thing or two. And you, young noble?" The princess was surprised. "I'm off to another place." To which he answered before disappearing into the sky. "Sigh, this guy, not reliable at all. Leaving us in this place all alone in this central area, what if some monsters come and eat us?" Wu Qi sighed and tried to be funny. Pop. Wu Fengying delivered a slap on the back of his head and glared at him. "Even if you don't open your mouth, no one will think that you're dead. Sis, you're really forgetting about your brother after finding a crush. You're not anything now, but you're already taking his side all the time. What happens once you two are actually married? You won't even look at your little bro at that point." Wu Qi quietly pouted. "You keep on running your mouth and I'll rip it off," she shouted with a rosy complexion from both anger and shame. I'll stop. Wu Qi's neck tightened from fear and smiled awkwardly. Shi Hunlin smiled and shook his head after seeing the two siblings. "It is your fortune to be able to follow young nobly. Others don't have this luck. The fact that he even looks out for the two of you might be due to the accumulated karma and blessing of your ancestors." He, senior, I'm curious. Why are you so respectful towards him? You're still a high god with 3 totems, a prestigious character no matter where you go. Does he have some big background? Wu Qi asked. He was young and carefree, so he didn't read deeper into the situation. There are countless experts in the world, a minor god like me is nothing, only an ant to a few existences. Hunlin smiled and said, "But I am not in a position to comment on young noble Li. What's next is up to your own fortune." Shi Hunlin didn't wish to talk about a character of this level. Although he didn't know of Li Qia's identity, Jilin Princess had warned him, so he knew that this was a supreme overlord, someone he could only look up to. "Let's go and test our luck." The princess smiled and said. She also wanted to change the topic. After all, one shouldn't talk about these overlords. Plus, she wanted to make use of the time and search for their own treasures. At this moment, they were deep in the wildland. This was either near or the central area. Ordinary experts couldn't reach this place at all. If it wasn't for Li Qia leading the way, it wouldn't have been a peaceful journey at all. This place was quite calm because the battle back then was too destructive. All the slumbering wild bloods were gone now, so it was very safe. Wu Qi was very excited and searched everywhere. He looked around all the mountains and even pushed up one of them. Your dragon citadel has plenty of treasures, no need to force it so much. Shi Hunlin couldn't help but laugh at Wu Qi's attempts. Wu Qi cheerfully smiled back, he, senior, you don't get me. The imperial weapons from our sect ultimately belong to our forefathers. Even if I will inherit them one day, it won't be my personal achievement. If I can find something here that can suppress those imperial weapons, it would be a glorious matter, a true feeling of success, and a way to earn real respect. It's nice to be young. Hunlin cheerfully replied. Compared to Wu Qi, who was trying too hard, Hunlin was leaving it up to fate. He was only casually searching because he knew if there were really treasures in this place, they were waiting for the fated ones. Someone of his level was very aware of karma and fate. Chapter 1921, Wuxi's group continued to search but there was nothing here outside of mud and soil. Sigh, it would be so nice if I could take that spear. Wuxi swallowed his saliva while looking at the spear created from 11 wills. In your dream. Shi Hunlin shook his head. This type of destruction is untouchable since it's the ultimate move of an emperor before death. It contained the might of the heavens' wills, the emperor's might and intent to fight to the very end. This is the most stubborn of all intents, not to mention us, even a 12-will emperor wants no part of it. The karma of this thing is too much, or someone would have come here to bury the emperor. No one can touch this ultimate murderous attack, that's why the emperor's corpse is still here. He gently sighed at this point. An 11-will emperor was highly respected and had his own descendants. Alas, no one had given him a proper burial in the present day. It wasn't because his children were unfilial but because they were powerless in doing so. The group stared at the emperor again and felt great remorse for the pitiful end of this once great being. Rumble. Suddenly, an imperial aura ravaged the world. A resplendent great path paved out across the sky just like a bridge as if it was made from divine crimson flame metal. Boom! A person walked across this path. Each step shattered the nearby laws. It was a youth seemingly younger than even Wuxi, around 15 to 16-year-old. Alas, he had a surging imperial aura with the crown of an emperor. He had 3 long swords on his back. They were exuding massive energy with 3,000 Tao floating around each of them, seemingly capable of upholding 3,000 worlds. Though the swords were sheathed, they still gave off the feeling that one slash from them could cut through everything. Each of his steps was enough to crush the world, rendering others out of breath. The weaker cultivators would drop to their knees instantly upon seeing him. This was a real grand emperor, but more astonishingly enough, he was here in person, not a Tao avatar. The presence of an emperor made the spectators silly. But strangely enough, this emperor didn't hide his imperial aura at all. He let it ran wild and ravaged the world in an arrogant manner. It gave everyone a negative impression of him. Though emperors were invincible, many didn't have this type of attitude. They were as calm as a mountain. This certainly wasn't the case for this particular one. He was domineering and spirited, doing whatever he wants without any scruple. Oh mother, who is that genius? A grand emperor at such a young age? That's heaven-defying. How come I haven't heard about this imperial bestowment recently? Wuxi shouted and said. That's wild lad heaven emperor, not one from this generation. Shi Hunlin looked at the emperor traveling away from them and said, after so many years, he is still as arrogant as before. No improvement in his character. Wild lad. I've never heard of this grand emperor. Wuxi became curious. Bam! Wu Fengying slapped his neck again and gave him a mean glare. That's because you ran off and played while father was teaching us about the history of the emperors in Pure. Wild lad is the most famous grand emperor in Pure, forever recorded in the historical annals. He shouldered the heavens while at 30 years of age. That's quite an accomplishment. Holy crap, at 30. That's a supreme genius then, he must be an 11-will grand emperor. Wuxi was shocked. No, he only has 1 will. Shi Hunlin shook his head in amusement. What? Wuxi almost got drowned by his saliva after hearing this. He eventually regained his wits and said, Senior, are you kidding me? A grand emperor at 30 is peerless. Even the emperors from our citadel can't match that. How could there be an emperor with only 1 will in this world? No way. Remember that emperors had 3 chances to shoulder the heavens' will. For example, someone as talentless as Holy Emperor still had 3 wills. Thus, how could this genius only end up with 1? That's why he'll always be remembered in history as an unprecedented and unreplicable emperor with 12 palaces but only one will. I'm pretty sure no one has accomplished this before, not just limited to pure but all 13 continents. Wu Qi was slack-jawed from hearing this, 12 palaces but only one will. That's so illogical. Mortal reversion ancient god ordered for his death, is that true? Feng Ying asked a different question. She was aware of the emperor's tales. Yes, mortal reversion ancient god gave that order which led to the current situation, a unique marvel across the ages. It's already amazing that he is still alive right now. Hun Lin happily explained. Well, what had actually happened? Senior, tell me already. Wu Qi felt the curious bug biting him. Humph, it's your fault for sneaking out during the history lessons. Feng Ying glared at him again, to which he only responded with an awkward smile. Sure, Hun Lin didn't mind at all. He found a place to sit down and elaborated. Wild Lad was an amazing genius from an imperial lineage with 3 emperors. He showed incredible talents at a young age. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Jin Guo and Ren Sheng would be completely overshadowed by him. To that extent, Wu Qi was shocked. Both Jin Guo and Ren Sheng were top talents in the contemporary, but they were still inferior to him. Only the word devilish could be used to describe his talents then. At the tender age of 10, he finished cultivating all the merit laws of his 3 grand emperors. At 15, he was simply untouchable. Yeah, you tell me. Hun Lin said. So devilish. Wu Qi had to admit. Everything went smoothly for the emperor since he was unstoppable even before shouldering the heaven's will. Opponents were easily defeated, those from the same generations couldn't compete at all. As for the older experts, he only needed to cultivate for 10 days or so before immediately catching up and beating them. Due to his talents and easy path, he became imperious and looked at the world in disdain. His attitude has always been the same, as you can see earlier, arrogant and blatant. Hun Lin shook his head in disapproval. Well, can you really blame him? Anyone would act arrogant like that if they were in his shoes. Same for me too. Wu Qi stated. Yes, an easy life is not always a good thing. Hun Lin nodded. At the age of 30, on the verge of shouldering the heaven's will, he did have a particular rival, but he annihilated this genius and also the guy's sect, completely fearless at this moment. In his craziness, he raped a lucky survivor, a human girl, from the sect. Hun Lin paused for a moment before continuing. On the second day, he went to obtain the heaven's wills. This is actually a very tiny matter, but no one expected that this girl had the bloodline of mortal reversion ancient god. She then went to find the ancient god. Mortal reversion ancient god, Wu Qi said, from our 100 races, the 4th person in the world to have 12 totems, the pride of the demon race. Yes. Sure, Hun Lin confirmed, even though her bloodline was very distant from the ancient god, separated by countless generations, but the ancient god became furious after finding out and ordered for Wild Lad's head. Meanwhile, the young emperor had only gotten 1 heaven's will. Everyone believed that he could get 4 this time, but the generals under the ancient god interrupted, so he had to give up. 1. Characters for crazy/arrogant/wild and the 1 for young master. This is a very common title for modern CN novel. For example, Unbeatable, Wild Lad, or something like that. Lad keeps it short. I tried Wild Child too, but that one looks weird. Wild Master is weird too, missing the age aspect. Chapter 1922. Despite the ascension process being cut short, Wild Lad Heaven Emperor was still strong enough and managed to survive. Why? His ancestors and the Heaven race believed that he could become a Grand Emperor with 12 wills, so 3 Grand Emperors of his clan went to protect him, knowing that mortal reversion ancient god had given the kill order. Sure, Hun Lin became excited with his blood boiling at this part of the story. That move completely angered the ancient god. He personally took action and defeated the 3 Grand Emperors. Nevertheless, under the escort of his ancestors, the young emperor got away. Alas, the ancient god didn't let this go and continued his pursuit. The 4 emperors running away were completely bloodied. 1 against 4 grand emperors. Mortal reversion ancient god is so heaven-defying then, he must be unbeatable. Wuxia felt the same excitement and pride coursing through him. Indeed, he isn't only an ancient god but also a great demon with the human monarch bloodline. Some even considered him the second coming of 6 Dao monarch. Keep in mind, the ancient god had also fought against Wave Emperor and survived. From this, you can just imagine his formidable might. Against Wave Emperor, Wuxia took a deep breath. Wave Emperor was a legend. He came from the devil race, the 7th to have 12 wills. However, his biggest achievement wasn't his 12 wills. It was using 11 palaces to shoulder 12 wills. This broke the law of 1 will per palace. He was the only one in the world back then who could do so. Unfortunately, he fell to the heavenly execution later, or his status today wouldn't be less than World Emperor and his peers. Thus, the fact that mortal reversion ancient god could fight against Wave Emperor was definitely a proud achievement to the 100 races. Then how did Wild Lad Heaven Emperor avoid this disaster? Wu Fengying asked. The Celestial Court. Hunlin was still staring at the direction of the Emperor and said, "That's what I heard. A few Grand Emperors from this organization came out to beseech for the young Emperor. Outsiders don't know the details but his clan paid up a large number of resources. Plus, the young Emperor was no longer allowed to get more heaven's wills. Mortal reversion ancient god finally stopped after these conditions." The group was very wary of this name. Everyone in the 13th continent knew that the Celestial Court was the biggest pillar of the Heaveners. Some even said that the court was the origin of the entire race. Very few dared to provoke this organization. It would only involve itself on grand matters relating to the heaven race. Even emperors were quite careful when dealing with this group as well. But mortal reversion ancient god is still very amazing. The princess emotionally stated. Even before the Celestial Court, the ancient god still demanded great reparation from Wild Lad Heaven Emperor's clan on top of sealing his future. The court wouldn't give someone else the same amount of respect. It's because he's an ancient god that can fight against a 12-will emperor. Sure, Hunlin nodded. The young emperor's talents were truly impeccable, that's why the entire race had such hope for him. The Celestial Court most likely felt the same way, that he could obtain 12 wills. But after the mess with mortal reversion ancient god, the court probably gave up then. If it was any other genius, the court probably wouldn't have interfered in the first place because this ancient god is very influential and beloved by the 100 races. He became slightly pensive after stating this. In the past, the court wouldn't give a damn about the 100 races, but after Emperor Hunt, the 100 races' status soared. In some generations, they were even more brilliant than the 3 races. What a strange Grand Emperor. Wuxia finally concluded. An ultimate genius eventually ended up being an emperor with just 1 will. Sure, Hunlin smiled and shook his head. Alas, Wild Lad Heaven Emperor still didn't change after so many years, he's still as arrogant and pompous like before. The group contemplated. Some other emperors might just be as arrogant, but they wouldn't express it in such an explicit manner. Perhaps the young emperor became this way due to his lack of challenge and failure early on in life. All the other emperors had to struggle and break through countless difficulties before finally proving their grand Tao to become an emperor. As for Wild Lad, he only needed 1 move to defeat his peers. Moreover, his cultivation speed was too fast as well. Those stronger than him yesterday would go down to him on the next day. This genius had never tasted bitterness, so he became an emperor lacking vision and calmness. A series of explosions resounded not long after the emperor's arrival. Many cultivators were running in that direction right behind the emperor. What are they doing? Wuxia asked. Are they trying to ride his coattails and get some treasures? Could be true. Emperors wouldn't easily leave their grottos, so his sudden appearance here might mean that he wants something, perhaps an immortal treasure. Hunlin speculated, there are too many secret treasures buried here, following someone could give more clues. That's right, the emperors can eat meat and small fry like us can have some leftover too. Plus, having one open the way will make it quite safe. Wu Qi's eyes lit up. Huh, senior, should we tag along too to see what the young emperor is digging? We won't be stealing anything, just broadening our horizon is good enough. He immediately got close to Hunlin and asked. Wu Fengying immediately glared at him, you go alone then. Didn't you hear young noble Li? He wants us to wait here for him. Oh. Where did my proud sister run off to? Wu Qi immediately mocked, since when did you become so obedient? I didn't know you were such a good child. You. Being teased by her brother like this left her embarrassed, but she quickly rubbed her fist, seemingly ready to give him a brutal beating. The scared youth instantly hid behind Shi Hunlin. Meanwhile, Jilin Princess was quite amused by these two siblings. Wu Qi didn't give up and grabbed Hunlin's arm. Senior, we're only going for a look, maybe the young emperor will find some amazing treasury. If that's the case, we can go back and report it to young noble Li. Fine, we'll just go for a quick glance and return. Hunlin lost to the eager youth. Plus, he wanted to see what the young emperor was aiming for anyway. In the end, the group also traveled towards the emperor's direction. The juniors were relatively at ease because there was a high god like Shi Hunlin with them. Senior, I'm curious about something, may I ask you a question? Wu Qi smiled along the way. Stop being so weird. I'll think about answering as long as it isn't something despicable. Hunlin gave him the side eye. This high god didn't posture at all and got along very well with the juniors. This lowly one only wants to ask, Senior, are you stronger than Wild Lad Heaven Emperor? Of course, I'm merely curious. Wu Qi smiled and asked. The two women became attentive right away after hearing the question. The topic of strength between high gods and emperors had always been hotly debated. Of course, this was limited to the low-level ones. There was no point in debating someone at world emperor's level versus a high god. Many thought that a high god with a set of 5 to 6 totems was as strong as an emperor with 3 wills, since if there was a gap between these two, it would be quite minimal. I'm only a minor god, can't reach the apex. I can't compare to the emperors. Hunlin humbly answered without any hesitation. Of course, the group didn't believe him entirely. He was still a high god with a set of 3 totems. This was a great advantage since he was much stronger than one with 3 totems but not in a set. Chapter 1923, Uncle Lin, the ancestors in my clan all praise you as a powerful high god, one that could even exceed 4 totems. Please tell me. The princess coquettishly asked after hearing the humble response. Your old men are too kind. Hunlin said, there are too many stronger than me in this world, especially the emperors with their heaven's wills. Our totems can't compare to that, even if they were in a set. We won't talk about the emperors, just Wildland Heaven Emperor. Wu Qi didn't give up. The other juniors were curious as well. This topic has always been hotly debated, but they wished to listen to a high god himself. It would be much more convincing. If we're only talking about one heaven's will, then I'm a bit confident. After all, an emperor must have 3 before grasping the mysteries of the 4 symbols in the palace and anima. Hunlin pondered for a bit before answering, with my set of 3, I can take on one with a single palace. Alas, Wild Lad Heaven Emperor is an exception since he's a special case, it's too hard to gauge him. This is because his talents are too great, many ultimate laws are nullified by him after a quick moment, he would be able to see through the openings and deliver a fatal blow. I heard many 1 to 2 totems high gods have fallen to him, even some with 3. Hunlin was still being very conservative, all in all, I'm still pretty confident in going all out. Even if I can't defeat him, he can't do anything to me either. The juniors were sure that Hun Lin was still being humble in his response. Then how many totems are needed in order to fight an emperor with 3 wills? Feng Ying asked. There's no standard for this. Hun Lin explained, emperors with 3 wills also have a disparity in power, different weapons, bloodlines, and Dao. For example, if you have a heaven punishment weapon or the opponent has a high heaven scroll, it will change everything. For example, Star Stomper High God who appeared recently, his 9 cauldrons bloodline is interesting. Though I haven't fought him before, in my personal opinion, his set of totems and bloodline could allow him to fight a high god with a set of 11 totems. Hun Lin continued. Let's talk about Wild Lad Heaven Emperor now. He might only have 1 will but his talents are virtually peerless. Moreover, his 3 swords are prenatal imperial weapons. Thus, he should be able to fight against an emperor with 2 wills. Those who can become an emperor usually start at 3 wills. If an emperor only had 2, it showed that his background was inferior and had given up at least 1 ascension process. Thus, his resources should not be a match for others, such as Wild Lad Heaven Emperor. Therefore, to a certain extent, the young emperor is not weaker than one with 2 wills. Hun Lin patiently analyzed the situation to the 3 juniors. Then what about Holy Emperor? He has 3 wills. Just how strong is he? The princess thought of another unique emperor. I don't know. Hun Lin shook his head. I have never seen Holy Emperor before, but he's a legend, not only because he is a great model but also due to his Dao heart. He is respected by someone like World Emperor, surely there is a reason for this. Few in this world have seen him in action, so it is hard to have any conclusion about his power. I do believe that although Holy Emperor's talents are lacking, but he has an advantage unavailable to other emperors from experience and years of polishing. He is certainly stronger than other 3-will emperors, but as for the exact extent, I simply don't have a guess. Plus, even if some emperors want to fight, they wouldn't pick a legend like Holy Emperor anyway. The group nodded, agreeing with his logic. After leaving the others, Li Qiye traveled through half of the wildland to reach an extremely desolate area, rarely reached by others. It was a tiny mound, completely inconspicuous in the sea of towering mountains. But if one were to be attentive enough, they would definitely take note of it for a very simple reason. The mud in the wildland is all black from dried blood. As for this mound, the mud around it was of an ordinary black color. The 2 shades were similar, but the difference was indeed there. It meant that this place had never been stained with blood. Li Qiye climbed up on it and stood before a large boulder of a gray color, only as tall as a man. It was also common enough and shouldn't draw any special attention. He placed both hands on it and slowly closed his eyes as if sleeping. After a long time, tiny symbols emerged on it and flowed into his hands like spirit snakes before disappearing altogether. Buzz! Waves of fluctuation appeared on the boulder and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, he was standing in the hallway of an ancient palace. He took a deep breath and basked in the aura of this place. Saint, I'm here to see you. Li Qiye said. Boom! In this split second, a decrepit hand came out of nowhere and grabbed him by the neck, pushing him into the wall. Li Qiye was unperturbed at the sudden development and said flatly, "Old man, this won't scare me. If I was an outsider, I wouldn't have come so politely." With the end of his sentence, the hand suddenly disappeared back to its unknown location. Li Qiye chuckled and tidied his robe before walking down the hallway. At the end was a massive main hall propped up by many stone pillars. It was unadorned without unnecessary decorations, not even paintings on the walls. There was no throne in the middle either, only a circular seat made out of hemp. An old man sat on it without moving at all, as if this has been the case for millions and millions of years. He wore a robe that was once gray. Now it was white from the beating of time. Nevertheless, it was still clean without a speck of dust. His hair was also gray, draping down on his shoulders. They were dried and seemed to be dead completely. There were 2 wings growing to the back of his ribs. However, they were withered as well. The feathers were gray without any radiance. They drooped down, unable to lift themselves up. He sat there with his eyes closed. Someone would even mistake him for being dead for countless years now. Li Qiye smiled and took out another hemp seat to sit down in front of him. Your place's holy aura is quite weak now. Li Qiye looked around and commented after sitting down. The old being finally opened his eyes. Strands of light spewed out like the birth of 3,000 new worlds. However, these strands quickly disappeared, revealing his aged eyes. They were muddled, no longer able to see the world clearly. Are you not afraid of me changing? His feeble voice sounded like he was on the verge of death. Change? How? Li Qiye chuckled in response, your Tao heart has been polished for more half of an epoch. You persevered in the cruelest years and didn't change during the destruction of your epoch. What's the point of changing now? It's no longer your world. That's true. The old man murmured and finally took a good look at Li Qiye. I see. Not only do you have your real body in this generation, but you also have several heavenly scriptures. Only external items for support, my Tao heart is the thing that shall eternalize me. Li Qiye smiled. Unfortunately, how many wise sages can be like you and not forget their original intention? As more time passed, it becomes easier to forget oneself, or how one used to look like during youth. The old man softly said. But you haven't forgotten, not even death could take that from you, the never giving up saint. Li Qiye said. Chapter 1924, The Old Man Smiled. His aura was gentle and just as he said, long time no see, old friend. Long time no see, old friend. Li Qiye was relaxed and in good mood. Time can take away everything, but not our Tao heart. The path is endless, only your Tao heart will be able to see the dawn. Your world and epoch are on your shoulder, my friend. The old man said. Li Qiye smiled, you're overthinking it. You are you and I am me, a saint and a devil. You are a savior while I'm only a passerby. Vast the world may be, it means nothing to me. That's only your own opinion. The old man said, I was born as a saint to fight against the darkness and save the world while you are mad, your only goal is the final battle. Alas, ultimately, our different paths have the same destination. Li Qiye didn't contest this point. The two of them were like brothers, finding each other quite close because they were the same type of people. There was a saying that describes the two of them, friendship is not limited by age. The two of them were alike with an extremely firm Tao heart. They spent more than half of an epoch for their own goals. They gained much and lost more, but there was no looking back. They heroically marched forward without regrets. This old man was considerably older than Li Qiye. He was a lucky survivor from a distant epoch, but the two of them spoke as if they were on the same level. I'm afraid I won't last for much longer. Too many years have passed. The old man said with a warm tone. Don't worry, the holy light in this place is fading, but your divinity will keep you alive without a problem. Li Qiye smiled. Alive I may be, but no different from a rock. I have let go of all things, outside of one stubborn intent. The old man said. Who could actually do so? Li Qiye replied. The two of them became silent because this topic was too heavy. It had been hounding them for nearly an epoch. Earlier, I told my company about the tale of a warrior turning into an evil dragon. Li Qiye broke the silence. They know of the transformation, but they don't know the fate of the villager who followed him. Everyone has a different end. The old man seemed to have accepted everything. I'm not the only one who have found out that secret, and not the only one to witness it all in person. Being aware is still useless. But you're the only true saint. Li Qiye said, there are those who know of the secret, but how many actually resisted? Even if they were to fight, who would be like you, wasting more than half of an epoch without giving up? He looked at the old man and continued, that's why you are a saint, while the other wise sages turned into lackeys or evil dragons. Many wise sages turned into bones too, on this path. The old man replied with a tinge of disappointment. Li Qie nodded, yes, but there is no victory, no dawn, without death. My epoch is done for. Though they have taken roots in this broken place, there is no way of prolonging it. But there is still a chance for you and your epoch to strike against the heaven. As long as you win, your epoch will go on. Everything else will only be history then. Or maybe when that day comes, spirits will lament and specters howl, unable to enter the reincarnation cycle. Serenity will come again and it will disappear on the river of time. Otherwise, everyone will keep on hesitating and the darkness will never disperse. The old man's expression became wistful. Perhaps. Li Qie smiled, I don't think about these things, the only thing on my mind is to pierce the heaven, never giving up until death. Only to fight to the end, the result doesn't matter. No, you must return triumphantly. The old man became serious, in all of your epoch, if you were to fail, then there would be no hope. Even though there have been those who tried in your epoch, no one has been so thorough like you. At best, they were only worried about themselves. If you were to die at the end of the world, your epoch will surely fall into darkness. The blood cycle will start until the destruction. Li Qie shook his head, I can't save the world and the heart of the people. I'm afraid I can't become someone like you. But you can save yourself. There is no returning from the final battle without winning. Your soul will continue to be tormented by the river of time. Look at it, so many wise sages are drowned in despair right now. Even after dying, your hell-bent desire won't disperse. It will be there, screaming for an eternity. That's why you must win in order to save yourself. The old man had a profound glare since he had a deep understanding of this issue. Winning has always been on my mind. Li Qie eventually responded. I'm sure. The old man nodded, this confident belief is the reason why you have made it to this point. Perhaps if you have a heart ready to kill like me, maybe you would have been able to end the cycles of your epoch and it will still be here right now. Li Qie smiled. A while ago, Li Qie was telling the juniors about the cycles of an epoch, from prosperity to the reaping. Some tried to resist before but in the end, the result was similar to the tale of the warrior and dragon. Of course, there were exceptions, like this old man ahead. He was like the villager, understanding the secrets of the cycles. He knew why his race's top masters were harvesting their own citizens. He was the one who resisted during that bloody era. After many generations, he remained unyielding and untouchable. Alas, he still failed in the end. Their epoch fell into darkness until the great sundering. No redo in this world. The old man quietly said, but I do want to give you an advice, be wary of your companions. The wise sages that have struggled all along might be the ones backstabbing you at the final moment, but I'm sure you are aware of this. His expression became grave. In fact, warriors weren't the only ones who turned into evil dragons, even the wise sages would eventually falter. Back in his epoch, the old man nearly ended the reaping cycles but he failed. The wise sages backstabbed him, his allies who fought the darkness eventually became the dark overlords. I understand. Li Qie said, before the war declaration, I will flatten what I need to, killing those with hidden motivations. I'm not as benevolent like you and certainly won't be repeating your mistake. His eyes flashed with a frightening glare after stating this. The old man nodded. They have experienced the cruelest moment possible in life so they understood these logics too well. What else can I help you with, my friend? The old man eventually asked. I want to declare an all-out war. Li Qie revealed a faint smirk. Right here in the wildland. The old man's eyes slightly batted, who is the opponent? An overlord, but if I were to lie a bit, I would say that it is to flatten the wildland for you, removing your stubborn wish. The truth is that I need an item from this place, so I want a war. I need to bait out the overlord hiding underground and kill him. Only then would I get what I want. Li Qiye said with a smile. What do you want? The old man stared at him. His eyes became serious and sharp. I want your epic's paragon artifact. The old man pondered before answering. You should that it is a horrible weapon of destruction and cruelty beyond anyone's imagination. This applies to virtually all paragon artifacts. Li Qiye calmly replied, but since others have these terrible weapons, I need one too. Brutality against brutality, this is the most direct method. Well, you should be ready for the worst. The old man said, I failed before the destruction back then, so I do not know whether this weapon is still here. Anything is possible during that moment. Even without it, they certainly will have something else since they managed to stay alive. A paragon artifact isn't too crucial. In short, I need enough resources and weapons so that I can quell the chaos. Li Qiye said sternly. The old man said, resources and weapons, certainly. They have reaped one epoch after another, even if they have lost some, there should still be a frightening amount left. Chapter 1925, The old man had a dejected expression. His weather-beaten heart was still stirred because the great number of resources was accumulated over many generations from many beings. The entire world became a hellish incubator. He eventually looked at Li Qiye and said, what's your military potential? How many emperors in your epoch are on your side for this battle? Not even one, just me alone. Li Qiye chuckled. The old man didn't expect this answer. He shook his head in response, you are very amazing, but that's not enough here since I know the overlord you're aiming for very well. Just you and me, will only be heading to our death. No, to be exact, you're the main force on that day, I'll only be supporting. Victory or defeat will be up to you. Li Qiye said. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed then. If I could defeat that overlord alone, would have done so long ago. I can't beat him, not even with your help. The old man gently shook his head again. Don't forget, we have two peerless Tao hearts between you and me, what power do you think will result from this? Li Qiye calmly said, it will certainly bring you back to your peak state, then double it. Now, think about it, is this enough to defeat him? The old man was indeed moved and carefully thought about this particular scenario. Let our Tao hearts be the decider since they have cost us half an epoch. Li Qiye proclaimed. The old man halted his rumination and said, with our Tao hearts. It's possible, but I am no longer me in the past. I can't return to my top state, just exerting 50% of my battle potential is the best I can do. I know, that's why I have prepared a gift for you. Li Qiye chuckled and took out something from his chest pocket and placed it in front of the old man. I have spent generations and great effort searching for this. This was the elusive heavenly vase, the thing immortal Emperor Qianli left behind for him under the willow tree. The old man took it and opened the cork. There was a golden liquid inside that looked like flowing sand. Moreover, there was something else moving within. It emitted a different golden light than the water in the form of strings. This thing was taken from the secret grotto protected by Di Wei at the imperial border. You actually found this thing? The old man was surprised and looked up at Li Qiye after seeing the item. Nothing is impossible for the willing heart. Li Qiye chuckled, of course, it won't let you heal completely, but reverting you to your old peak state should be fine, I'm certain of it. We'll see when the time comes. The old man nodded. Very well, then we shall initiate the battle to kill the overlord and fulfill your wish in the process. Li Qiye chuckled. The two talked for a long time in order to polish the little details of the coming battle without leaving out a single possibility. After all, they were about to face a terrible being. Even a 12-will emperor might not come out without leaving some limbs behind. After finalizing the plan, it was time for Li Qiye to leave. You know, we must win this. The old man said. Li Qiye, who was about to leave, looked back and said, if we can't even win this, no point in talking about the final battle. This will only be an appetizer at best. Indeed. The old man agreed. Li Qiye started walking, but he turned around and added, Old man, you do know that you will die. I know, and you know too. The old man calmly said, how can we win if I survive? In this battle, victory is not the only thing we want, your death is a must too. Li Qiye's words seemed quite cold. Yes, the world still need a saint, the ones walking in the light and those hiding in the shadows must be reminded of this. The old man was unperturbed when talking about this issue. Right. Li Qiye paused for a bit before speaking, only by lighting up a saint like you will we be able to illuminate the heart of the people, both those trying to walk forward or those stuck in stagnation. You will be a lamp in the darkness, leading the way and threatening the shadows. Because of this, you came here not only to kill and steal the Overlord's treasure, but you also want me to die in order to illuminate the world. The old man slowly said. That's right, my second goal in coming to the wildland. Li Qiye said softly, brave words and beautiful promises are empty and meaningless. In the darkness, both the wavering and those who believe require a light to guide them. You are doing this as preparation for your future battle. The old man stated. That's right. I will be gone in the future. After one epoch after another, will people actually believe in the light? After more sages failed, would anyone believe that there is an end to this path? In the long, tortuous years, no one would dare claim that they are insusceptible to giving up. Because of this, I want to let the future people know that there is a saint in this world. He spent half of an epoch and is still not giving up even after the destruction of his own. As long as the darkness is undying, he is eternal. Light shall pass down for generations, so I must light you up. Li Qiye's words were gentle at this point. Someone needs to do this in the end, either you or me. The old man revealed a warm smile. I am a butcher, so let this butcher light your lamp. Li Qiye smiled and added, if there is a reincarnation cycle in the future, I might never be a part of it. Who would crave for it? Not you and me. The old man couldn't help but smile. Li Qiye nodded and was about to leave again. Dark Crow. The old man called for him, so he turned his head back. You must be successful, tell yourself that. The old man became quite serious, both in his tone and facial expression. Li Qiye took a deep breath and pointed at this herd, I shall change everything, the world requires my victory. The old man smiled, see you, Dark Crow. I might not have the chance to say this later. See you, Saint. Li Qiye finally left for good this time. He didn't wish for Saint to see his moistened eyes because lighting up Saint was quite similar to lighting him up. They were the same type of people with the same Tao heart, albeit, from two different epochs. Saint wanted to save his world while Li Qiye wanted to rid his world of evil. One was a savior while the other a butcher. The truth was that they had the same goal. Wildlad Heaven Emperor entered a desolate location in the wildland with peaks piercing the sky like wolf fangs. They looked like a set of teeth, revealing a frightening scene. There was also a bottomless abyss after the mountains looking as if it was connected straight to hell. The nether winds assaulting the newcomers only gave further validation to this feeling. Though many knew that this was a dangerous location, the ones right behind the young emperor couldn't help entering. They were certain that he was here to find some treasures. Thus, they took the risk to follow in order to pick up the potential scraps left behind. At the same time, they also wanted to see the power of an emperor and the heaven's will. After all, not just anyone could witness an emperor going all out. It would be a life worth living to see this particular spectacle. The juniors, led by Shi Hunlin, have also entered this mountain range. Eventually, the young emperor stopped on one mountain and looked around before speaking, this is it, exactly like the records. With that, with one hand up and the other down, he created a series of explosions causing the earth to quake. Next, he threw down a one-sided imperial banner piercing through the mountain range. After a complete penetration, his aura permeated the entire place. These imperial strands drilled into each inch of the earth before reaching the deepest area. Chapter 1926, Activate. The young emperor shouted and formed a mudra. His imperial aura erupted with echoing laws. Rumble. Non-stop explosions detonated as the imperial banner poured down chaos energy. It engulfed the entire area. Clank. These universal Tao laws twisted together to form the formation of a grand emperor. Buzz. The nailed banner also spewed out a radiance resembling a reversed waterfall. It wasn't flowing out for no reason but gathered instead to form a circle of light encompassing the majority of the mountain range, locking them inside. The others didn't dare to get close to this particular barrier. After all, no one wanted to provoke an emperor, especially one as arrogant as Wild Lad. The other emperors might not be too critical towards juniors, but this wasn't the case here. Wild Lad Heaven Emperor would definitely take action the moment he found someone annoying. Because of his personality, some quietly criticized him for being the most inelegant and close-minded emperor. Break. The emperor was fixated on one peak and made his move. A dazzling golden fist came slamming just like a meteor. Devastating blasts resounded and the peak collapsed with boulders rolling down to the nearby stream from just one attack. One could see a cave beneath everything. It was as dark as black, just like a pathway towards hell. On the fringe of the cave were many ancient runes, seemingly from an older era. Perhaps they were used to seal this cave. Alas, too much time has passed so the runes have lost their power. Under the attack of the young emperor, the runes and the seal were blown away. Cold gales blew by from the pitch-black cave, causing people to shudder. It looked like a primordial beast opening its bloody mouth, capable of devouring any existence instantly. Though they couldn't see the exact situation in the cave, intuition told them that there was something monstrous inside, hence their fear. "Come out, primordial beast!" The young emperor shouted with great spirit. He was indeed very good-looking, one of the finest lads of a generation. His current excitement only boosted his charm even further. Alas, he was lacking the calmness and vision that an emperor should have. After his shout, a pair of eyes suddenly opened in the dark and made the crowd gasp in response. They were flashing with a red glow just like blood. The spectators felt a cold chill as if this beast was prowling on them. Before they knew it, they seemed to have become prey. Clank. Heavy clunking noises came about as if something were pulling on some big chains. Next were immense footsteps that made the area tremble. Just one stomp could probably destroy a mountain. Finally, a beast crawled out of the cave. It was covered in black scales just like a dragon. However, they were covered with wisps of black smoke and lacked the same draconic aura. It consisted of a skull with a series of bone spurs growing from the top down its spine. These long spurs were quite terrifying, especially its blinding whiteness, seemingly capable of piercing through the heart at any moment. This serpent creature slithered around despite having 4 dog-like legs. Its tail resembled an alligator, but the weirdest feature was its large and heavy ears, just like an elephant. It crawled slowly out of the cave, one step at a time, as if it was struggling. This was due to 4 extremely thick iron chains made from unknown metals that would occasionally glow. Boom! 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 The strange beast left behind deep footprints on the broken ground while pulling out the chains. In the beginning, everyone thought that the beast was being imprisoned by the chains, but after more creaking noise, it seemed that it was pulling something quite heavy. What is that? The dragging noise further down the cave confirmed this notion. All eyes were back on the cave, even the emperor was gazing at it intensely. He wanted to peer through the void in order to see the item in the dark. Creak. People finally saw the thing on the other side of the chains. It looked like a bronze coffin at first, but upon closer inspection, it was just a large chest. Just a bit more to take it out. The emperor was ecstatic to see this object. For some unknown reasons, the young emperor didn't want to step inside the cave or to personally pull on that chest. Creak. A sharp grind came to a halt. The coffin was so close to getting out, but the beast seemed to have lost all its power, so the coffin dropped back down to the cave. Roar! The beast howled and strengthened its grip on the ground. With rambunctious noises of stones and debris, 4 deep claw marks were left behind. It finally stabilized the chest, stopping it from dropping before continuing on the initial trajectory. Alas, it was still futile. The coffin was being pulled around inside the cave but looked like it had no intention of leaving. The young emperor became quite tense while watching the struggle of the beast after several successive failures. However, he couldn't help it at all, clearly not wanting to go close to the cave due to having some scruples. Everyone became curious about what was inside the bronze chest. In their eyes, the young emperor came especially for it. What was worth an emperor creating this much commotion? Boom! The beast continued to fail since the chest was resisting and sliding back into the cave. The emperor's eyes turned cold. He waved his sleeve and recalled the banner to open the barrier meant to stop other emperors from stealing his treasure. Fill your stomach and gain strength. He shouted at the beast. Roar! The beast seemed to understand him and howled back. Next, before everyone could react, the beast opened its mouth and its red tongue shot out. Ah! Miserable screams sounded. The tongue pierced through the chest of an expert far away and sucked all of his vitality, leaving only bones left. Poof! 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 The tongue actually split into smaller ones like a bunch of tentacles in the blink of an eye. Ah! More screams echoed across the mountain range. These tentacles began to slay one expert after another and draining them of their life force. Chapter 1927. After sucking the blood of these experts, the beast's scales stood straight up and emitted a red glow, seemingly having recovered some strength. It was licking its mouth still as if it hadn't gotten enough. With another roar, it initiated another offense. Pluff! Its tongue separated again into several dozen tips and headed for the experts even further away. These tips were truly too long, capable of extending an impressive amount of miles away and piercing through these cultivators like spears. Shit, run! The nearby experts finally regained their wits and understood why the emperor dispersed his barrier. He wanted to let the beast feast on all the spectators. In a short time, everyone was scared out of their mind and tried to run. Ah! Another 10 fell to the monster's tongues. It knew which ones were strong, so even though the emperor was close to it, it didn't try to attack him at all and only picked the weaker cultivators. Why run now? Stay for the fun. How could the emperor let the food run away? He laughed and made a fist. Suddenly, 5 mountains sealed the entire area and blocked off the escape paths. Ah! The stopped cultivators naturally had their blood drained by the beast. Break! Someone decided to attack the emperor's fingers, acting like 5 mountains. They took out their treasures in order to kill their way out. Impudent fool! The emperor snorted. Boom! An imperial aura suppressed the area and crushed all the treasures. With a wave of his sleeve, the running cultivators were pushed back into the mountain range. Of course, they instantly became victims to the beast. Next, the emperor poured down laws from the sky just like waterfalls and widened his blockade, stopping the cultivators running in all directions. The disparity in power was simply too great. The weak had no chance of resisting the emperor from throwing them into the lion's den. Rumble. A few high gods with 1 or 2 totems were present in the spectators. They initially brought their juniors here to broaden their horizon and didn't expect for something like this to happen. Thus, they were escorting the juniors away by destroying the imperial laws blocking the way. Not that easy. The young emperor personally gave chase this time. With a single step, he appeared before them. "Wild lad Heaven Emperor, don't forget your position." One high god with 2 totems shouted. "What position?" The emperor laughed loudly. "You are a grand emperor of the heaven race who should be respected by all, not a devil who treats the weak as food." The high god declared. "Ha ha ha, a respected grand emperor. An emperor doesn't need your respect and love. In my eyes, you're mere ants. Why should a giant care about what the ants think?" The emperor was quite amused. A grand emperor only challenges the strong and protects the weak. The high god cried out again. With a sinister smile, the emperor responded, "Who told you that? Us grand emperors only view you all as fat lambs to be slaughtered whenever we want. You." The high god was speechless after hearing this because he has never met a grand emperor like this before. Even the immortal monarchs from the other races were still righteous against their foes. But this wasn't the case for wild lad Heaven Emperor, the unrestrained scoundrel. "Too much talking, take this." One sword behind him issued a hum and unleashed a slash capable of subduing the myriad realms. "Break!" The high god roared and took out a gigantic shield to stop the slash. Sparks went flying as if a meteor had just slammed on it. 2 totems are not enough. The emperor laughed again. Boom! His heavens will emerged and released a terrible pressure. All 3 swords flew to the sky and looked quite sacred. On the other side, Shi Hunlin told the juniors, "Let's go, wild lad Heaven Emperor is mad now, his arrogant personality hasn't changed at all." He was much more relaxed compared to the other fleeing cultivators because he wasn't afraid of wild lad. What kind of grand emperor is this? No other emperor would act in this manner. Wu Fengying said. None of the juniors expected this development at all. In their mind, emperors were supreme existences that would never bully the weak. Of course, wild lad was proving otherwise. After using all 3 swords and the heaven's will, wild lad had killed the high god with 2 totems. He threw the corpse and all of the high god's juniors into the cave area for the beast to consume. His next target was Shi Hunlin and appeared before the group in a single flash. "Where do you think you're going?" Shi Hunlin was still fine. He calmly looked at the emperor and said, "Wild lad Heaven Emperor, we have nothing to do with each other. I'm only bringing my juniors away." "Ha ha ha, Shi Hunlin, I have heard of you before. Back in the northern frontier, you were only a nobody who couldn't even enter the earthen city." Shi Hunlin wasn't angry at all and smiled back, "Yes, I was a nobody back then, nothing like your world-renowned self. You couldn't find a match in that generation." The group was quite surprised. They didn't expect for these 2 to be from the same generation. They finally realized why Hunlin knew the emperor's past so well. "Ha, a nobody like you dares to bark in front of me like this now? Back then, just a single word from me would have scared the soul out of you." A murderous glint flashed in the emperor's eyes. This was indeed a thorn to the emperor. He was a supreme genius who looked down on the rest of the world while Shi Hunlin was only a nobody back then. Just imagine, one was at the apex of fame while the other was merely trying to survive. After so many years have passed, wild lad was only a grand emperor with 1 will while Hunlin has become a high god with 3 totems. This change made the emperor quite unhappy. If he had 12 wills right now, he could still look down on Hunlin like before. Unfortunately, they were on the same level in the present. Indeed. Shi Hunlin didn't find this shameful at all. "I still remember when you got to the northern frontier. It was quite an event. The princess of that region personally came out for the reception while you instantly defeated their 8 heroes. Meanwhile, I couldn't even become the disciple of the Earthen City Lord. Your fame back then was quite enviable." The juniors felt that time was a crazy entity that could change everything. Sure, Hunlin, but an ant back then to the emperor, but now, he was strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the emperor. No, he might even be stronger. At the same time, the group thought that talent wasn't everything. Wild Lad was the perfect example. His innate gift was virtually matchless, but now, he was reduced to a one-will Grand Emperor. Chapter 1928, Wild Lad Heaven Emperor floated downward and said, "Since we're from the same generation, I won't make it difficult for you, but the 3 juniors must stay. You can leave now." Wild Lad Heaven Emperor, "I'm afraid I won't be able to obey." Sure, Hunlin smiled, "I'll be very grateful if you are benevolent enough to spare them. It's not up to you. Leave now while there is still time." The emperor sneered with an oppressive aura. "If that's the case, I'll have to overestimate myself and witness your imperial arts and style." Hunlin responded. Regardless of his innate gifts, Wild Lad was still only a Grand Emperor with one will. At best, he would be able to fight against a two-will emperor. There was no surpassing this limitation. Hunlin wasn't so easily bullied either, since he had a set of 3 totems. This made him a top dog among the 3 totem high gods. "Fine, I'll see what you have learned in these years." The emperor became angry with a fiery glare. An emperor normally wouldn't lose their cool so easily, but not Wild Lad. His life was too smooth outside of the whole debacle with mortal reversion ancient god, for he was the heaven's favorite. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to provoke him to this level, but sure, Hunlin was special, for they were from the same generation, albeit, very 2 different ranks in society. To put it bluntly, Hunlin wouldn't dare to speak in front of the emperor back then and would tremble on sight. Now, this ant was on the same level as him, even going as far as provoking him. This was tugging on his most insecure issue as a supreme genius. He couldn't help become furious after seeing Hunlin's present demeanor. It was as if an ant he could crush easily back then was looking at him with disdain now. "Please give me pointers, Heaven Emperor." Hunlin wasn't afraid at all. He would be acquiescing before a two-will emperor, but this guy wasn't necessarily stronger than him. "Eat this." The young emperor's eyes flashed and spewed out light that turned into a pair of divine blades. The 2 blades intersected and went straight for Sure Hunlin, leaving scars in the sky. Even before they made contact, the earth had already been severed. An emperor with one will was still an emperor. Just the flash of his eyes could take down a Tao celestial expert. Hunlin didn't panic. Laws revolved around him and turned into a gigantic shield. Boom! The 2 blades slammed into the shield, causing specks of dust to go everywhere. More cracks appeared on the ground, but the shield made out of laws remained standing. This was a successful defense, no doubt. At the very least, the 2 sides seemed quite even. Hunlin wasn't much weaker. "Looks like you have learned a lot." The emperor's bloodthirst intensified while his expression darkened. This battle had attracted more attention. There was no lack of experts and even high gods in the Wildland. They quietly discussed the battle. Wild Lad Heaven Emperor was very well known, while not too many knew who Sure Hunlin was due to his reserved conducts in the past. Of course, a battle between a low-level emperor and a common god would always be interesting. The stronger between the 2 was worth discussing over. Just enough to barely stay alive. Hunlin didn't become complacent or showed any fear and leisurely responded. "Break!" The emperor roared and pointed forward. His finger strike pierced through the fabrics of time and turned into the sharpest attack like a divine needle. Hunlin's shield in the sky directly withstood the attack. However, the finger strike aimed for its weakest spot, so the entire shield collapsed instantly. Sure enough, Hunlin had said that the emperor's talents were enviable. It allowed him to defeat the enemy's skills in the shortest period. "You are indeed amazing, just one move to break through the enemy." Hunlin was still fine and praised the emperor. He finally took out his weapon afterward. Hunlin wasn't a nice fella either, since he was used to the perilous road, walking on blood and blades across the years. This gave him a rich experience in battle. "You'll see what I'm truly capable of after I decapitate you." The emperor was still as cold and oppressive. The experts in the distance watched with bated breath. A few high gods were actually shaking their head in disapproval. After so many years, this young emperor didn't seem to mature at all. They thought that the lesson from mortal reversion ancient god wasn't enough. It looked like he needed someone to teach him another one. Of course, these remained as thoughts because not too many wanted to provoke him. He had his clan with 3 grand emperors as his backing and his own sentinel, consisting of several emperors as well. Messing with one was the same as messing with the entire hive. This was the reason why the high gods here didn't want to get involved, since they weren't powerful enough and lacked the necessary allies. Killing Wildlad Heaven Emperor was no problem, dealing with a group like Sentinel was more troublesome. Clank! The Emperor finally used his hand to unsheath the 3 swords, resulting in a sharp brilliance covering the entire 13 continents. Each strand of light was blinding, so the spectators had no choice but to open their heavenly gaze in fear. These 3 swords were going to make a big difference. Shi Hunlin became serious as well and didn't dare to underestimate the enemy. These 3 swords were prenatal Dao weapon of the Heaven Bestowment grade. Prenatal Dao fetuses started at the Dao Sovereign level. The lowest rank possible was also at Golden Inlaid. Thus, a weapon at the Imperial level of the Heaven Bestowment grade should result in a power comparable to having another Emperor around, at least in theory. Furthermore, though the 3 weren't a set, they were quite balanced. This boosted their power by several magnitudes. The moment he chose to use them, it meant that he was going for the kill. On the other hand, Shi Hunlin took out his strongest weapon in order to decide the victor. He wasn't a prideful person, but if the young emperor wanted to fight, he was more than happy to entertain the guy. Plus, this battle had a great significance to him. In fact, the spectators who knew Shi Hunlin thought so as well. This was a fight between a one-will emperor and a 3-totem high god. It could be a basis to establish a standardized power level of these beings in the future. More importantly, there was a small history between the two which made the fight even more interesting. "My swords won't return until your head is rolling on the ground." The young emperor illuminated the world with his fiery eyes. It was impressive that he was able to maintain his arrogant personality for so many generations. Shi Hunlin was neither obsequious nor supercilious in response, would also like to experience your invincible art and the style of the supreme genius in the past. Chapter 1929, Die. The Emperor's furious roar echoed. His eyes spewed out even more light, causing his will hovering above to become resplendent. This eruption in power stole the breath from the spectators. His word was resounding like a supreme mantra, wishing to crucify Shi Hunlin. He didn't take the last part of Hunlin's response too well since it evoked his insecurities. Rumble. But before anything could happen, the entire area suddenly quaked like crazy. Tiny dots suddenly appeared in the air. Boom! These tiny dots were actually falling stars and broken mountains, aiming straight for the young emperor. Just imagine the sheer number of these features. This was once the sky of an entire epoch. Too many were simply hanging above. It looked as if an invisible palm was ruthlessly swatting at the emperor. This was a fascinating display of power since the barrage could destroy a world. Break! The young emperor didn't become alarmed. His 3 swords instantly unleashed a horizontal slash and swept through the billions of miles up above. Rumble! Numerous stars and mountains were swept away, not even one was left behind to crowd the sky. This scene was quite shocking. One sword technique alone could clear the sky. Only an emperor could wield such power. Those who saw this for the first time all quivered in fear. The young emperor suddenly turned. His eyes fixated on a coordinate. A person emerged in that spot, an ordinary-looking man. "You attacked me earlier?" the emperor uttered coldly. All eyes were on him. In the beginning, many thought that it was Shi Hunlin, not a third party. The crowd took a deep breath. This guy was quite courageous for sneak attacking an emperor. It's fiercest. However, someone also recognized his identity right away and shouted. That's fiercest for you, daring to provoke an emperor in person. Damn. People glanced at each other and thought that it was too bold. It was indeed Li Qiye who was standing there leisurely. Hunlin didn't say anything and quietly backed off. He understood that everything was over the moment Li Qiye took action. How impudent, daring to sneak attack me. The emperor had latched onto Li Qiye with his vision. There was no escaping from this. Sneak attack. Li Qiye smiled and said flatly, "You think too highly of yourself, that was only a warning. If it was a sneak attack, you wouldn't even had the chance to resist." This nonchalant comment shocked the crowd again. A few experts in the wildland had no idea about him. One of them said, "Isn't that too much, daring to talk to a grand emperor like that? He's always been like that." A high god who saw Li Qiye back at the Buddhist plane shook his head and said, "This brat can't be judged with common sense. His fierceness is actually justifiable." Ha ha ha, a bit interesting. The young emperor unexpectedly laughed and said, "How rare, someone so arrogant and young. I've made my debut long ago, but this is the first time I've met someone even more arrogant than me." "Brat, state your name." "Li Qiye." Li Qiye answered before giving him the side-eye, "And you need to stop being conceited with your meager skills like a frog under the well, claiming to be invincible and all that." "What?" Everyone was stunned speechless. It was outrageous for someone to reprimand an emperor in this manner right in his face. The emperor himself was caught off guard. Even those who didn't like him wouldn't criticize him so openly like this. It left him unable to react in a short time. He eventually smiled, one of anger, and said, "Good, so courageous. You're that brat that got the Buddhist seed in the plane, right? Perfect, I want that seed too. Don't think that just because you're invincible in the plane that you are here too. I'll teach you how to act today, and that true power doesn't come from external help." Li Qiye waved his sleeve dismissively, "Forget it, someone of your pitiful level like a 3-year-old child shouldn't try to teach me. There have been countless geniuses in history, you're not special. I don't have time to waste with you. Go have fun somewhere else. Let us go." He then gestured at Hunlin and the juniors. Everyone nearly vomited blood from hearing this, including the emperor. Comparing a grand emperor to a child. Moreover, Li Qiye's expression showed that he didn't care for Wild Lad at all, as if Wild Lad was a nobody. This was certainly not the logical way to view an emperor even if he only had one will, but Li Qiye was indeed doing so. One high god smiled wryly and concluded, "I don't think anyone is more arrogant than that. Alright, fiercest made a fan out of me. You court death." The emperor roared and controlled his swords. The three of them came together and pierced through time and space, straight for Li Qiye's throat. This move was fast beyond perception. Only the powerful high gods present could see it clearly. Pa! The sword failed since Li Qiye was no longer standing in that spot. In the next second, a gigantic sun occupied the area instead. Its flame annihilated the world and turned everything to ashes. Oh, mother! Many felt their soul leaving their body from fear. They started to flee with haste. A subdimension. A strong high god saw through the technique. At this moment, both the emperor and this sun were located in a different dimension. Nevertheless, the sun fire was still raging inside and affecting the outer physical realm. Shi Hunlin immediately brought the juniors away from the battlefield. This was spatial manipulation. Li Qiye started by moving a subdimension to this area followed by a sun in order to incinerate the emperor. This powerful display of spatial control frightened the powerful high gods. It was as if he was the lord of space, capable of bending it to his will. Rumble. Among the explosions, the emperor actually devoured the world. With the help of his heaven's will, he actually swallowed the entire sun. Brat, this is merely a trick, real invincibility comes from your own abilities. The emperor was radiant at this moment as if there were countless suns in his body. Bang! He crossed through space and unleashed another slash at Li Qiye, who was on top of a peak. Go play in the mud. Li Qiye didn't give him the time of day and lazily imprinted the death seal into the earth. Rumble. The area crazily quaked. Several peaks instantly shattered. Next, a huge skeleton climbed out of the ground and trampled a mountain. This was a humanoid skeleton, one of a large ape of unimaginable size. It could grasp the sun and moon above or reach the bottom of the ocean. Chapter 1930, The skeletal ape devoured the sun and moon with great authority. The earth cracked before its coming with terrible chasms. The mountains nearby became victims of its steps. As it walked around, its head was slamming into the stars, rendering them to pieces. Everyone gasped after seeing such a gigantic monster. One of this size was definitely a top existence in any epoch. Boom! The pieces of the stars descended like meteors. Each could pierce the earth, resulting in an apocalyptic scene. After they crashed, they made lava gush out from the impact spots. No one dared to get close after seeing this scene. Even high gods were staying far away from this battlefield. The ape opened its palm. The 5 skeletal fingers blotted out the world and instantly stopped the slash from the young emperor. Even this imperial attack couldn't cut off its fingers. Buzz. Li Qiye's death chapter emerged with billowing death energy. A series of clanking laws imprinted the mark of the chapter on the dead ape. Roar! The skeletal frame suddenly had flesh then fur growing from it. In the blink of an eye, an alive and jumping ape appeared before everyone. Its golden fur was shining. From the distance, it looked like a mountain of gold, emitting a very tempting light. This behemoth was majestic with a pair of solar eyes. A scorching heat emanated from them. It looked like this ape didn't need to do much to annihilate the earth in the blink of an eye. Everyone became slack-jawed. Was this really rebirth for the ape? Of course, this wasn't the case. The death chapter merely allowed it to revert back to an older state. It was still only a skeleton, just an illusion, can't reach the apex. This didn't fool the young emperor, for he could see the truth. Boom! His heavens will unleashed an endless power. The 3 swords hymned and slashed down in unison, capable of turning all things to ashes. Roar! The ape retaliated by opening its mouth to fire a sun-moon beam across the sky. The world became bleak, robbed of its colors. This beam contained the essences of the sun and moon, and far from just one each. The beast had devoured countless suns and moons in order to possess this attack. The beam could travel through time itself with endless power. Clank! The beam stopped the 3 swords once more. Li Qiye found it boring to play with someone at Wild Lad Heaven Emperor's level. He said insipidly, "Take your time playing." With that, he gestured towards the group again to leave. "Where do you think you're going?" The young emperor was about to another majestic slash in front of Li Qiye's path. But from start to finish, he couldn't earn a single glance from the guy. Before he could finish the swing, the ape's sun-moon beam had crossed through space and aimed straight for his heaven's will. The aghast emperor turned his attention towards this attack and slashed straight at the beam. Otherwise, his will would be grievously injured. The heaven's wills represented everything for the emperors. Thus, damages to one would result in unimaginable consequences. Since the emperor was preoccupied with the ape, he could only watch Li Qiye slowly walk away. The crowd was shocked beyond words. Outside of their own peers, no one would treat an emperor like this. Plus, Li Qiye took it a step further by treating the guy like air even before becoming a god or an emperor himself, as if the emperor was a complete nobody. Furthermore, he wasn't all talk either and truly backed it up just now. Arrogance turned into invincibility when he could stay true to his claim. Thus, people felt their hair standing on ends. This Li Qiye fella was something else. Who the hell is he? A high god was lost in speculation. An unknown junior was looking down on an emperor like that? Sure, Hunlin quickly took the juniors and gave chase after Li Qiye left. He, big bro, you are unbeatable, just one wave of the hand is enough to suppress an emperor. Why didn't you kill him to build on your prestige? After catching up, Wu Qi immediately turned into a sycophant. Who told you to leave? Li Qiye ignored the flattery and asked flatly. Wu Qi had no response. Young noble, it was my mistake for something like this to happen. Hunlin quickly stepped up and admitted his fault in order to save Wu Qi. Li Qiye didn't say anything and simply glared at him. This made Hunlin stricken with fear and couldn't speak at all. As a high god with 3 totems, he had experienced and weathered all the storms on top of seeing all kind of characters. But now, just this stare alone from Li Qiye has shaken him to the core. He kept his mouth shut with his hands kept down just like a junior that had done something wrong, no longer daring to speak up for Wu Qi. It was my fault. The frightened boy mustered all of his courage and apologized. I kept on bothering Senior Sure to go see Wild Lad have an emperor. Do note that this guy was a stubborn brat back in his own clan, a source of headaches for many of the seniors there. Alas, his skin was thick enough to not be afraid of beatings. That's why the seniors couldn't do much after capturing him. But now, he became an obedient child admitting his own mistake right away. There are many blood-sucking monsters in the wildland. Do it again and I'll throw you into their nest. Li Qiye nonchalantly said. Wu Qi didn't dare to run his mouth and kept his head lowered. Li Qiye was too lazy to keep on scolding them. He continued on with the rest right behind him. The group didn't dare to breathe loudly now. This Li Qiye clearly looked younger than them, but they chased after him like a bunch of juniors. I knew you would cause trouble. Wu Fengying scowled and quietly said before slapping Wu Qi's head and gave him a mean stare. Wu Qi actually didn't dare to retort and tease his sister this time around. Li Qiye didn't take the group deeper into the wildland but rather back to Eternal. The captain personally greeted him and was surprised to see his quick return. Li Qiye told the rest to leave. Once they were alone, he spoke to the captain. Where are your emperors? Sir, their majesties are staying in their grottos, not daring to observe because of your previous instructions. The captain immediately responded. Li Qiye nodded and handed him a letter. Give this to your emperors, time is of the essence. The captain shuddered after hearing this and respectfully accepted it. Sir, this lowly one will send it right away. Go. Li Qiye ordered, but he was reminded of something else. Oh right. If you have sect members around the wildland, tell them to leave or don't blame me for a lack of warning once they die. This lowly one understands. The captain realized that something big was going on and quickly bowed before leaving. Li Qiye then went on his business again. Once they made it out of Eternal, the princess asked, where are we going now? To watch Jin Ji's ascension. Li Qiye nonchalantly said. The group was astonished to hear this. Li Qiye wants to go right during the ascension. Ha, big bro, you want to ruthlessly trample him? Wu Qi became excited and said, still taking him down after he becomes an emperor. We'll see who dares to besmirch your name in the future after this feat. Hehe, Jin Gu will be the first emperor history who got a beat down right after his ascension. Wu Qi could already imagine the scene of an emperor with his teeth knocked down all over the ground. It was indeed a very excitable event. Chapter 1931, Jin Gu wishing to become an emperor at the wildland was a very rare occurrence. Of course, it made sense too. Due to the first failure because of Ren Sheng's ambush, the War Monarch clan was going all out for this second ascension. They invited all of their emperors on top of having promises from other emperors of the heaven race. If necessary, these emperors would come out to protect him. It could be said that there was no flaw in this particular planning. Nevertheless, he needed to be at the wildland because the emperors wouldn't leave exploration grounds without a good reason. Ultimately, the clan settled on the wildland. The exact location was on top of a divine peak. The clan had built an altar here just like a large lotus blossoming in the sky. Jin Gu was here right now. The army of his clan was also present and surrounded this place. Not even a drop of water could seep through this area. Imperial runes were present and made up some supreme battle formations. Moreover, many high gods from the clan were here as well, guarding the important passes. This mountain emitted a terrible aura. Any intruder would instantly be annihilated by its murderous touch. Though many spectators were here to see the ascension, no one dared to get close. They didn't wish to be viewed as an enemy by the War Monarch clan. The force of the clan was too powerful. Even high gods wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. Even the dumbest understood that interfering in this key moment would result in an irreconcilable feud. The War Monarch clan would never let such an offense go unpunished. Alas, one person indeed came at the wrong time. He appeared before this peak and slowly walked closer. The entire mountain was under great vigilance. Not to mention a living person, even a mosquito would be spotted with haste. Because of this, all eyes were on this intruder, both the spectators outside and the great army of the War Monarch. It's fiercest. Someone shouted right away. Everyone took a deep breath after seeing Li Qie. It was no coincidence that he was here before Jin Ji's ascension. The whole world knew of their feud. Plus, they had competed in the past, so Li Qie's appearance here naturally incited many questions. Does he want to copy Ren Sheng? Back then, Ren Sheng and the experts from the 100 races ambushed Jin Gu. Someone murmured. Fiercest is much more outrageous compared to Ren Sheng. Ren Sheng had the backing of Star Stomper High God and the others, but fiercest is all alone right now. An ancestor from a great power smiled helplessly at this sight. The crowd felt a storm brewing, a massive battle was about to happen. The great army became anxious as well, the soldiers were glaring at him. The high gods felt the same way. Alas, Li Qie was still as nonchalant as ever and looked up at Jin Gu. Jin Gu was standing on the altar with all of his attention on the heaven's wills. The sky was resplendent with a clear light flowing. It looked like the life force of all the 13 continents was gathering here. He needed to do his best because he was ambitious, wishing to grab 4 wills in one go. This was a limit for the emperors in the 13 continents. In a single generation, an emperor only had 3 chances to should the heavens' wills. If one could grab 4 at a time, it meant that they have a chance to become a 12-will emperor. Though Jin Gu had lost an opportunity before, he still wished to become an 8-will emperor. Li Qie withdrew his gaze and chuckled. He continued forward as if the army didn't exist before him. With a thunderous noise, the whole army turned at him in unison. They readied their weapons as their murderous intent engulfed the world, causing the experts far away to shudder. It's happening. One spectator commented. Wait. A clear voice came about. Someone stepped out of the army. It was a magnificent woman with 3 totems hanging over her head. She was in a full suit of armor with a spear and had a stern expression. It's Heavenly Phoenix Princess. Many were startled, especially because she was a 3-totem high god. The crowd exchanged glances. Jin Gu was too famous and untouchable, but who would have thought that the princess was a high god as well? She rarely showed her face recently, only staying in the War Monarch clan and dealing with administrative matters. It was indeed impressive for such a young woman to be a high god. She would be just famous as Qin Bailey if she were in the public more often. The atmosphere turned tense after her appearance because of her history with Li Qie. Both her father and brother were killed by him. No one would ever let go of this enmity. The princess slowly walked down the mountain. Once she made it to the last pass, the high god guarding there said with a solemn expression, "Your Highness, safety first." "Ancestor, I understand. My purpose is to resolve this feud." The princess replied. The high god pondered for a moment and decided to let her come out. She walked before Li Qie without any sign of fear. Quite courageous. He chuckled and praised while looking at her. She lowered her spear and deeply bowed, "Young noble Li, our feud is our own business and has nothing to do with my husband. I do not blame anyone for my father and brother's death. They were incapable and failed to judge the situation. In this world, revenge is not necessary. No one can change the past, but I am willing to let bygones be bygones. Even if my husband won't become your friend in the future, there is no need to become enemies. I hope this feud will disappear after my father's death instead of spreading to my kingdom and the War Monarch clan. Thus, I wish to resolve this feud right now and apologize for my father's improper conducts. Young noble Li, will you accept?" She kept her head lowered with a dignified expression. This scene silenced the world since her action has taken everyone by surprise. She was willing to let go of all vengeance and even went as far as apologizing to Li Qie. Perhaps some would see her as being too weak, resolving an irreconcilable feud with her enemy. It was hard for them to accept her action. However, a few experienced ancestors nodded approvingly. They understood that Li Qie's rise was inevitable. Outside of some crazy and unexpected developments, he would certainly become invincible in the future. The princess wished to nip this problem in the bud, or her kingdom and the War Monarch clan would have to endure the fire of war eventually. Chapter 1932, The crowd watched with anticipation. All of their thoughts were focused on Li Qie and Heavenly Phoenix Princess. Both those who were surprised at her weakness or full of admiration about her vision, they were waiting for a response from Li Qie. They wondered whether he would accept her request of absolving this feud. Li Qie looked at her and smiled. A hero is one who can also properly ride the momentum. If you are willing to let go of the deep pain, then I would look too petty hanging on to it. Very well, henceforth, the feud of past is gone with the wind. The princess took a deep breath and didn't lose her respectful demeanor while bowing at him. I thank you for your magnanimity. Both the spectating experts and members of the War Monarch fell into a deep silence. Though conflicting thoughts rose from her decision, the stronger experts felt that she was quite a visionary. As the clan's matron, she didn't involve the clan with matters of her own side. There was no doubt that she didn't forget her position and made the pragmatic decision. She didn't join the clan only to live in riches, there was a responsibility that came with it, one necessitating her to value the clan's prosperity above all else. This exceptional side of her certainly played a large part in why the ancestors and even the emperors from the War Monarch clan approve of her. It definitely wasn't easy. Li Qie chuckled and continued towards the mountain. The army was still as nervous as before. The guarding ancestors entered a state of battle. Even though Li Qie had let go of the feud between him and the princess, he didn't say that he wouldn't ambush Jin Gu. In fact, the spectators felt the same way, that he was about to attack during the ascension process. However, the princess shook her head while looking at the ancestors, telling them to stand down. The ancestors at the entrance hesitated for a moment but still opened it for him. Li Qie continued smiling and went up the pathway towards the pinnacle. Numerous people were nervous for him. This was walking into a tiger's lair, trapping himself in a great army. One misstep and he would be completely surrounded. In fact, the army felt nervous all the same since their foe was Li Qie. They gripped their weapons tightly despite having the formation advantage, afraid of a sudden attack from him. He stood in front of the altar and glanced at Jin Gu again. Meanwhile, Jingu was feeling the power of the heaven and earth with no time for distraction, not even with Li Qia's arrival. Jin Ji's army and ancestors only grew increasingly tense from the pressure. They felt that letting Li Qia inside was a very risky endeavor. If Li Qia were to attack Jingu right now, it would bring about an unbelievable danger to their clan's future. Li Qia looked at the sky and smiled. Open the door for me, or do I have to make my way in? There was only silence, no one knew who he was talking to. But suddenly, a buzz came about. Imperial runes appeared beneath his feet just like a portal, and he disappeared from sight as if he was never there in the first place. This puzzled the spectators nearby. No one knew what was going on. However, the ancestors from the War Monarch heaved a sigh of relief from being aware of the situation. The Grand Emperors from the War Monarch are there right now. An ancestor murmured while trembling among the crowd of spectators outside. Everyone knew that the clan had 5 emperors, all 5 were rumored to still be alive. Moreover, their progenitor, War Monarch Heaven Emperor, was a 10-will being. His power was not something the juniors could imagine. They were quite frightened about his visit to the emperors. It was him alone versus several of them. Anyone else would be scared out of their mind. In a short time, a few speculated that Li Qia might not be able to come back alive if he were to anger them. Not even ashes would be left of him. It didn't matter how powerful a junior was, it would be too easy for multiple emperors to finish one off. After being teleported, Li Qia found himself standing in a mysterious realm. Everything was concealed in this place full of chaos energy, seemingly materializing into an ocean due to high density. There were 4 imperial thrones in 4 different directions, each with an emperor sitting on it. It made this realm impregnable. Their aura permeated this entire area. Even though they tried to hold back, it was still terrorizing and chill-inducing enough. Dao Celestials would have no chance of standing straight while being in this place. Furthermore, one of them even had 10 wills. Li Qia simply smiled. With a buzz, strands of laws came together and another throne appeared. Li Qia coolly sat down on it. He was still as nonchalant as ever before 4 emperors. Their aura did nothing to him. Sacred teacher, long time no see. A moderate yet imposing voice came about, enough to send a primal fear into the listeners. The speaker was the emperor on the eastern side. He had an ancient outfit and a large crest on a thin figure. Nevertheless, he still appeared majestic enough, residing in this world, lasting for an eternity. His simple pose gave the feeling of being unsurpassable. Long time no see, War Monarch. You still look the same as back in the war. Li Qia chuckled and said. Of course, War Monarch, the progenitor of his clan, could recognize Li Qia. He was a participant back in Emperor Hunt. Outsiders didn't know about the involvement of the Dark Crow, but he knew it too damn well. We have grown old compared to you, sacred teacher. War Monarch Heaven Emperor replied. In fact, he was still as vigorous as before, with no semblance to being an emperor from the olden age. Li Qia looked around before focusing on the emperor on the western side. He commented, "It's quite surprising to see you alive and well. I'm quite lucky to have survived that battle." This emperor revealed a faint smile in response. His title was Warsearch Grand Emperor, another participant of the old war. He suffered a grievous injury back then, and many believed he couldn't last for another 1,000 years. Who would have thought that he had actually managed to persevere and even return to his top form? This was truly a miracle. No wonder why your clan is so strong now. It's not bad to have 4 surviving emperors, even rarer to see all 4 together. Li Qia said with a smile. War Monarch responded, "Thank you, sacred teacher. We have no choice but to work our old bones due to our lacking descendants. I'm sure you won't bully our juniors, right?" "Alright, no need to talk about this. If I wanted to cut off your juniors' heaven's wills, I would have done it long ago. Your presence here is futile as well." Li Qiye said dismissively with a wave of his hand. The four emperors remained quiet. Others wouldn't dare to utter such words before them, but they were aware of Li Qiye's identity. Although the Dark Crow looked rather harmless right now, he was still a dreadful existence, even for emperors. "May I ask for your purpose here then, sacred teacher?" War Monarch inquired. Though they fought to the death back then during the war, these emperors could act in a polite manner befitting of their status during this peaceful period. Chapter 1933, Li Qiye looked at the four emperors and began with a friendly expression, "I don't have a big purpose this time in coming here, only to give you four a good business opportunity. Feel like getting rich?" The four emperors glanced at each other with a strange expression. First, this lack of a big purpose from the Dark Crow was still going to be a monstrous issue. More importantly, getting rich teased the imagination. Keep in mind that one would have plenty of resources before becoming an emperor. They had no lack of treasures and metals, far beyond the reach of lower-level experts. Each emperor couldn't contain their treasures from breaking the walls of their home from overfilling. But Li Qiye asked if they wanted to get rich. This was indeed tempting. They would laugh at others for making this statement, but this was no joke coming from the Dark Crow. "Sacred teacher, please elaborate." War Monarch respectfully said. Li Qiye leisurely smiled, "It's no big deal, just a treasury left behind from an older epoch. I'm sure you four have amazing treasuries too, but they can't compare to one of an epoch, even if it is a remnant one." The four emperors were stirred, something that was quite rare at their level. They understood the significance behind this. "Sacred teacher, you are referring to the wildland?" War Monarch asked. Li Qiye replied, "Where else? I'm sure the four of you are fully aware too. After so many years, the emperors from all the races covet the items here so much." The four exchanged glances. Wildland was indeed dangerous, but for emperors, this was an ultimate place to find treasures. They were certainly tempted by the items here. "Sacred teacher, you are undoubtedly peerless, but Wildland would no longer be the Wildland if it could be taken down so easily. Quite a few have tried to assault it in the past, but none successful." The emperor on the north side finally spoke. "Yes, no one can capture that overlord." Li Qiye smiled, "But if I dare to make this proposal, I naturally have some confidence. You think I, the Dark Crow, am all talk? We aren't questioning your invincibility." War Search said, "But, this path is definitely not easy. If Immortal Emperor Min Ren, Immortal Emperor Qi Zhen, and the others were still around, your chance of victory would be much higher. Alas, the present is not the same. No difference, this was the case in the past and still is now, my ability to capture the wildland. I could have done it long ago, the question is whether I'm willing to pay the price and make the necessary sacrifice." Li Qiye calmly answered. The four emperors got some more clues after this, becoming even more interested. "We're overwhelmed to have been chosen by you, sacred teacher, but we're not sure." War Monarch said. Li Qiye smiled, "Looks like the four of you are still doubting me, thinking that something else is going. I'm still being prejudiced against. We do not dare." War Monarch said, "We can trust you, sacred teacher, even if we aren't on the same side. You are a man of your words, plus, you don't need to scheme against us either. Our clan is not enough to get into your sight. If you truly want to destroy us, just an order alone is enough, no need to scheme. Let me listen to your worries then." Li Qiye chuckled, aware of what War Monarch was thinking. "We are worried indeed, no one knows what is inside that treasury, but a paragon artifact might be there." War Monarch said. Wildland was also a remnant epoch, just like Buddhist Plain. There were a couple of them in exploration grounds. However, the Wildland had several surviving overlords. This was a much rarer occurrence. Thus, though many people coveted the items here, these beings were simply too strong. Even an 11-will emperor had fallen before. Others emperors needed to tread carefully. Nevertheless, they kept their eyes on this place because a few of them believed that the wildland could be storing a paragon artifact. Now, this was something no emperor could resist. Li Qie added, "You are worried that I might get the artifact." "Yes." War Monarch nodded without hiding anything. "Sacred teacher, you alone are dreadful enough. If you gain a paragon artifact, no one in the world will be able to stop you anymore, and this spells out an unfavorable future for us Heaveners." Treasures were tempting enough, but the emperors chose to look at the bigger picture. They were willing to lose this opportunity in order to prevent Li Qie from obtaining the artifact. "Your worries are not illogical," Li Qie said, "but remember, if you four don't dare to do this, other emperors will anyway. Surely you know that I can convince other emperors not weaker than the four of you to join me." In the end, War Monarch was still the main speaker on the other side. "Yes, that's for certain, but we still don't want to become the sinners of our heaven race. If other emperors want to help you, that's their own decision. We'll just do what we can." Sinners of the heaven race? Li Qie couldn't help but shake his head. "War Monarch, I'm not looking down on you, but do you think you are qualified to bear such infamy? On the road of evil, the four of you aren't strong or ancient enough to be considered as sinners." Li Qie didn't hold back with his sharp words. This comment stirred the four emperors again. "War Monarch, know you are regarded highly by Geezer Qian, and we're longtime enemies too. You surely wish to destroy me. No need to deny this." Li Qie continued, "Geezer Qian feels the same way. He wants nothing more than to annihilate me, and I also want to kick him flying. But, our hatred and feud are one thing. I'm sure the geezer had told you about a few mysteries." Li Qie's expression became serious as he stared at War Monarch. "Thus, I'll ask you now, War Monarch, be honest with yourself, who do you think will be the one to destroy your heaven race?" "I'm sure it won't be me." At this time, the other three emperors stared at War Monarch in unison. They were emperors from the same clan, but War Monarch was the only one who earned World Emperor's trust. Why did World Emperor trust him? It wasn't only because of his age or that he had raised the banner while fighting for the Heaveners several times. It was because he used to be World Emperor's Tao protector when World Emperor was younger. Furthermore, his loyalty to his race was unquestionable. If something were to happen to the Heaven race, he would be among the first Heaven Emperors to step up. Thus, he was privy to the mysteries and decision-making in Heaven authority. World Emperor was willing to talk to him about them. War Monarch stood there without replying to Li Qie. He indeed knew more secrets than his junior emperors in the clan. It wasn't only due to his age but rather his involvement in Heaven authority. Only emperors with 10 wills and up could join this organization. Not all of them were eligible to know all the secrets either, but World Emperor confided in War Monarch. "Sacred teacher, you are also one of the threats to our race." War Monarch finally broke the silence. "I won't deny that truth." Li Qie chuckled. "War Monarch, everyone knows of your devotion to the Heaven race. But have you truly thought about it? When that day comes, will you think about self-preservation or protecting your clan? Is your clan strong enough now to survive? I'm sure you aren't certain yourself. Who knows what will happen then, so, one shouldn't say no to treasures. No clan can ever have enough resources. You aren't only fighting for yourself, but also your clan and the Heaveners." Chapter 1934, Therefore, War Monarch, are you prepared for the future? What will you fight for and with what power? Will you be able to protect your clan and race? Li Qie stared at the emperor and asked. The other three emperors were also fixated on War Monarch. Though they weren't aware of a few secrets, they still had their own speculation. War Monarch finally responded, "Sacred teacher, let's not talk about the future. I only want to know why you picked our clan. You once said in the past, that our clan is only a hound of World Emperor, so it's quite surprising to see this today." The emperor's skepticism was understandable. His clan was the biggest supporters of the Heaven race. The moment a war were to break out between the 100 races and the Heaveners, they would absolutely be the first imperial lineage to pick a side. Meanwhile, Li Qie was the dark crow of the 100 races, their lifelong enemy. Because I trust the 4 of you, regardless of your background. Li Qie nonchalantly said. This was indeed a weird comment due to their volatile history against each other. Back then, they wanted nothing more than to decapitate the other side. They were fire and water due to the racial tension. But now, Li Qie said that he trusted them. It was quite an unbelievable matter to outsiders. War Monarch brought up another point, there's no lack of emperors on the 100 side too, but you still picked us. Li Qie calmly revealed, your group naturally isn't the only one. There are others as well. You think you 4 alone can deal with the wildland? It would be suicidal. That's true. War Monarch nodded, not feeling slighted by the comment. As a 10-will emperor, he was aware of how terrible the wildland was. Starting a war here was going to be devastating as well. If someone like Cyclus Devil Emperor died here in the wildland, so could they. One person or race can't monopolize all the good things in this world. Li Qie said, it is time to share the soup. The hardest thing in this world is getting started, but a new beginning might come for the 103 races. Who to say that one day, our races won't walk hand in hand? No one can predict the future. War Monarch agreed with a nod, the world is always changing, perhaps you are right. Enemies of the past will become allies in the future. That's why I said that there needs to be a new start. I shall carve out this path, but whether the emperors team up together or still fight like in the past, that's your business in the future. Li Qie chuckled, it's a bit cliché, but after sharing this pot of soup, I'm sure everyone will have a new perspective and might even sit down to talk together. Li Qie paused for a bit before continuing, when the fire of war rages in the sky, I'm sure everyone will trust those they have fought together with before. I indeed caused a war in the past, but today, I shall try and lead everyone into coming together. Remembering the past and finding hope for the future. War Monarch had to admit, Sacred Teacher, you have always been insightful. Alas, not everything in life goes the way we want. Even if you wish it so, the world might not listen. That's fine with me. Li Qie smiled, the direction of the world isn't up to the people anyway, it is under the control of top emperors like you, we all know this. Plus, you think I care about the future? I am only opening a small path like the spreading of a curtain. The future will be in your hands. To be frank, to welcome the light or to be shrouded in darkness, that's your responsibility and your choice to make. In a short time, the emperors became quiet. War Monarch was especially moved because this was his time to face it. Sacred Teacher, will that day come so early? He asked. What do you think? We won't talk about the ancient and hidden days, just a quick calculation of our own era. There have been 9 12-will emperors in the 13 continents and several ancient gods. Plus, supreme immortal emperors such as Min Ren, Jiao Heng, and the others. As we reach the limit, declination is inevitable. How much longer do you think we have? What will you do on that day? Li Qie smiled while looking at War Monarch. The entire scene became sober. War Monarch's juniors were waiting for a response. War Monarch was their progenitor and strongest member. Thus, they would completely obey his order. His decision was going to be their own. You already have an answer in your heart. Li Qie smiled. In the entire world, not that many people will stand on our side. The emperor said seriously. The moment he chose the word our, there was no doubt that he had made his decision. Many would be puzzled by his choice due to his loyalty to the Heaven race. He was usually the first one on the front line when fighting against the emperors of the 100 races. Alas, he was picking the Dark Crow this time. Nevertheless, his loyalty to his people was precisely the reason for this decision. So what? Li Qie chuckled, kill all those who stand in our way. It's a simple answer. There's no compromise on this road, only friends or enemies. Either they die or we will. You think mercy will apply here? War Monarch fell into silence. He knew exactly what he was going to face. Perhaps he would be raising his sword against friends in the future. And you, sacred teacher? What role will you play at that point? He asked. I'm only the person opening the curtain. Li Chia smiled, I won't be the one deciding the future on this path. It is your group and everyone else. The light won't be shining on me. But you're the one welcoming the light, sacred teacher. The Emperor said. No, I am simply lighting up a tiny spark. The result won't be on me. If the rest of you let this tiny spark go out in the darkness, then I can only say, good riddance. Let everyone drown in darkness then. This isn't to say that the future generation is too weak or that the enemy is too strong, but that the world is no longer worth saving. Having said that, he stared at the Emperor again. Do you think they are worth saving? The world and your race? The Emperor mused before answering, in my life, I have massacred sects and suppressed the 100 races. As long as I have a single breath in me, my heaven race shall still stand strong. Though killing might be part of the process, an emperor's responsibility is still to protect. Otherwise, why do the heaven's wills exist? This is something even the high heaven can't change since they are born in the world, not gifted by the high heaven. The moment one shoulders the heaven's wills, they have a responsibility to protect. These resounding words from his became unchangeable mantras. Chapter 1935. While Li Chia and the 4 Grand Emperors of the War Monarch were discussing, Jin Gu was still meditating on top of the peak and waiting for the best chance to shoulder the heaven's wills. At this moment, the power in the sky had gathered enough and the wills have started to appear. With multiple high gods and the great army, everyone understood that no ambush would be successful this time around. Boom! In this split second, the sky started shaking. A pathway of an emperor crossed through the sky, all the way next to the peak. Rumble. An imperial aura engulfed the entire area. The weak instantly got on their knees, unable to lift their head from the pressure. A grand emperor. The crowd was horrified, same with the defending army, from this sudden appearance of an emperor. Everyone became tense, especially the War Monarch clan. There was a great danger if the emperor were to attack. Buzz. Next, on the horizon was a peerless and brutal figure. He walked on the path and only needed one step to show up outside of the peak. People could finally see his face now. One shouted after seeing his 3 swords, Wild Lad Heaven Emperor. The clan heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he was also a heavener. Moreover, their clan had helped him before, so the chance of him attacking Jin Gu was low. Of course, the high gods still didn't dare to be careless and remained vigilant in the shadows. Wild Lad was an irrational emperor who only obeyed his whims. Because of this, they were afraid of him going crazy and decide to attack. Grand Emperor, welcome, please excuse us for the poor reception. One high god from the clan immediately cupped his fist and said with a smile. The emperor looked over the situation. Being the smart person that he is, he realized the situation and said, High God, no need for this polite act. I'm not here to ambush your junior. I heard a brat named Li came to cause trouble, so I especially came to help you in order to repay the favor from Senior War Monarch back then. Back then, when he was pushed to the edge by mortal reversion ancient god, the celestial court finally came out to calm this conflict. War Monarch Heaven Emperor was one of the people who stepped up to mediate. This had quite a positive impact on the ordeal. The high god coughed wryly after this, but he still maintained a calm demeanor. He bowed his head towards the emperor and said, Thank you for protecting our junior, Grand Emperor. Our clan will remember this. Where is the brat? The fierce emperor didn't waste words with the high god and became serious. I must kill him. The emperor mustered all of his strength just to kill that large skeletal ape. This vexed him greatly. After obtaining the treasure, he decided to find and kill Li Qie in order to rid him of this frustration. Well, the high god had no response. Their 4 emperors were sealing that particular dimension, so they had no way of knowing what was going on. Plus, he wasn't in a position to reveal to the world that all 4 emperors were there. As the saying goes, the tallest tree catches the most wind. Even if others have guessed it already, they themselves wouldn't admit it anyway. Is War Monarch Heaven Emperor here? The young emperor's gaze swept through the world in order to find a clue to no avail. Ultimately, he only had one will versus the sealed space by 4 emperors. It was understandable that he couldn't spot the other emperors. Nevertheless, he understood that if Jean Gu dared to ascend in this place, their clan would have gone all out. Grand Emperor, how about resting up there for a bit? We'll talk after the ascension. The high god suggested. Very well, I'll stop troubling you. His gaze caught on to someone else over yonder. It was Shi Hunlin and the juniors. They didn't come here for entertainment alone. An ascension was a very rare event for young juniors like them. Shi Hunlin hoped that they would gain some experience out of this. Maybe these 3 would have a chance to become an emperor in the future. I'm bored anyway, let me settle something first. The whimsical emperor rose to the sky and headed for Shi Hunlin. The high god remained quiet since the emperor's wild temperament was well documented. Many wanted nothing to do with him because he was also an unlucky star who would only cause trouble. Shi Hunlin slightly frowned from the annoyance, but he wasn't afraid of the emperor in the slightest. Shi Hunlin, we meet again. The young emperor hovered in the sky and was still as arrogant as ever, looking down on all beings. Despite possessing only one will, he was still an emperor standing at the apex of this world. This allowed him to act in this imperious manner. Heaven Emperor. Shi Hulin said, you still got something on your mind? Hunlin was completely opposite of the emperor. After all, he started as a nobody, so humility was part of his nature, unlike the emperor who was a genius at the start. He wouldn't go around provoking people, but he wasn't afraid of trouble either. I'm not a petty person, forget about the junior matter. The emperor smiled, referring to when he wanted to feed the princess group to the beast. I'm here to kill Li Qie, but if he wants to be a coward, then you and I can spar for a bit. I want to see if a high god like you or a grand emperor like me is stronger. He loudly laughed. The spectators held the breath again, ready for a continuation of the previous battle. You shoulder the heavens will with a reputation for being a genius. I am only an ordinary person, how can I compare to your invincibility? I admit my inferiority before you. Shi Hunlin politely responded to the challenge. If the young emperor were to trouble the juniors, he would definitely oppose it. But now, it was only a personal challenge. He didn't care too much for prestige and fame, so he directly conceded. Normally, emperors wouldn't challenge other people unless there was a big feud. They needed to maintain civility. After all, everyone at this level had big backing, and that they shouldn't only fight for themselves. This wasn't the case for Wild Lad. He didn't care about responsibility or anything else, only his whim. Shi Hunlin, I'm afraid it's not up to you this time. The young emperor looked at Hunlin and said, I'll spare your life since we are from the same generation. After I'm done with you, I'll take care of the brat. Brother Shi, just fight, show the world the might of us high gods. A high god in the distance shouted at Shi Hunlin after seeing the emperor's arrogant demeanor. All along, the status of a high god was inferior to an emperor due to a lack of heaven's wills. Of course, ancient gods were an exception. Though Wild Lad was a supreme genius, other high gods didn't care much for him due to his only one will. They naturally spoke up at this event, wanting Shi Hunlin to take him down a notch. Chapter 1936, He's right, brother Shi, why not fight? A different high god instantly egged Hunlin on. The young emperor's always brazen and arrogant attitude had left a sour taste on the high gods and spectators here. So what if he was talented? He still only had one will. If it wasn't for his clan with 3 more emperors and him being a member of Sentinel, some other high gods might have already taught him a lesson. Because being a high god wasn't as prestigious as being an emperor, a high god taking down an emperor could elevate their status and fame. Thus, Wildlad Heaven Emperor was a good target if it wasn't for his strong backing. His continuous challenge to Shi Hunlin was showing contempt towards high gods, so the ones here were quite vexed. Plus, they liked Hunlin much better. Shi Hunlin, no need to delay this like a woman, come and fight already. The young emperor remained aggressive and said sonorously, you'll be my warm-up before the brat. So you think you can defeat me, Heaven Emperor? Hunlin wasn't afraid at all. His eyes flashed with a glint. It looked as if the other high gods got to him. He also wanted to defeat an emperor, but he never had the chance before. That's more like it. Yes, I can kill you even though your 3 totems have become a set. The emperor had a murderous glint in his eyes. Just earlier, he said that he would spare Shi Hunlin. Now, he stated his murderous intention. This person was truly unpredictable and would change at a heartbeat. There was a reason why he changed his mind, the change in status quo between the 2 of them. He didn't like that an ant in the past like Shi Hunlin was speaking on the same level as him or even questioning his power. This was unacceptable to the arrogant emperor, thus he decided to kill Shi Hunlin right here and now. At the same time, even a Buddha can become angry eventually. Shi Hunlin wasn't necessarily weaker than the emperor, so the continuous and pompous threats have gotten to him. Hunlin stepped up with a cold expression, if that's the case, then I'll entertain you then. Let me see your supreme arts. Hunlin was no longer polite. He was a powerful being, his humility was only to give the emperor some face. But if the emperor didn't reciprocate, there was no need for him to do so any longer. Everyone was here to watch Jin Ji's ascension, but the banter between these 2 had attracted all of their attention. Everyone wanted to know the result of a battle between a 3-totem high god and a 1-will emperor from the same generation. It was going to be an amazing battle of an analytical nature that could set a general standard in the future. Clank! 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 The emperor slowly unsheathed his swords. They rose to the sky and illuminated the entire world. Boom! His heavens will emerged and turned into a grand Tao, providing the emperor with a billowing source of power. Many high gods were envious at this sight. Even though some high gods were certainly more powerful than emperors, but at the same level, they needed to work much harder. In the mind of many, the emperors were the heavens' favorites, possessing the unreachable heavens' wills. These 3 imperial swords were the emperor's strongest weapons on top of his activated heaven's will. Shi Hunlin didn't dare to be careless, so he took out his best artifacts as well. Buzz! A golden light engulfed his body. With clanking noises, a full set of equipment appeared around him. It included a crown and a robe of the court. He held a jade tablet with a jeweled belt. The guy looked like a different person altogether, an ancient and stately king. This was his court armament, a postnatal orange martial set with 8 pieces. This particular armament wasn't that exceptional because the max number of fetuses for this level was 30 while his only had 8. It was only average at best. A 3-totem high god like him should have a stronger weapon, such as a heaven bestowment imperial weapon like the emperor. Alas, he continued to refine this particular armament for half of his life, boosting it to the highest level. It was also at the high god realm at this moment. Boom! His 3 totems shot to the sky and intertwined together into a set. It contained boundless chaos energy with a Tao belonging to a god lying within. This set of 3 totems wasn't necessarily weaker than the highly coveted single will of the emperor. Slash! The emperor roared, starting an endless echo of sword hymns. Just one hymn could shatter the myriad realm. The three swords instantly fused together into one slash. One could hear cutting noises during the trajectory of the slash. This was the sound of the stars being destroyed as it moved across the sky. Clank. This bright as snow slash contained the destruction Tao of an emperor. There was no beautiful technique, only pure annihilation, leaving no room for escape. Even if one were to run 10 million miles away, the result would still be the same, death. At the same time, this slash contained the light of the heaven's will. It meant that this power source was constantly fueling the attack. With great prudence, Shi Hunlin came up with a counter-move. "Eat this, Heaven Emperor." He roared and pushed down on his tablet while lowering his head. Boom! The jade tablet turned into an immeasurable mountain range made out of jade, emitting a warm light. Inside this vast mountain range was a world with countless mountains and rivers, its own sun, moon, and a celestial system. Bang! The slash struck the mountain range, causing sparks to go flying. Thick cracks appeared on the range with scattering debris. However, the mountain range has already become a world. It started to shift and the cracks were coming together again after loud explosions. The tyrannical slash clearly failed to damage the mountain range, to the astonishment of the emperor. Hunlin was much stronger versus his expectation. "Excuse me, Heaven Emperor." Hunlin began his offense without any hesitation. Boom! His three totems crazily turned into a boundless ocean. He bowed for a second time, unleashing a torrent of chaos energy into his jade tablet, switching it from defense to offense. Gigantic peaks appeared inside and naturally turned into a formation to instantly trap the emperor within. Nothing special, just a natural formation. The emperor was not perturbed and began finding the weak spot. Clank! Another slash leaving behind a deep shadow came flying. With loud explosions, the sword severed these peaks horizontally and broke the formation. He was indeed a supreme genius, capable of seeing the weak spot in the formation in a short time. Chapter 1937. After taking down the formation, the emperor unleashed another slash to break through the chaos energy in the sky. He declared, "Still child plays like this after so many years. A changing formation is not enough to interest me." Quite haughty he was, but his talents allowed for him to do so. Even without being an emperor, he could recognize the flaws in techniques instantly and break through them. "Heaven Emperor, that's not quite enough," Shi Hunlin said. Bang! A great palm of a high god descended from the chaos energy in the form of waterfalls. More importantly, it also had the unique and dominating force of anima. Even the sky-cutting slash from the emperor was repelled by this palm. He was sealed inside Shi Hunlin's world again. Die! The young emperor crazily roared and unleashed multiple slashes. His sword energy raged across the plain and caused massive destruction to the world. Millions of miles turned into a dead zone instantly. Nothing could stop the momentum of these slashes. Alas, the palm containing the power of anima still came descending down. These slashes were still constrained to this world after loud detonations. Everyone took a deep breath after seeing this. This was quite a domineering feat, trapping an emperor in Hulin's own world. They understood that this was the gap between the two. Hunlin's biggest advantage was his set of 3 totems, allowing him to have the power of anima. Meanwhile, the emperor couldn't grasp anima due to only having one will. Techniques were not enough to make up for this disparity. The emperor was discerning enough but lacked the force to actually break through. Because of this, Hunlin was confident in his previous statement. Rumble. The power of the palm didn't stop while the blinding light of the heavens will granted the emperor more power. The gap remained the same. The emperor couldn't break out of the suppression even with the heaven's will. One will was not a match for the set of 3 totems. Looks like we got our answer. The spectators commented since the result was as clear as day. Heaven Emperor, if you don't have any other move, then it's time to end this. Shi Hunlin said slowly. Rumble. The palm was slowly closing. There was no doubt that Hunlin wanted to end the Emperor at this moment. Little brat, don't get smug so fast. The Emperor roared. A beam as red as blood tore apart the sky. The world became as red as blood with a sanguine stench. Something else appeared above the Emperor's head. It looked like a heaven's will but was completely red in color, an amalgamation of bloody strings. They seemed to be alive and jumping. Each drop of blood was gestating countless life forces. It hovered on the same level as his heaven's will and looked quite identical. The Emperor became demonic with a greater sense of ruthless bloodthirst. Though the Emperor was already unlikable before, he was still an official Emperor with the right type of aura. Alas, his imperial aura was much weaker now, replaced by a bloody chill as if he came from hell on a murderous rampage. Boom! He became full of vitality. Of course, each expert could channel their power into a similar state, but he was different. His power had a hint of brutality as if he was turning into a devil. Brat, you have angered me. The Emperor fused his three swords together for another slash, capable of severing the karmic cycles and sweeping through the celestials. In the blink of an eye, this dominating attack swept through like a cosmic storm. Even suns were annihilated along the way. They turned to ashes, extinguished like a candle during a gust of wind. Rumble. Not just the palm but Hunlin's world itself crumbled under one attack. Thump. 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 Hunlin suffered the backlash and had to take several steps back while gasping for air. This attack had left a serious injury on him. That's all. The Emperor stood in the sky with an illuminating gaze. His eyes have turned red like flashing rays made out of blood. He had undergone a great transformation, one of a sinister nature. At the same time, the blood sphere above him emitted a terrible power. It was certainly not much weaker than his heaven's will. What is that? Even high gods were afraid. Something comparable to the heaven's will. Quite a horrifying object. Alas, no one knew what it was. I'll sharpen my new treasure with you today. The Emperor no longer had the righteous imperial aura as he made this threat. So it turned out that this bloody amalgamation was the treasure he got from the coffin pulled out by the strange beast. He has always wanted to make up for his weakness of having only one heaven's will. He got information from somewhere about this bloody artifact in the wildland with power on the same level as a heaven's will. Thus, he tried his best to obtain it and fused it with his own imperial blood so that it could become something similar to a heaven's will. Buzz. Shi Hunlin's court armament erupted with full power. A dynasty emerged before him, seemingly freed from the temporal shackles. This was the Tao chapter of his armament, a chapter turning an ancient dynasty and possessing its full power. However, it didn't stop there. Hunlin had also founded a powerful dynasty in the mortal world. He protected the citizens there and allowed them to prosper. Thus, the providence of the entire dynasty was gestating his armament. I'll take you on. Hunlin coldly uttered, no more reservation. At this moment, there was no point in holding back or being polite. Both sides have thrown away all pretension. This was going to be a battle to the death. How impudent, learning a few skills yet you think you can oppose me. The Emperor spoke with a dark expression. I shall trap you in my sword formation and slowly torture you, letting you know of the unsurpassable gap between us. With this declaration, the Emperor became bloodthirsty as the red lights in his eyes became animated. It made others think that he might even suck Shi Hunlin's blood dry. Chapter 1938. The young emperor no longer had the calmness befitting of his status, seemingly possessed. Although he was even stronger than before, everyone felt an indescribable sense that he was no longer an emperor. His anger had twisted him, instilling him with even more rage and brutality. He has never lost before during his youth until the debacle with mortal reversion ancient god. However, he still didn't think he was inferior to the ancient god. In his mind, if he didn't lose his opportunity, he believed he would have gotten more than 10 wills. That in combination with his talents would allow him to easily annihilate mortal reversion. Thus, his defeat was because time didn't wait for him. If he had the chance, he surely would have become a greater being. With this logic, his pride remained. In fact, in a sense, he even found it glorious, surviving from this disaster. Alas, he was being suppressed by Shi Hunlin today. A character nowhere near the plane of prestige like the ancient god, an ant that struggled to survive during his generation. This was a stomp to his face and pride, and he couldn't accept it. Under this fury and the influence of the bloody artifact, he became violent and bloodthirsty, losing the bearing of an emperor. Clank! His 3 swords flew out and made the world hear their songs. Finally, a gigantic sword formation emerged and trapped Shi Hunlin within. Inside its radius, colossal swords slammed into the ground. Each was as long as a heavenly vein, capable of starting a new world with each slash. This had exceeded the realm of a formation. It had derived itself into a world of swords with a massive space inside. Everything within changed into the colossal swords that began an assault on Shi Hunlin, wishing to make mincemeat out of him. Everlasting Dynasty. Shi Hunlin roared as his armament exuded its strongest regal aura. Under its radiance, his anima power began to ooze out. An ancient dynasty appeared before him. One generation changed after another, each continued to fuel him with their energy. Unfortunately, in spite of his empowered state, it was still not enough for him to withstand the sharp onslaught of the swords, especially the ones accompanied by a bloody glow. These particular ones were simply unstoppable, leaving behind terrible wounds on him. This sword formation wasn't only mighty due to the emperor growing stronger. The bloody artifact also gave it a destructive evil affinity beyond imagination. I'll flay you piece by piece so that you will know the difference between you and a genius like me. The emperor sneered at the bloodied old man. Jilin Princess and the other 2 were quite worried watching Shi Hunlin struggle in the sword formation, but there was nothing they could do. If they were to thoughtlessly join in, it would only add to Shi Hunlin's burden. The spectators were scared out of their mind. The high gods in the crowd became silent. No one wanted to do anything due to the danger entailed. As for the high gods in the War Monarch clan, they didn't express their intent. Some among them shook their head with disapproval, feeling that the young emperor's conduct was inappropriate. Pluff! 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 Though Shi Hunlin could stop the physical swords, he couldn't block the bloody rays. It was too bizarre and omnipresent on top of being unblockable. Once struck, it would leave behind grievous damage. It didn't take long before his armament was stained with blood. I'll do the same to that Li guy after I'm done with you. The emperor had an unprecedented sense of satisfaction from getting rid of his anger. With just you? Not even worthy of being trampled beneath my soul. A leisure voice interrupted the emperor's gloating vengeance. The emperor immediately turned around and saw a man standing there relaxed. Young noble. The anxious princess shouted, feeling quite glad to see this person. Li. The emperor glared over furiously. The summoned skeletal ape last time gave him a lot of trouble, so he swore to cut this junior into a million pieces. Fiercest is here. Someone in the crowd shouted. Can he challenge a grand emperor? A skeptic quietly wondered. Who knows? This guy is too bizarre. He directly destroyed the wills of the tame dragon cavalry back at the Buddhist plain. We can't use common sense to gauge him. A high god said. The ancestors from the War Monarch were scared out of their mind to see him. After seeing their 4 emperors, he was still fine and well. What was the meaning of this? Junior, I'm going to mince you. A terrorizing glint of blood flashed in the emperor's eyes. Li Qie didn't bother giving him a second glance and simply raised his finger. Boom! A gigantic tablet with numerous runes appeared. It also turned into a world slamming down towards the sword formation. Crash! Collapsing noises came about like dried branches breaking. The sword formation couldn't stop the attack of the tablet. In the end, his formation broke down and he staggered several steps backward. After escaping with his life, Hunlin heaved a sigh of relief and bowed towards Li Qie. "Thank you for your help, young noble." Li Qie didn't want to waste words and glanced at the emperor who got pushed back. "Not bad, that's an amazing treasure, enough to be called a top divine artifact of an epoch." The emperor was fixated on Li Qie's right hand and said oppressively, "I will not only dig out your Buddhist seed but also cut off your hand to take out this treasure." The young emperor was insane but he was keen enough to recognize top treasures. "You were only a shallow grand emperor but now, you have degraded to being a mad dog." Li Qie said, "You threw away morality in order to pursue strength, not even knowing that you have stained yourself." The majority of experts here glanced at each other. In this world, Fiercest might be the only one who would dare to call a grand emperor a mad dog. "Brat, accept your death." The emperor couldn't accept such a remark and furiously roared. He unleashed another fusion slash at Li Qie. It crossed through the myriad ages and instilled fear into the heart of the high gods. The weaker experts dropped to their knees, unable to resist. However, Li Qie simply spread out his palm. The gigantic tablet slammed down again and instantly crushed everything. Boom! It made contact with the slash, resulting in a blaring bang. The emperor couldn't hold on to his fusion sword and was blown flying. Bang! 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 His body smashed through several great peaks before hitting the ground, resulting in an unbelievable crater. Chapter 1939. In a short time, the world was silent for the crowd was shaken with their mouth agape. A grand emperor was pushed into the ground just like that. That move was outrageous then. People got the illusion that Wildlad was not an emperor but more like a fly while the tablet was a gigantic swatter. The fly, naturally, wouldn't be able to hand it. This spectacle was simply astonishing. Even though Wildlad had only one will, he was still an emperor and powerful. At this point, people became afraid to breathe loudly, thinking that the slightest noise might offend Li Qie. Picking up a blood will and thinking that you got another heaven's will. Li Qie looked at the pit and said flatly, "This nefarious thing is only a tool for a dark overlord to harvest blood. He scattered countless seeds in the form of the heavens will during his epoch. You think something like this can compare to my ceremonial tablet that can sacrifice the heaven, earth, and all beings? It's only child plays in comparison." So it turned out the bloody sphere hovering above the emperor's head was called a blood will. A dark overlord planted countless seeds on mortals and cultivators. When the time was ripe, he would harvest all of their vitality and turn them into these blood imitations of the heaven's will. After hearing this, the experts here shuddered. Though they didn't know the exact stories, they could already guess what had happened. Imagine, using countless human essences to create an imitation of the heaven's will. Just how cruel was this? In that generation, many probably didn't realize they have become a seed. Bang! Debris went flying as a figure rushed to the sky, Wildlad Heaven Emperor. He stood above with a ragged appearance with blood everywhere. Nevertheless, he was still as vigorous as before. It clearly showed that the strike didn't leave any lasting damage. "Brat, the power of your treasure is meaningless with your shallow cultivation. You will never be able to kill me," the emperor shouted. The tablet was obtained from hope, indeed a monstrous weapon. However, Li Qie himself admitted that he couldn't exert its full power since it required a mighty energy source. Thus, killing the emperor was impossible with it. The emperor was relieved to see Li Qie's inability to use the tablet to its full potential, knowing that it wouldn't be able to kill him. You think too highly of yourself, no need to use a weapon of this level to kill you. Li Qie said leisurely. Good, good, I've finally met someone crazier than me. Brat, I'll peel your skin and tear apart your bones today, we'll see if you will still boast afterward. Having said that, the emperor's eyes reddened with bloodthirst. Li Qie slightly raised his brows in response, idiot, not even recognizing that you have been possessed. Very well, I'll send you off today so that a fly like you won't ruin the prestige of the emperors. You. I'm gonna drink your blood and taste your flesh. The emperor nearly vomited blood from anger. He was already insane from the effect of the blood will, but his expression became even more twisted now. Alright, stop buzzing over there. Time to use your real skills so that I can go ahead and wring off your neck then break your bones. Li Qie waved dismissively as if he was looking at a fly. Little animal, you're finished. Furious he may be, he still didn't dare to carelessly rush forward. Boom! He opened his palaces, revealing 12 of them above his head. 12 palaces, wow, many people were amazed to see this. The crowd didn't know how to feel after seeing 12 palaces and only one will. This might just be the strangest thing in the world. Even though 12 palaces weren't unbelievably rare, it was still precious. Anyone with 12 palaces was still considered a supreme genius. Plus, 12 palaces were necessary for 12 wills. The majority of emperors only had 8 to 9 palaces, but they definitely had more than 3 wills. Wild Lad Heaven Emperor was an extreme case. Buzz. The 12 palaces instantly disappeared and a high heaven hovered above the emperor. This was the opening of an absolute domain, allowing the emperor to become the sole ruler. Buzz, the blood will poured down a bloody radiance and covered his entire body. It directly affected him and made him change. At the same time, his own heavens will was also sending him a pure and traditional power for protection. These two forces created a substantial change to his body. One half had scales coming out and was as red as blood. There was also a horn growing on side, emitting evil energy. The other half of his body remained unchanged due to the protection of the heaven's will. After obtaining the blood will, the emperor had fused it with his own blood. If it wasn't for his heavens will protecting him, he might have changed to a monster already. R.A. The emperor roared with the bloody half becoming bright. A half of a red halo formed around him. He became much more powerful under this particulate state. One of his eyes also became red, looking quite terrifying. People gasped to see this transformation. A majestic emperor has become an abomination. This was too much to take in. Though he was annoying before due to his arrogant nature, he was still a stately emperor. People were full of regrets to see him in this monstrous state. He had entered a type of qi deviation in cultivation. Die now! The emperor roared. This is the result of a weak Dao heart. Li Qie coldly uttered, falling even before the arrival of darkness. I'll make an example out of you now for the other fools. Let your scream echoes across this world so that everyone will know the price of falling into depravity. Having said that, he closed his fist and recalled the tablet. Bah! He opened his palace and two beings came out. One was a transcending immortal while the other a fiery devil. These were the soaring immortal god and hell suppression devil. Buzz! The two of them fused together. With another buzz, the resulting being also merged into Li Qie's body. Rings circulated around him at this moment, making it look as if he was ascending. This fusion was indeed extraordinary. What is that? Many were startled to see this fusion state. Chapter 1940, Boom! Li Qie's power erupted. An imperial aura soared to the sky with evil rings. Each ring was enough to create the heavens and contain the 3,000 worlds. At the same time, his body also exuded a transcending immortal light as if he was a being from above. This fusion of two different states left him in an unbeatable form, capable of looking down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths regardless of any temporal restraint. He resembled an awakening Supreme Lord. As he lifted his palm, one could see the stars hovering around the tip of his fingers, pillar-like creations of the universe. Time was flowing down from one end to another as if it was within his grasp. Two grand completion immortal physique and the style of an immortal emperor. This was Li Qia's state before ascending to the 10th world. He had sealed this dominating state into his 12 gods and devils. What is that? Everyone was shocked, thinking that he was possessed by an overlord. Did an emperor take control? Even a high god speculated. Die. Wild Lad Heaven Emperor took decisive action, since if he were to let the guy be, his power might continue to rise. Clank. Another fusion slash cutting the myriad realms descended. One half of the slash was illuminated by the heaven's will while the other was full of a bloody glow. Even space itself turned into dust, the entire battlefield became a black hole. Pluff. Some people started to bleed from their head. The spectators became injured in succession. Despite being far enough from the battlefield, his slash still wounded the spectators. This made others retreat farther, not daring to watch this battle. Boom! Suddenly, two palms clapped together and stopped the slash. The sword intent, sword edge, and sword momentum instantly collapsed. Time seemed to be reversing after their destruction. Everything became normal again with the exception of one thing, the hands holding on to the imperial sword. It was naturally Li Qia stopping the attack with his invincible state. It was too easy for him to deal with Wild Lad and his one will. Clank. The hands actually broke the imperial sword to the horror of the crowd. It was already fierce enough stopping an imperial weapon with his bare hands, but now, fierce was not enough to describe actually breaking one. The emperor himself was astounded. His fusion sword had withstood countless imperial weapons without any damage. But now, a junior had broken it bare-handed. He finally realized that he was messing with the wrong person. In the blink of an eye, he didn't waste time and immediately tried to flee. Of course, as an emperor, his escaping speed was peerless as he instantly jumped out of this realm. Alas, his path was blocked. Li Qia's devil rings have sealed the entire area. There was no escaping unless he were to defeat Li Qia. The emperor had an ugly expression while staring at the guy. No chance to run now. Li Qia leisurely said as if he was speaking to an insignificant character, not a grand emperor. The crowd had nothing to say. A grand emperor being pushed to the edge by a junior? People started sweating profusely. Wu Qi couldn't close his mouth at all. Earlier, he was using casual honorifics with Li Qia, but now, the guy was defeating a grand emperor. Thus, he was calling a being at the imperial existence a brother. He finally realized how ignorant he was, like a frog under the well that couldn't see Mount Tai. The princess was much better off since she already knew that Li Qia was a supreme overlord. This development wasn't surprising to her. As for Wu Fengying, she looked like a complete fangirl at the moment with her fists clenched tight from excitement because of Li Qia's invincible style. Meanwhile, Hunlin sighed from shock. He knew that Li Qia was going to be powerful, but not to this extent. Die. The emperor could only fight to the death now. With a roar, his Tao turned into laws and came crashing down. Space turned into a crystallized form due to the pressure before shattering altogether in a magnificent spectacle. Li Qia didn't mind at all. The two physiques erupted again, exceeding the limit of speed and weight. Boom! It was only one fist to pierce through the myriad laws before penetrating the emperor's chest. The emperor was blown flying with blood gushing everywhere. There was nothing more shocking than an emperor being taken down in this manner. Crash! As he was falling down, the emperor's hidden potential activated. His 12 palaces destroyed the spatial area in order for him to escape. Alas, a foot came from the sky and stomped down on him all the way to the ground. This was enough to break several bones on his body. Keep in mind that an emperor's body was tougher than divine meals. But now, this stomp from Wuxia easily crushed his bones. The crowd shuddered before this scene. They suddenly felt that the foot was stomping on them instead. There was a sharp pain causing many to drop to the ground, paralyzed. Ah! The emperor tried to struggle, but this foot was as heavy as an eternal mountain. Resistance was futile. A one-will emperor prancing arrogantly around all the time. Wuxia looked down at the emperor and said, "Not to mention you, even a 12-will emperor needs to act properly before me." He even dared to bring up the 12-will emperors. This was utterly insane, his domineering level. The winner takes all, no need to blabber on. Finish me off now. The emperor knew that the outcome had been decided and was still manly enough to shout. Not that easy now. Wuxia said, "I need to make an example out of you since you were foolish and suicidal enough to get in my way. Today, I shall break your bones so that others will realize that certain paths aren't meant to be taken." Chapter 1941, Wuxia's voice was emotionless just like a devil from hell, causing people to feel a chill running down their spine. Pluff! He mercilessly tore the horn growing from the emperor's head off. Ah! Blood gushed from the hole as if half of his head was being ripped apart. Using an evil weapon is just fine. Wuxia threw the bloodied horn on the ground. However, as a grand emperor, you shouldn't have let evil enter your body and embark on this path. The blood of darkness has stained your imperial blood, you are no longer qualified to be a grand emperor. With that, he was ripping the scales from the emperor's body. Miserable cries came about. This whole process was excruciating and more than the emperor could handle. This dark blood shouldn't appear in this world, let it turn to ashes. Wuxia was not affected by the emperor's suffering. Pluff! His hand reached into the emperor's body to drain out his blood. It was the bloodline of an emperor, so it had a dazzling glow just like a jade belt. However, it was no longer pure. Half of the blood had turned dark as if there was a devil growing inside. This was the blood will, fused into the emperor's bloodstream. Wuxia was removing the blood will from the emperor, but it was not easy due to the fusion. The blood had permeated into every inch of his body. Thus, it was being drained and cutting through his skin. Even though his body was still in one piece, his tendons and muscles were severed from the removal process. Ah! It was painful indeed. The scream of an emperor echoed across the world. The crowd was horrified. Some even dropped to the ground in fear. Who would have thought that this would be the fate of an emperor? Ultimately, Wuxia finished taking out all the dark blood. This liquid seemed to have its own consciousness, wishing to escape after leaving the emperor's body. Alas, Wuxia's palm instantly suppressed it and he began burning it with his imperial flame. Zzz. The blood was issuing some strange and creepy cries. Take my bones and tendons, but you won't be able to kill me. I'm immortal as long as the heavens' will is there. The pale emperor still declared emphatically despite his pale complexion from the pain. I know. Wuxia said, everything is possible with the heavens' will, a great advantage enjoyed by the emperors. However, we'll see if you can keep saying this after I tear it apart. Ha, tear my heavens' will apart. In your dream. The emperor shouted back. This was a very difficult matter requiring a world-destroying power. However, it was also the most direct method to kill an emperor. Emperors had a much easier time doing so because they had their own heaven's wills. Alas, doing so without one's own is much more prohibitive. No need to do that, too wasteful to tear apart such a good thing. Wuxia chuckled. Clank. An ancient law emerged above Wuxia and instantly pierced through the emperor's will. Buzz, this strand of law was actually absorbing the heaven's will. Impossible. The emperor was truly frightened because nothing could absorb an emperor's will like this. However, this horrifying matter was actually happening to him. This strand of law was naturally one of Li Qiye's 12. Senior War Monarch, I know you're here, please save me. As his will was nearly drained dry, the arrogant emperor couldn't help but call at the sky for help. Though he had treated the world in disdain, losing his heavens will meant losing everything. Even if he were to survive, he would only be a husk suffering a fate worse than death. He abandoned all pride and asked the War Monarch clan for help. Alas, the sky was silent. Everyone was looking up towards the mountain in order to see if War Monarch Heaven Emperor, the legendary guardian of the Heaven race, was actually here or not. War Monarch Heaven Emperor, please save me, out of consideration for my 3 ancestors and our race. The Emperor shouted once more. Everyone held their breath after hearing the pleading, waiting to hear an answer. The young Emperor was a Heavener and his 3 ancestors were rumored to be friends with War Monarch Heaven Emperor. Furthermore, War Monarch had stepped up and mediated for him in the past. In fact, the clan's army and high gods were nervous as well, not knowing quite what to do. First, their goal was to protect Jin Gu. Jumping into this muddled water would only complicate the matter. But ultimately, Wildlad Heaven Emperor was still part of their race. Seeing one of their emperors tortured by a junior was an unsettling sight. Everyone was disappointed since no one answered the young emperor. Buzz. Finally, the law finished the process. The emperor's will was far from enough to light it up. Without his will, even without Li Qiye stomping him, he still wouldn't be able to move a single finger in this weak state. Kill me now. The emperor spoke feebly, show mercy by relieving me of this. He was drowned in despair, living was meaningless without his heaven's will. I'll send you on your way then. Li Qiye glanced at him and said flatly. Bah! With a finger strike, Li Qiye destroyed the emperor's true fate located inside his forehead. The emperor slowly closed his eyes. This death was strangely peaceful. There was no struggling or hatred. Death was not dreadful at all, only salvation. Poof! Li Qiye spread out his palm and an imperial flame ignited to instantly turn the emperor into ashes. Wildlad Heaven Emperor, the insanely gifted emperor with many strange tales and only one will. Ultimately, there was no repentance for his past conducts even after being chased by mortal reversion ancient god. Arrogance and unbridled were the words to describe his life. Of course, he himself would have never guessed that his end would be so tragic. Chapter 1942, No one dared to utter a word at this moment. Even the gazes on Li Qiye have changed as if he was a ghost. It was one thing to kill the emperor, but to do so in such a brutal manner was an unbelievable feat. All the experts of the War Monarch clan shuddered in fear as well. At this moment, they were secretly glad about their Princess Vision. If it wasn't for her, they might be fighting against Li Qiye right now. Regardless of the victory in this conflict, it would have certainly been a bloody and expensive one for their clan. This brat is too much, we have to stay away from him. The gods watching nearby also trembled and moved far away. Was there anything Fiercest didn't dare to do in this world? These gods warned themselves to not get in his way or it might end with a fate worse than death. Wildlad Heaven Emperor was the perfect example. Is this a declaration of war? Torturing Wildlad Heaven Emperor in public like this. The 3 ancestors from that clan won't let this go. One god murmured. Wildlad still had 3 emperors for his ancestors on top of being part of Sentinel. Sentinel was founded by Sentry Arrow Devil Emperor. They had 5 emperors including Wildlad. The members had a blood ceremony to become sworn brothers. Though Sentinel was no match for something unique like Heaven Authority, it was not to be underestimated. Due to the blood ceremony, the 5 emperors made an oath to prosper and decline together. In other words, fighting against one of them was akin to fighting the entire group. Thus, Li Qiye had antagonized a total of 7 emperors after killing Wildlad. The frightened crowd was still too scared to speak until one high god said, "First, he messed with the tame dragon cavalry, now Sentinel 2. He's really challenging all the Grand Emperors in Pure. A storm is brewing." He shuddered at this point, thinking that he needed to get the hell away from this mess or not even bones would be left of him. Tame Dragon and Sentinel weren't the strongest organizations in Pure. However, provoking them was still quite suicidal. After all, the members were emperors. But now, Li Chia alone was going against two organizations. Just who the hell would dare to do so? That's why the powerful experts could already see the trouble coming ahead in Pure, but the full extent remained unknown. As long as Li Chia was present, no one would dare to breathe loudly. The guy was completely worthy of his title, fiercest. Meanwhile, Li Chia gave Jin Ge, who was sitting on the altar, a quick glance before leaving. Shi Hunlin and the others calmed down and followed him in silence. Everyone felt much better after this god of calamity was gone, as if a heavy weight had been lifted off their shoulder. On their way back to Eternal, the juniors and even Shi Hunlin were quite nervous, thinking that Li Chia might scold them. Of course, this wasn't the case. He went into isolated training right away. It wasn't for cultivation this time. He was preparing a great formation for the upcoming earth-shattering battle. Even though he has done some in the past, he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. He knew exactly who he was facing. Even a 12-will emperor wouldn't dare to mess with this existence. Li Chia was never one to fight a losing battle. Thus, he needed to be sure about capturing the overlord of the wildland without fail. Thus, he began deriving all the possible scenarios. Rumble. In the interim, the peak where Jin Ge was located had loud explosions. The sky turned bright. There were many grand Dao appearing above Jin Ge with boundless power. The heavens' wills were definitely appearing. The most nervous was not Jin Ge at this moment but his protectors and army. Their nerves were being tortured right now as they carefully scanned the entire area, lest the same ambush as in the past were to happen again. Heavenly Phoenix Princess was nervous as well. She cared for her husband more than anyone else and was suited up for battle herself while also scanning the entire area. It was precisely because of this attitude and effort that the clan valued her so much. Boom! Jin Ge finally stood up and roared, "Open!" His palaces jumped out with loud explosions. 12 palaces, who knows, maybe Jin Ge is just as gifted as Wild Lad Heaven Emperor. Someone from the last generation commented after seeing the palaces. There have been enough geniuses with 12 palaces in Pure. Alas, not that many of them became emperors. In terms of Dao comprehension, Jin Ge might not be as good as Wild Lad Heaven Emperor. The emperor was simply a genius, but that also backfired on him. A high god that had lived for a long time said, on the contrary, Jin Ge has the wisdom to go along with his intelligence. He wasn't as devilish like Wild Lad, so he faced enough challenges and blood to sharpen himself. This period is very important to a future emperor. It allowed him to grasp the fundamentals of an emperor. All he needs is the heaven's wills to become a real one. A different high god commented, instead of innate traits, I would say that the Dao heart plays a bigger role. Wild Lad was an emperor but he didn't have the Dao heart of one, his was still the same as the one back in his youth. Otherwise, he might not have suffered that demise earlier. In short, his life was too easy. The other high god agreed, being too intelligent might not necessarily be a good thing. It might even ruin someone's life. Jin Ge has both the bearing and Dao heart of a grand emperor right now, just need the heaven's will. Boom! With loud detonations, Jin Ge's 12 palaces turned into a large maelstrom with a runic chapter inside. This chapter was vast and omnipresent in the world of the maelstrom. It was his supreme grand Dao. He created it in order to shoulder the heaven's wills. Pop! The maelstrom released a pulse that shot into the sky. Rumble! Another identical maelstrom appeared above just like a reflection. It wasn't a reflection though. Jin Gu was imprinting his Grand Tao right there, using it to shoulder the wills. The two maelstrom crazily spun. The imprinted one above was being pulled down along with the heaven's wills. The entire world shook during this process. Everyone felt that he was pulling everything towards this spot. Chapter 1943. Everyone was aware of Jin Ji's ambition as he pulled down the maelstrom. He wanted to shoulder 4 wills at once. Just taking one was quite difficult, even for a genius. It required an amazing method on top of possessing sufficient power. Rumble. The wills inside the maelstrom being dragged down were resisting by flowing upward. After all, they belonged to the heaven and earth. Forcibly taking them required more effort. Though Jin Gu was qualified to shoulder them, he still needed to experience this arduous process. Rumble. Wills inside the maelstrom started jumping out and returned back to the world with a resonating noise. They resembled dragons jumping out of the pond and finally joining the vast oceans. It was quite a magnificent spectacle. In a short time, only 4 wills were left in the maelstrom. This wasn't strange at all since no one could take more than 4 at a time. It was already amazing for Jin Gu to use his own Grand Tao and hold back 4 wills. Is he doing it? As the two maelstrom approached each other, everyone held their breath. The army and ancestors were tense, but they didn't forget their duty. They were more vigilant now than ever because an ambush now would ruin all of their efforts. The princess truly desired to watch her husband's ascension, but she remembered her responsibility. Her eyes were fixated on the coordinates in the sky in order to avoid an attack. Nevertheless, her eyes still stopped on him just for a split second. After all, this was the most important moment in his life. Boom! The maelstrom with the 4 wills trembled for a bit. The 4 became quite resplendent and hot. They didn't wish to be restrained by Jin Gu and also tried to jump back into the world. Lock. In this key moment, Jin Gu used his supreme Grand Tao to lock the 4 wills. Clank. 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 Thick laws appeared in the maelstrom in the form of chains and covered the 4 wills in multiple layers. Rumble. The wills didn't yield so easily and struggled. They grew into the size of mountain ranges. Lock. Jin Gu roared again and added more energy. The chains were covering the wills on one end and his own body on the other end. He had firmly tightened himself and the wills together, swearing to never give up until success. Crack. Breaking noises occurred. The two sides continued their contest. Due to the tightness of the chains, his supreme Grand Tao in the form of the maelstrom had cracks all around it. His body was affected too, with blood all over the place. This made the crowd even more nervous. The princess was truly worried, but she needed to maintain her watch. Just let go of 1 then, 3 wills shouldn't be a problem with him, but 4 is too much. A few high gods had this thought. Rumble. Jin Gu was now channeling all of his vitality for recovery purposes. The cracks on the maelstrom and his body were mending together. In the recesses of the sky, the clan's 4 grand emperors were concerned too. Alas, they needed to watch out for an ambush. There was no way for them to help since the candidates needed to do so themselves without external help. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that difficult to become an emperor. The struggle waged on between Jin Gu and the 4 wills. As time passed, his vitality was greatly depleted. If this went on, the pale youth wouldn't be able to handle it for much longer. The 4 emperors started to think about convincing Jin Gu to give up one of the wills. There was no need to grab all 4. Meanwhile, the ancestors and the army felt their heart hanging by their throat while quietly praying for Jin Gu. Boom! The 4 wills finally yielded under his persistent attempt and stopped trying to escape. The 2 maelstrom finally came together, resulting in a deafening explosion. The world and the myriad realms trembled. Jin Gu finally pulled his supreme Grand Tao back into his body. The 4 wills were stored in his palaces. A boundless imperial aura rushed to the sky. Flames erupted from his body like countless volcanoes. Everyone could feel this new aura. It was a declaration of a new Grand Emperor, the second of this generation. Clank. His laws transformed into imperial laws, giving him a massive boost in prestige. Others couldn't help themselves from wanting to prostrate. He did it. The army crazily roared, some were even driven into tears. They hugged each other in jubilation. Grand Emperor. Many experts kneeled before Jin Ji's aura to welcome the new emperor. Jin Ji's flame slowly converged back into his body. With a buzz, his eyes poured out a light capable of creating a new world. They were extremely profound, capable of deriving everything in this world. This was a monumental change in his very being, allowing him to escape the manacles of the Tao. The princess was elated and flew over to hug him with tears in her eyes. You finally did it. Half of this is thanks to you. Jin Gu hugged her tightly. Many were amazed and in awe by this imperial couple. Jilin Princess and the others on Eternal also saw his flame sweeping through the world. They were overwhelmed with emotions like the rest. 4 wills at once, he's worthy of his fame as a genius. Even the proud Wu Fengying had to admit Jin Ji's greatness. Shi Hunlin added, yes, Jin Gu is an incredible person, not just because of his talents but also his firm Tao heart. Others would be traumatized after the first ambush, not him. Perhaps he could have become a 12-will emperor. The juniors agreed with this sentiment. Even after losing the first attempt, Jin Gu still got 4 on this second one. It showed his heaven-defying power. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.